The first day of Group B action at this European Cricket Championship saw one of the tournament favourites, the Netherlands, struggle somewhat whilst picking up 2 wins. Meanwhile, Romania and Portugal were unable to get their first win. An impressive pair of victories for Austria as well. What will happen today? Can Romania or Portugal get a victory? Can Hungary build on their success yesterday? Let's find out. It's time for the European Cricket Championship. Welcome to day 7 of this European Cricket Championship. The dew is just starting to clear here at the Cartama Oval as we await another exciting day of cricket. 2 wins in a row for Austria and the Netherlands earlier on, and now we move on to match number 30. Portugal against Hungary, the 2 lowest ranked teams in this group against each other. Yesterday it was Hungary who got the victory by 35 runs. Who will prevail today? Match referee Rob Kemming has the coin in his hand, and it will be Portugal to call at the coin toss.
Real cool, yeah. Hits?
Yeah.
It is hits.
Yeah, we're gonna bowl it.
So the toss is done and Portugal skipper Najam Shazad has won it. He's decided to go and bowl as they chase revenge for that defeat to the Hungarians yesterday. As for conditions, we were a bit worried about the prospects of play actually today. There's been supposedly some thunderstorms around both today, tomorrow and also on Thursday. But right now the skies look clear. There hasn't been much rain overnight. We've just got this little covering of dew which we've quite got used to on this surface. It will give some assistance early on. That's why I'm not at all surprised that Hungary have won the toss and decided to bowl. And since we've switched play this week to the other end, this end seems to be getting a lot more bounce for both the pace bowlers and the spinners, which is just assisting the bowlers a bit on a surface that, of course, with 50-metre boundaries as well, doesn't tend to normally give the bowlers too much. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of this, the first ball of day 7 of the brand new European Cricket Championship. Vinny Sandy's waiting for you. It's Hungary against Portugal, and Portugal have won the toss and they're going to bowl.
Thank you very much, Michael, and a very, very good morning to all of our viewers around the world. It's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we are excited to bring you this Group B action. It's day 2. Got to see 5 new nations competing yesterday for the first time in T10 international cricket, and here we are on the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcast partners around the world internationally, going to over 100 countries this tournament, and it's wonderful to show you a glimpse of the European cricket scene. It certainly is burgeoning. It's been growing all the time. Let's have a look at this one first up. I think this is a really interesting clash between Hungary and Portugal. These two, they did meet yesterday. It was Hungary that prevailed in that match. And I think that Portugal, they'll be out for revenge. And I know that both these teams will be eyeing off a win in the first match of the day. Just some players to watch there. Zishan Khan Kukakel for Hungary. He'll be opening the batting. And he's a very, very large striker of the ball. And look, Harsh Mandian, I think he's a player that offers a lot as well to the Hungarians with his clever spinners and also top order hitting. And for Portugal, they have some stars as well. I think we got a glimpse of Azhar Andani batting in the middle order yesterday. But Junaid Khan, the man on your screen right now, I think he was really impressive. Took 3 for 10 against a very strong Netherlands 11 side last night. Let's see what side of bed he's got out of this morning. Also, Paulo Buchimatsa comes into the side for Portugal. You might remember him from the European Cricket Series just a couple of weeks ago that we did have in Katakshu. And Paulo actually owns that cricket ground. He built it in his backyard. It's quite an extraordinary story and encapsulates what European cricket's all about. Here's the first ball of day 2. Junaid Khan to bowl it. Oh, this one's off the glove. Almost pops to the keeper, Francois Stoneman. And you can see what Michael McCann was talking about. There's a little bit of extra bounce, especially with the new ball. And a bit of seam movement as well from Junaid there. And it's my pleasure to introduce to the commentary box Michael McCann. And Michael, certainly a tasty matchup to start day 2.
Yes, it's a game that both of these teams would be eyeing as one of their better chances of victory in Group B, no doubt about that. We saw the heavyweights, the Netherlands and Austria, both pick up a pair of wins yesterday. And remember, of course, it was Hungary who won yesterday when these two met, posting 129 for 6, Portugal managing just 94 for 8 in reply. Definitely think bowling first is a big advantage this morning. And that is a lovely delivery from Khan. Well, we've talked about the fact these are good conditions to be a bowler. There is dew, it's nipping around, it's very cloudy in this particular first innings of the day more than anything, but you've still got to exploit them.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's a slightly different atmosphere than yesterday, that's for sure. This is the Costa del Sol, but the sun is hidden way behind the clouds at the moment.
That's a very good bouncer, that's hit him. He was in no position at all to play the pull shot at any point, Marco Huja, and he only just managed to avoid getting really properly hurt. That's hit him on the shoulder. Thankfully, he seems to be okay and willing to carry on without need for treatment, but he's taken that on the back shoulder in a very awkward stance.
Yeah, Junaid making the ball talk early in the morning. See, life not easy for the openers. Huja is a bit more of a traditional opening batsman, though. We did see him open his shoulders yesterday and do so quite successfully.
And that's again nicely bowled from Khan. Well, he's been getting success with the shorter stuff, so he's seen no reason to change persisting with it. And right now, Marco Huja has not quite got an answer to it, the Hungary opener.
Yeah, obviously, you don't want to become too predictable, but maybe he's setting himself up for something. Junaid Khan, maybe we'll see a fuller one thrown in soon.
Well, that is slightly fuller, chipped away just over the head of square leg. Think about 2, they are going to take 2, this is tight. And have they got him? Well, the square leg umpire is going to send this upstairs to the third umpire, but they look very, very confident out there, Portugal, that they've done it.
I think he's bat jams as well. I think he already knows he's gone, Marco Huja. And what was it? An interesting decision to take the second. It was a good pickup from Stoneman, who didn't get a great bounce. See, there, he's significantly out. And yeah, then the bat did jam, was after the line, but yeah, Huja, he walks. So Charles Croucher gives the decision, and a little bit of magic first up. It's been a very impressive start for the Portuguese. It's the first wicket down on day 2. Marco Huja run out.
So still yet to have a boundary in this innings. And what's more, managed to get rid of one of the key pillars of this Hungary batting lineup in Marco Huja, who made 38 of 21 yesterday against Austria in match 28 of the tournament. It is a tiny postage stamp of a ground, so there aren't many 2s on offer, and there wasn't one there.
Yeah, so certainly I think that Marco Huja will be upset to be run out, but it was Azar Andani that threw it in. Francois Stoneman finished it off, so an early wicket. Hungary are 2 for 1.
And you're right, it was a very good take because the throw wasn't the best. It was low, sort of Yorker throw almost in front of the stumps. It's not what you really want as a keeper. But like any good keeper, he made it look tidy enough by completing the run out.
I think what helped him is it did bounce on the artificial surface, which is a bit more predictable, but still an excellent bit of wicket keeping to complete the dismissal. And Junaid, well, it won't go to him, but he certainly has created some early pressure.
Well, that's straight at extra cover, so the end of the first over, it concedes just 2 runs from Junaid Khan. That is very, very good from, he picked up 3 wickets against the Netherlands yesterday. And it is early on, Portugal who are making hay whilst the sun does not shine, to change a conventionally used phrase. Hungary 2 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, so the new batsman that's come in now, Zahir Safi Mohammed. It's a powerful striker for the ball. Both these two, they're big hitters. Looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table. Najam Shazad's a good bowler, though. I think, much like Junaid, he won't be afraid to bang it in and go upstairs to these batsmen. I think these two teams pretty evenly matched. Hungary certainly batted well yesterday, batting Portugal out of the game.
That's a nice start from Shazad. Skipper leading by example. He was very good with the ball yesterday. Najam Shazad bowling in the power play up top or at the death. 1 for 20 against Hungary and then 2 for 20 against the Netherlands. And if you're going for anything under 2 a ball on this ground, then you'll take that, particularly in those power play and death overs where it's even more difficult.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Nicely pulled away, but straight back to deep backward square leg. Throw bulleted into Stoneman. There was a bit of hesitation, but they got through for the single in the end. And right now, it's looking like a slightly nervous Hungary dugout we saw there.
Yeah, well, they won yesterday in the corresponding clash, match 2, when these two teams met. It was, of course, their first match in the tournament for both these teams. And Hungary 129, defeating Portugal 94. So interesting that Portugal did elect to chase again. Hopefully, they won't be chasing as many.
Again, some real nice in shape for Shazad and finds a way to get off the mark though from that ball. Zahir Safi Mohammed, who struck 43 off just 14 balls in that corresponding fixture against Portugal yesterday. So I'm sure the Portuguese will not need reminding of the importance of snaring him early if they can. Power play, of course, mid-wicket and deep backward square leg are the 2 out. Again, that's nice. Well, they've clearly had a plan here, Portugal. They're going to bang it in short, and it's working well.
Yeah, Zishan just couldn't catch up with that one. And so, a very, very good start by Portugal. I know one man will be happy will be Bruno Cavalieri, who's in the live chat at the moment. He was one of our hosts in that ECS back in Portugal a couple of weeks ago. Hello, Bruno. Hope you're going well. And let's see if your boys can get their first win on the board.
It's again well bowled, well directed short delivery. It's nicely fielded, just near us.
They've got a good field set at the moment. Yeah, Amandeep Sim is at a pretty fine leg, a traditional fine leg that you don't see too often, but I think it suits their plan. They've also got a deep mid-wicket. So I'm not so sure about the deep mid-wicket. I think more about having a deep backward square. But we haven't really seen a full-blooded pull shot executed yet. Let's see what Zahir Mohammed can bring to the table.
Again, back of a length and just jammed away down on that offside by Zahir Safi Mohammed. It's the end of the second over. Shazad's conceded just 3. And this is easily the worst start any team's made at this stage of the entire tournament. Hungary are 5 for 1 after 2 overs. Now, I did suggest cautiously on Monday morning that this might be how things played out in terms of the wider group structure. And despite the Netherlands' struggles with the bat on day 1, we've already started to see it take shape that the Netherlands and Austria have both got 2 wins each. It seems incredibly unlikely they're not going to finish in the top 4. So it's effectively a mini-league of Portugal, Hungary and Romania to avoid going out before Friday. It's the third and final over of the power play starts with yet another dot. They've brought back Junaid Khan. They haven't saved him for the death. And given the scoreboard, I feel like that's a good move.
Yeah, I like it. I like the move at the moment. They're on top and they want to keep going that way. I'll have a look in a second about what is a good score. We always get questions about what is a good score. There's Junaid again.
Again, getting really nice in shape, Junaid Khan, and there's not a lot he can do with that.
Yeah, this is the run rates by day. Of course, we had day 6, the first day of Group B action yesterday. A little bit less, actually. It was the lowest scoring day of the tournament. And that said to me that maybe the bowling's a bit better. I think that's the bowling versus bat balance. And particularly, I think we saw a couple of teams struggle to go at the rate required. Still 10.9, so something in the 110 to 120 does seem to be par.
Bit fuller, and that is one that he can put some meat on. Zishan Kukihel. And hits it straight at mid-on, which sort of sums up Hungary's struggles with the bat right now.
Well, they just can't go aerial. That's the problem.
So I reckon it's maybe 2 factors. One is that you've got a whole set of 5 new teams, and it's hard for batters to come straight in and start hitting every ball for 6. And secondly, I think the bowlers have been watching week 1 and have learnt from what they've seen their colleagues do.
I think you're probably right, Michael.
He's Fuller. He got himself in a very odd shape here, Kukihel, trying to go inside out, get inside the line of the ball. And
the pressure is palpable. The pressure is palpable at the moment, isn't it? And even more remarkable, that 10.9 stat, because Austria, in the first innings of the tournament, scored at 19.5.
Yep.
And so that's on a day where one team hit 195. So, yeah, Portugal, they've definitely sprung out of bed. They want to atone for yesterday where they lost 2 matches. At the moment, they're coming out firing. What a power play this is.
Well, this time, finally, Cookie Hale belatedly gets Hungary's first boundary of the game from the penultimate ball of the power play. And they'll hope that this can lead to something of a counter-attack because they're a long way behind where they'd want to be. Just over-pitched and nicely taken advantage of, flayed through the offside.
Yeah, and so finally, see that the use of the wrist to get that one inside out and slice it away. So the first boundary of the morning, and it comes off the second last ball to power play.
Well, that's a better length, back to the length that we've been used to seeing from the Hungarian bowlers. It's the end of the power play. It's the worst power play from a batting point of view of the tournament, and Hungary find themselves 10 for 1 after 3 overs. Exceptional from Junaid Khan. He concedes just 7, despite not picking up a wicket. He's more than done his job. And it's interesting talking to a few of the teams. I know they've had a close eye on the Group A action. We saw a lot of bowling in Group A, and I know it was an irritation of multiple coaches in those 5 teams, of bowlers, partially because of ego, wanting to take wickets, wanting to bowl full and hit the stumps, and then they've just ended up bowling in the slot and being hit, as opposed to bowling back of a length, and then the good Yorker being maybe the change-up.
Yeah, it depends on what stage of the innings. It also depends on what kind of bowler you are. But I think that if you're going to miss that Yorker, you want to miss full. You don't want to miss short, because those drive ball deliveries, ground of this dimensions, I've seen the good batsman just lifting it out of the park with regularity. Here's Amir Zaib for Portugal. See if he can follow up the good work of the opening bowlers.
Well, that is too short, and it's too slow as well to be really troubling Cookie Hale, who finds a gorgeous pull shot for 6. So it's our first 6 of day 7.
Yeah, this was the length that he wanted, and wasn't quite as spicy as some of the bowling earlier on. And I think that Zishan said, I'm liking that. And so they need to get a wriggle on. Certainly these are 2 good strikers of the ball. They've got time to make these up, but they don't want to waste the start of seeing all these deliveries. They need to go on with it.
Bowled well yesterday, Amir Zaib. Took 3 for 22 against the Dutch 11. He's Portugal's best bowler in that game. He is one of 3 key all-rounders around which this Portuguese side is built. Again, he's gone too short and flat-batted down the ground, baseball style. Back-to-back boundaries for Cookie Hale. He's digging Hungary out of this hole that they've batted themselves into quite nicely now.
This is a great shot. I mean, just his weight's on the back foot, but he transfers it and just blasts this down the ground. So Zaib, a couple of looseners for me. I think he can lift again. He might need to. So Hungary mounting something in the 4th over.
Just jabbed back by Cookie Hale. He respects that one, which is just a bit better in terms of length from Amir Zaib, who will be under pressure a bit here.
Another one just jumping and getting him high on the bat. A bit of seam movement for sure. These Kookaburra seams are quite pronounced.
Fuller skied a long way up, and it's gone a long way as well. 6 over long on, and Cookie Hale is really taking a liking to Zaib here. It's his second 6 of the over, beg your pardon, and it's his 3rd boundary already.
Well, something had to give, didn't it? And he just goes high into the sky with this one. It probably wasn't the best timing. One hand came off the bat. But good club selection. That one clears the fence. Big over this now, 16 off it.
And he goes again, make it 22. Well, everything's either in the slot or it's way too short. Just can't find that in-between length, Zaib. And Hungary all of a sudden are up and firing.
Yeah, this is another ball in the slot, you called it. And I think that it's just hitting practice for Zishan, who makes the over magical. 22 off it now. 1 ball remaining. Zaib needs to try something different. Slower ball, Yorker. It's a bit shades of Romania in the first innings yesterday. He just kept going and bowling the same ball.
Well, it is a slow ball, but it's the same result. It's yet another 6.28 from the over. They only made 10 off the power play, but they're up and going now. Wow, 28 taken off Amir Zaib, and it is utter destruction wreaked by Zishan Kukihel.
Well, the car was over in the emergency lane. It was just crawling, and then Zishan got to the wheel, and he's speeding through traffic. And after 4 overs, 38 for 1. So they go from 10 to 38 in 1 over. And, well, that's how quickly this game can change. And very good morning to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching around the world. It's wonderful to have your company on the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcasting partners. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. And, Michael, you see there just how quickly a T10 match can turn on a dime.
We've had the worst power play of the tournament, 10 for 1 after 3 overs, and then it goes for 28, and all of a sudden you're looking at it and thinking, well, Hungary are actually okay here. If they can just get to 100 plus, they'd probably back themselves to defend it.
Yeah, and Portugal, of course, without a win, and sometimes they say winning's a habit, losing's a habit as well. So they don't want to get in that groove. Portugal, obviously they've elected to field. That was their choice, and they had a very, very good power play. But now these middle overs are crucial. They still can turn it around, but they need to break this partnership.
Skied up. This could be a catching chance, or it could be 6 more. It is 6 more. Well, Zahir Safi Mohammed is joining in the fun now. He's watched Kukihel hit all those 6s in the previous over, and he said, I'll have a piece of this. And the spin gets immediately whacked.
Yeah, so I thought they might go to spin, but well, the resurgence continues from the Hungarians. And the other thing is no Nippo in the lineup today, so he's a key spin option for Portugal that's missing.
I was a bit surprised that he's missing. I'm not sure that he's not injured. This is again through that long on region, and again it's 6 more. Well, hasn't this turned around quickly? Hungary, having made just 10 off the power play, have scored 40 in the 9 balls since. And they've now brought up the team 50 in style.
And it's just too short, isn't it? Still a good bit of timing. If you miss-hit that, you can easily get caught at long on. But this one clears the fence. And Mohammed's getting in on the action now.
Quicker ball, but the same result. Well, they can't put a fielder 20 metres back past the long on rope, unfortunately, Portugal. And it is yet more carnage, so extraordinary hitting here. That is the 8th 6 from the last 11 balls, I make it.
It's a quicker ball, but I'll tell you what, Mohammed was expecting it. And poor Shazad, he's going to have a sore neck because he's just watching balls go over his head. He says, well, I'm not getting that. I'm going to have a drink. Now he's going to come and have a chat to his bowler, but well, it just shows you how quick the game can run away from you.
So the 50 partnership is up 54 off 23 balls. But that is the sort of the oddest way to put together a 50 partnership I think I've pretty much ever seen. And yet again, 6 more over long on. Well, they're having a hitting contest here, Kukihel and Mohammed. And it's Mohammed who's getting a few ledgers up on his partner here. Another one flies through. Well, we're going to have to start telling air traffic control at Malaga Airport about this, because there's a lot of Kookaburra cricket balls still going skywards repeatedly.
There's one spectator that's constantly getting that ball, and I'm going to tell him just to stay there because he's had to do it again and again. This partnership now with 60. Last ball of the over.
Short, and this will be 4 through backward point. And it's too short and too wide. He possibly could have taken the wide, but in the form he's hitting the ball in, why would he want to wait on that? May or may not have been given, we'll never know, because instead, Zahir Safi Mohammed just rocks back, hits it away for 4. So, the 4th over's gone for 28, the 5th over's gone for 28. They're 66 for 1 off 5, and the last 12 balls have gone 6.4.666. 6.6664.
Unbelievable. Back-to-back 28s. So that's how you get your innings back on track. And halfway, they're probably ahead of par. I mean, I still think at 120, 2 balls a good target. I think most teams would be fairly comfortable chasing 120, I guess, depending on who you're playing. But I mean, it's an amazing couple of overs. And we talked about how important it was for Portugal to keep the pressure on. Well, exactly the opposite has happened. Can anyone step up for Portugal now and try and pick up the wicket that may just swing the needle back to the Portuguese?
And this is where you would think that the slow left armers of Mohamed Sirajul would be useful, but he's been taken out of the 11 here. Maybe it's just the dew as well, feeling that seamers will have more success bowling in this first game, but, well, having worked very well, suddenly, not so much. Imran Khan on, starts with a wide. So from here, should be at least looking to double this, and that would get them to 132, which, because of the odd way scoring went yesterday, would actually be the second highest score of Group B so far, behind Austria's super smash of 195 for 4 against Romania. In fact, 6 of the 10 innings yesterday were under 100. So if your name wasn't Austria when you were playing Romania in particular, you actually weren't doing that great with the bat. I mean, Hungary got 129 for 6 against Portugal. That was the second highest. Fuller. It's a nice looking unconventional drive, but not a nice looking bit of fielding. That is a bit of poor work from Tariq Aziz in truth. He didn't seem to fancy diving, and instead the ball skips away for yet another boundary.
Yeah, expect better at this level. This one is within his grasp, isn't it? But it was a foot fielding fail, and the result is 4 runs. I think it's a good point you make about the other teams struggling with the bat. Even Netherlands, we expect a lot out of them. They didn't really deliver with the bat.
He's the player coach as well, Tariq Aziz. Full toss, horrible delivery, and Kihel has blocked that for 1. Given the striking form he's been in, you'd expect more of him. There's overthrows, so it will be 2. So this is all getting a bit sloppy from Portugal, and it must be said their player coach Tariq Aziz didn't exactly set the best example the previous delivery, and his troops have sadly followed that example here.
Might have been a do as I say, not as I do type of coach. Had a few of those. But, well, he's got time to make up for it, but Portugal, they need to do something and fairly quickly. Imran Khan, he impresses me as a cricketer as well. I'd be interested to see where he bats. He's listed at 6. He's a player that can open the batting for them. I think they just need to keep trying things, and Portugal try and find a combination that works for them.
Mistimed. Will be just a single onto the total. Imran Khan, who took 2 for 22 in the corresponding earlier fixture against these teams. We're speaking of run rates. That tells you just how bad a day it was yesterday for Romania in particular, and how good a day it was for Austria. The Netherlands 11 struggling with the bat. It was the ball where they really did the bulk of their work that got them 2 wins. Just look at the Netherlands conceding at just 7.6.
That was the story. And Austria scoring at 15.6. So those 2 teams will meet in game 2 today. That should be a really interesting one. The batting power of Austria in T10 cricket versus the Netherlands bowlers.
Full toss, and he's got him. Well, this explosive partnership has ended in the most unlikely of ways. It's a full bunger that dismissed Safi Mohammed. Imran Khan breaks the partnership, 74 for 2. And they badly needed that. This pair have added 72 for the second wicket, but now they're split up.
Yeah, so it was just mistimed, wasn't it? And he made it into an even fuller full toss, and he's kicking himself, Zahir Mohammed, but still, end of a pretty good knock. He was part of that resurgence. He goes for 29 off 11. And the score now in the 6th over, it's 74 for 2.
Any score above 2 a ball is certainly handy in this tournament on this ground. And Safi Mohammed comfortably did that. 4 sixes. It's part of that incredible assault in the middle where we saw back-to-back overs. Went for 28 runs. So he's put Portugal in a pretty good position here. And from this point, well, as you can see, the current run rate's 12.6. So they should be looking at minimum 120, and they've got various guys who can hit. There was a bit of a debate. I know they're employing something of a flexible batting order, but it's Ashvadan Manjan who comes out next, and he starts immediately with a straight 6. Well, that's how to announce yourself. That's how to get going. So Khan concedes 14 from his over, and they're sitting Well, very pretty compared to their 10 for 1 after 3 overs. Portugal find themselves 80 for 2 now, with still 4 overs left to add to that tally. And from here, as the man to my right likes to talk about, 6 over check-in time. If you go at 2 a ball, that's going to get you to 128.
Yep.
And that is almost exactly what they got yesterday when these teams met, and they defended it comfortably. So when you factor in that it's difficult conditions for batting, Hungary will be pretty content.
Yeah, I think so. Anything can happen from here. And also, get Zishan at this stage. And Mandian's another hard one to get through, isn't he? But Portugal, they do their best.
Shorter. Now this is a catching chance. Well, it's actually plugged. He couldn't quite get there. Seemed to pick it up a bit late.
Yeah, it's Gomes.
Gomes.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough one. Did go very high, but yeah, it's hard to, even with the dewy conditions, to get the first couple of steps that really get you off to a good start.
I think he misread it, though, because he actually didn't move initially when the ball was in the air for a period of time, and then he came sprinting in late. That's what meant that ultimately he wasn't able to get any hands on it at all. This is bringing Gomes into the game. Attacks it well, stops the 2. You're not going to get many 2s on this ground, as I'm sure Mark Ahuja will know, having been run out by a combination of Andoni and Sturman earlier on in the innings.
Yeah, that's right. So just at a stage where, from Portugal's point of view, if they can have a couple of tight overs, a couple of single-digit overs, maybe they could keep it down to around the 120 or so. And, well, they should be good enough to chase that if they bat well.
Well, that's a better short ball, and that's more like the kind of short deliveries we saw from Hungary at the top of the innings when the bowling, saw from Portugal, beg your pardon, at the top of the innings when the bowling was just that bit tighter. Jay Khan's 2 overs conceding only 7, and his captain Shazad has followed suit.
Yeah, I mean, this is key, isn't it? How Shazad comes back, because he was one of the cogs of that very, very tight opening. Let's see if he can follow up. It's been good so far.
It's a decent Yorker and well dug out by Kukiel for 1. So Kukiel passed the highest individual score both of his tournament and of Hungary's tournament thus far. He's bettered the 39 off 23 that he made when these sides met yesterday. And to me, what we're seeing is a key game in almost a 3-team mini league at the lower end of the group, fighting to stay alive. Goes for the ramp, and he's caught. Well, Aziz isn't going to drop that one straight to him. Tries to get funky, Mandian, but perishes for 7 off 3 balls. And the captain, Shazad, has got a deserved wicket as Portugal try and put the brakes on.
Yeah, it was an important one because Mandian is a good hitter, but he tries to get funky. Pretty much comes off the gloves, I think. Well, the very, very top of the bat. And, well, fortunately for Portugal, fielder was there. And so none other than Tariq Aziz that takes the catch. And he'll be able to hold on to that one. So a 3rd wicket goes down. Hungary, 83 for 3.
Still should be the amount of hitters they've got left, around 120, but end of Harsh Mandian, and that is a good one to get. 19 of 8 balls yesterday against Austria in the afternoon. Here manages just the 1-6 in terms of blows of any real significance. And that is single boundary in the innings. That brings to the crease Abhishek Ketapal. Ketapal, who we'll see later on with the ball. And it's more known conventionally in longer form cricket as something more of a lower order player, but he's a very good 6-hitter. He's tried to demonstrate that here, but might be gone. He is gone, caught it long on, so it's 2 in 2. And the Portugal skipper Shazad won't get a chance to take his hat-trick because that's the last ball of his spell. He'll have to finish with oh so impressive figures of 2 for 6. Hungary are 83 for 4 off 7. It's a golden duck for Ketapal.
It's really good captain's effort from Shazad, though. And the protractor can't go any further. And, well, I'm just checking, but for me, I think that is back-to-back golden ducks for Ketapal. I do seem to recall that, that in the match last night against the Netherlands, he may have gone first ball. I guess I can just go to EuropeanCricket.com and look it up, and I'll tell you. But unfortunately, he does go for a golden here, and it's 83 for 4.
Well, he is filling up his personal duck pond, which isn't particularly what you want to be building on through a tournament. But you just want to make it a quick duck if you're going to get one. And well, there's probably fewer, more honourable ways to get a golden duck than be caught hold out on the long on rope. You're trying to do the right thing. It's what the team needs. There is only 18 balls now left in the innings, as it will be Cookie Hell on strike, because of course it's the end of the over and there's no longer crossing in this tournament.
So that's right. He got caught by MSP from Austria, Mark Simpson-Parker, off Norcan. He drilled one to the cover boundary. So he's been caught on the boundary twice. First ball. So a king pair for Ketapal. Anyway, he'll get more opportunities, I'm sure. 7 overs down, and we head into the last 3 crucial overs. Zishan's still the man they want.
He swung this one away, and he could be gone as well. It could be a team hat trick. It is taken, 83 for 5. Well, that's a big blow for Hungary, because Cookie Hell has been the one causing the carnage, but he has to go as well. It's a second wicket for Imran Khan, and it's really good catching in the outfield from Portugal.
Yeah, really good catch, because he has to turn. It's an awkward way to take it. It's an unnatural way to take it. So just that extra bit where the ball goes past the eyes, it's awkward. And we actually saw Christian Munoz-Mills dropping one over the boundary. Similar kind of a catch. But Zishan, he goes in the 40s. A good knock from him. And now the resurgence continues for Portugal, swinging back their way, 83 for 5.
3 4s, 4 6s, 45 of 24, the highest individual score any Hungary players made in the tournament thus far. So they'll be very happy with that, but it's one at a bad time as this mini collapse continues. And team hat-trick, if you believe in such a concept. It's been accomplished by Hungary. I know some really only interested in a hat-trick if it comes to the situation of a bowler themselves doing it. So 2 players in who've both not faced a ball yet. Sanko Gardi Welagamege, Sri Lankan descent, faces up now, the 37-year-old, and immediately tries to go down the ground. It could be 4 in 4. Nope, it's 6. Just gets over the head of Junaid Khan. He's done exactly what you want someone to do at this stage of the innings. He's immediately opened his shoulders. He's found a valuable maximum for the Hungarians.
Yeah, it's an important one, wasn't it? And this is what the Hungarians will do. I mean, they'll just come out and they'll swing from ball 1. It's how they played their T10 cricket when we were there in the European Cricket Series, and that's a nice confidence-boosting shot first up.
Tell you what, when you see passages of play like this, where it seems like every ball is caught on the rope or 6, you can't help but feel like there's an element of being at the ball game about it.
It sure is.
If you're watching in America, you'll know what I mean. Straight again, and this could be hold out. It's dropped. Dropped on a long off rope at the cost of 1 run, and then of course the worry about what Welagamege might make of the life in the 10 balls that are remaining in the innings. It's the first blemish on Portugal's excellent fielding copybook, dropped by Junaid Khan, who bowled so well.
Junaid's such a good fielder as well. He won't be able to believe that he's dropped that one.
Comes down and flicks this away through long on. What a brilliant piece of ball striking from Kaibat Eldar. That is outrageous. Just the way he breaks his wrists on contact here. Watch the wrists.
Nice shot.
It's disdainful. Flicked, done, all in the timing as well.
He has an outstanding bit of ball striking.
So they've already hit 11 sixes in this innings, Hungary. 66 of their 96 coming through maximums. They do seem to be very much an all or nothing kind of batting lineup. Steps down once more, trying to repeat the shot. So often do when they're in confident mood. Eldar has to accept the dot that time.
Yeah, it's a fascinating little part of the innings, isn't it? We've seen how quickly things can change back and forth and back again.
Nicked, and yet another. Khan has his 3rd to finish his spell. The Hungary collapse continues. It is 6 dot out for Deldar, and Hungary are 96 for 6 at the end of the 8th.
This game's really even for me at the moment. And yeah, if you even have a look at the run rate now, it's exactly 12. And so And the last ball of an over, another wicket.
So 12 balls left.
Just a reminder as we get to the end of the 8th over that we do have 4 weeks of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We already saw the 2 qualifiers from Group A. It was Belgium and Spain. Belgium will actually take a bonus point with them to Championship week on account of winning the week. And we will see 2 more qualifiers from Group B this week. Who will they be? Well, no idea as yet. Kai Badelda, he goes 6 and out. And Hungary at the end of 8, 96 for 6.
You would have to say that right now, Netherlands 11 and Austria look like the 2 to beat, but you know how changeable form can be in T10, and Netherlands weren't quite at it with the bat yesterday. As for now, it's about what Hungary can muster from these last couple. Amir Zaid back, as he so often is at the death. This could be yet another wicket. Tough chance. There's a lack of communication, and it's brilliantly taken in the end. Well, they're all smiles now, but that was not easy and not helped by the fact that Anthony Chambers really lost contact lines altogether with Saeed here. Hung in the air for a long time, and this is well snared.
Yeah,
for 7.
He had to take his eye off the ball just to kind of check in with the bowler, Amir Zaid. Do you want that? No? Okay, I'll go for it. So he made it quite hard for himself, but good hands and good composure under a bit of pressure. Well, it's all smiles when it ends well. So we've got back-to-back wickets for 2 different bowlers. And unfortunately, it's another one down. Hungary, the collapse is on, 96 for 7.
It was a good take from Anthony Chambers, a man born and raised in Portugal, works in finance. That's why the Gamma Gate has gone similarly to a lot of his colleagues. The only boundary he hit was big 6 and then going. Anthony Chambers, who was telling me all about the nature of cricket in Portugal. It's maybe a bit more sociable, you know, a touch less professional than other top-level domestic setups. Saying that at Porto Cricket Club, they have a 1-hour lunch where they serve cheese, port and wine. It's very much a liquid lunch operation there. Of course, by no means every player obliged to drink it. Those that don't wish to do so, of course, that goes without saying, but very much more on the sociable end of European cricket.
Great hosts as well in Portugal, I'll tell you that much.
Down the ground, and it's yet another. Well, they're catching pretty much everything here, and it's that man again, Anthony Chambers, who holds on. This is a good low catch this time, and Hungary are 96 for 8. This is one of the biggest collapses of the tournament. It's all falling apart very quickly, and that is the end of Sachadeep Ashwath-Nairana. He's out, the wicketkeeper batsman. And they just keep losing wickets. It's another duck of the innings as well. We're starting to build a bit of a pond here.
They've lost 5 wickets for 13 runs now, and that is in the space of 1.3 overs. So just shows you how quickly this game has turned. And at the moment, Portugal, well, the start of the innings and the end seem to be fine. It's just a bit in the middle they probably want back. But Hungary now, yeah, running out of batsmen and running out of balls. 96 for 8.
Nairana gone. And we're now into 10, and then soon to follow Jack as the sun just pops its head out for the first time today behind the clouds. Reckon you could be persuaded for a 1-hour lunch at Porto Cricket Club if you're in the region?
Oh,
I thought that could be
I tell you what,
up
after Port, I'm still recovering from Portugal. They were too nice.
Turned away by Gomez, who gets off the mark.
This is one man who is one of the most hospitable of the lot. Paolo Bucciamanza has the ground on his own property and took the reins, basically, took the initiative to build a cricket facility and actually kind of organise where he lived around this cricket plan. And he was a wonderful host in Portugal. And it's great to see him out there playing his first game of the tournament this morning.
I actually had to get that story checked and verified when I heard it from some of his teammates, because I thought it was him just trying to see the most sort of ridiculous thing he could tell the commentators to see if we believe it. Down the ground, a lovely clean shot from Ashwath-Nairana, and that's a straight 6. Well, Hungary finally get past the 100 mark. They've been stopping and stalling on their way through the 90s. But they get themselves onto 103 for 8 with still 8 balls left.
Well, Ashwath-Nairana is a really good batsman. I mean, he's batting low here, but for his club side, the Cobras, he absolutely smashes them. So that's a good start to his tournament.
Just jabs that one away. Quick single through point. Fielded by, and we're just discussing, Paulo Buchimaza, who has been a pioneering influence in Portuguese cricket. One of the only 3 grounds that they've got in Portugal was in his back garden. And it was his parents that sort of started it, and he's continued that on. And he pretty much looks after it on his own.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but we had a great week there in the European Cricket Series recently.
Flicked away, too short, horrible delivery. 1 bounce 4. He's not going to miss out on that freebie Tomo Gomez. And Zaib has comfortably bowled his most expensive spell of the tournament. One of Portugal's star bowlers, just not at the races. He's conceded 40, and it means that with just 1 over left now, Hungary 108 for 8.
Well, 2 for 40, just your regular T10 figures off 2 overs. But now it looks like they might get in that par region, basically. It means if Portugal bat well enough, they'll win. But if they don't, it's a very defendable score, that's for sure, for Hungary. And last over is going to be crucial. Let's see who they're giving it to. It looks like Anthony Chambers will be bowling over number 10. That's a big call.
Well, yes, to bring him on just for the 10th over. Now, they're only bringing him on because of the struggles of others. Amandeep Singh, the spinner, went for 28 and was hit for 4 big sixes all over long on. So that's what's forced them to turn to this 6th bowling option in Chambers. Just bowl his little medium-paced dolly mixture. That is too full in the slot, and he's gone for 6 over long off, over pitched. And we mentioned that Ashraf Narana is a good bat in his own right, and he's very low in the order here, and he's hit 2 of his first 3 balls faced in the tournament for 6.
Yeah, it was a really nice straight hit. Ashwath Narana is ready to close this innings with a bang. Chambers, welcome to the tournament with the ball.
Shorter, but that gets the treatment as well. We picked up the length so quickly here, Ashraf Narana. He's looking in great nick, and well, already based on this knot, you do wonder whether he's hidden away a bit too much here.
Yeah, I mean, they could easily be batting in the top 4, easily. They've got a very strong top order. And so he finds himself down here. Of course, he does have the job to do with the gloves as well. Ashwath Narana. Chambers needs to come back. I think he needs to try and jam in a Yorker. If he misses, though, watch out. A good little kick to the end of this innings. Certainly hasn't been the plan A of how you get to a par score, or maybe slightly above 1.
10 for 1 off the power play. Well, that's better length on this pitch from Chambers, but the line is not desirable, and swiftly this last over is turning into something of a nightmare. He's conceded 11 now from just 2 legitimate deliveries. Skied up. Tough chance. And it's taken as well. They've generally been really good in the field, Portugal. And they've picked up a 9th. It's an important 9th as well, because it's the end of a man who was looking very, very dangerous. Ashraf Narana goes for 17 off just 5 balls. Yeah, so good little cameo comes to an end. It was so high, they were coming back for 2 by the time that ball was caught. But I tell you what, Najam Shahzad, a very good cricketer. Very, very good cricketer. And he just knew where he was as well. Had a little peek at end of it. Nice little knock from Satyadeep Ashraf Narana. He'll finish with 17 off 5. And maybe that will be an important contribution in the context of this match. It's 119 for 9. 3 balls remaining in the innings. 2 6s, 1 4, and as a T10 finisher's knot, it is as good as you could ask for, really. 17 on a strike rate of comfortably above 3 a ball. Hasn't wasted any time whatsoever. Are at risk of getting bowled out here, as the Netherlands did yesterday against Portugal in the last game of the day. They get 1 here. They thought of the second, and I think had they had a few more wickets in hand, they might have tried it, but they know this pair that they are the last of it. So Mohandas off the mark. His first knock of the competition.
And now they're down to the last wicket as well, so you be a little bit more conservative. And actually, Mohandas is a pretty good batsman. Just, always surprised to see him batting so low. So, it'll be Gomez to face the penultimate delivery of this first innings of Day 2 Group B action.
Steps down, can't make contact. No real possibility of a bye either. Last ball coming up, so if that delivery is to be repeated, then Mohandas might as well run, put the pressure onto Francois Stoneman, the Portuguese keeper, to see if he can hit the stumps.
Pretty good comeback from Chambers. He went 6 and 4, but then only 2 runs off his next 3 deliveries. Also removed Ashwath Narayana from the equation. Last ball coming up.
Flipped away, and this will be runs, and it will be 4 of them. A brave diving effort from Paolo Bucimasa, but it's not good enough, and Hungary will be very happy with that. They finish on 124 for 9. They finish with a flourish as well. The last over conceding 16. Desperate stuff from Bucimasa, and from 10 for 1 at the end of the power play, it will definitely be the Hungarians who are maybe a touch happier at the mid-innings break. Portugal needing 125 to win to avenge that defeat against them yesterday.
Yes, well, it was 5 less than they scored in the corresponding fixture yesterday in match 2. And well, it wasn't the plan A, like I said, of how to get there. It is day 2, and well, slightly cloudy skies on the Costa del Sol. But there was nothing cloudy about the Portuguese, who started with a really good run out. Ahuja batted very well yesterday. He was run out, and that was Azhar Andani. Finished off with a slick bit of work from Francois Stoneman behind the stumps. And that brought Zahir Mohammed out to join Zishan Khan Kukakel. And they were going at a snail's pace through the power play. Only 10 runs in the power play, but you just knew that something had to give. And when it started raining, it wasn't raining water, it was raining Maximos. And this was an amazing assault in overs 4 and 5. Back-to-back 28s, and that took their score from 10 after 3 overs up to 66 at the halfway mark. And just look at those 5 over splits, 66 in the first half and 58 in the second, but there was nothing usual about this innings. And Shazad, well, he was sick of watching balls go over his head. He had to stop for a drink. And well, Charles Croucher into the action as well. Good to see the umpires switched on first thing in the morning, and that was the end of a burgeoning partnership as Mohammed was bowled by that full delivery. And then not long after, Marjan not even able to execute the ramp, hit high in the bat, maybe a little bit of the gloves. Tariq Aziz, well, he was happy to hold on to that one. There's some really good catches taken in this innings, I think, by Portugal as well. Ketapal, second time in a row, he's gone for a golden duck. I'm sure we'll see the protractor out there with the ball. But this was probably the best catch of the lot for me. Shan Gomsh, the way that he turned around, caught it behind his body. He knew he was running out of real estate. And that nick behind. So this was a collapse of epic proportions, actually, from the Hungarians, who at one stage were 83 for 2, but then they lost their next 6 wickets for only 13 runs. And in the end, well, you needed someone to give them a little bit of a kick at the end. You see the wickets were falling. That's another catch by Najam Shazad. It was a little kick at the end, but when it came down to it, they ended up recovering to score 124 off their 10 overs. And let's see the beautiful, picturesque surroundings. It's one of the most beautiful cricket grounds I know I've ever been to. And 2 main contributors up the top after Ahuja went for only 1 was Kukakel with 45 off 24 balls. Pretty good knock from him, really, wasn't it? 4 sixes and 3 fours in there. Also 4 Maximos for Zahir Safi Mohammed, who contributed 29 off 11. So 24 of those coming in sixes. An important little one from Satya Ashwath Narayana down the bottom, who scored 17 off 5. And without that, it looked like they probably weren't going to crack the 110 to 115 mark. With the ball, well, there's 2 types of stories in there. The ones that went and the ones that didn't. And Junaid Khan, outstanding. Only 7 runs off his 2 overs. Didn't pick up a wicket. And it's Shazad, best of the bowlers for me, 2 for 6 off his 2. And although some of the other bowlers took some wickets, they were a lot more expensive. 3 for Imran Khan, 2 for Zaib, although he did go for 40 off his 2 overs. And also at the bottom, you saw 1 for 16 off Chambers, who bowled the last over. So we hope you're enjoying the action today. This is the first of 5 matches as Group B continues in the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. You can go to our website, europeancricket.com, to find out more. But we'll see you in just a few minutes for the chase. When we return, it will be Portugal requiring 125 for their first victory in the ECC. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to Cartama on the Costa del Sol in Spain. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network today. Along with all of our broadcasting partners, we're bringing you the action from day 2 of the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And looks wonderful to have your company. Michael, of course, busy with the toss for the second match of the day, which should be a really interesting one between the Netherlands 11 and Austria. Probably the best batting team versus the best bowling team based on what we saw on day 1. But right here, it's going to be Portugal. It's a real test for them, and well, they have to chase down 125 off their 10 overs if they're to register their first victory. Just a reminder, there's so many ways you can get involved with us right here on the European Cricket Network. You might want to get involved in our live chat on our YouTube stream, ECN European Cricket Network. If you don't already, why don't you subscribe to that channel, because we're planning to get to 250,000 subscribers soon, and we're planning to bring you over 1,000 matches of T10 cricket this year right here on ECN. You can see the umpires heading out to the middle, closely followed by the Hungarian fielders, and then I'm sure we'll see the openers for Portugal. And I wonder if we'll see Azarandani back at the top of the order. He is listed that way. And it's listed on my sheet that he'd be coming out to open with Sean Gomes, but I guess we'll find out very, very shortly. And this is a test for the Portugal team, I think, because if they want to make it into the latter stage of this tournament and compete, these are the kind of games I think you have to win. It's more or less a par score, maybe a couple more. But they got their wish. They asked to chase when they won the toss and elected to field first up this morning. And it's going to be a real stern examination of their batting, that's for sure. And coming out to bat, I do see Sean Gomes out there. And he's coming out to bat with Imran Khan. I like this move. I actually mentioned Imran Khan earlier as an option at the top of the order. He was listed to bat at 6. He's going to start on strikes then. That's the left-hander, Sean Gomes there. So it'll be a very fascinating chase. It certainly wasn't a usual first innings, was it? When you consider that there were 4 overs that between them, the 4 overs of Junaid Khan and Najam Shazad, they only went for 13 runs in total. So you take those out, and you have the other 6 overs that went for 111. So it's quite a significant difference. So I said when I was mentioning the bowling figures a moment ago, it was a tale of the ones that went and the ones that didn't, and there wasn't too much in between. Good little kick at the end of the innings, despite losing all those wickets at the end. Hungary, they were able to score 41 off the last 3 overs. So it's Portugal's turn now to have a bat, and it's a very clever bowler they're going to have to deal with, Harsh Mandian. He's just very clever with his variations, the way that he changes speeds. Here's Harsh. Gomes cracks this straight at the fielder and runs, but changes his mind. Well, that's fortunate. This is not what you want. Imran Khan coming out to open the batting at the other end. He was almost put on the barbecue first up by Gomes. He realised that he's hit that. Although he hit it well, he hit it straight at the fielder. There wasn't one there. Hey, Portugal weave disaster. Gomes goes, aerial, doesn't get it out of the middle. Probably come back for 2 here as Mohandas gives chase. I'm probably likely to see Sandeep Mohandas bowling the second over. Does like to use the new ball. I'll swing it around a bit as well. Little targets here, 25 every 2 overs. That's what I'd be doing if I was Portugal. Just keeping an eye on where they're at in the chase. They don't want to fall too far behind. Mandian generally pushes them through. Oh, that's a short ball, almost a bounce up from Mandian, but it bounces off the fence, and that's the first boundary of the Portuguese innings. Nice pull shot. It was the attempted quicker one. You see, it's more or less just a cross-seam delivery from Mandian, but it was too short, and the left-hander, he pounced all over it. Nice shot. You feel Gomes looks the part, doesn't he? I know he hasn't played a lot of T10 cricket. We didn't see him in the ECS recently, T10 tournament just a couple of weeks ago. He was playing abroad, and that will be a confidence booster. I think someone has to step up. I'm sure that Gomes would like to be that person for Portugal to carry them to their first ever ECC victory. And once again, this time they do go. Oh, the throw's no good. If it was better, I think that Imran Khan was dead. Have a look at this one. I mean, you see here the throw's miles over Aswath Narayana. And Kedapal, the protractor, didn't get the angles right on that occasion, did he? So Imran surviving a couple of running between the wicket scares in the first over. Marjan is this specialist kind of power play spinner. Slows this one down, almost chopped onto the stumps. Imran Khan surviving a few heart palpitations early. This one could have easily gone down onto the stumps, but it bounces over. Look at that. Last ball of the over. Hit hard and hit straight. This is a really nice shot from Imran Khan. Well, he almost didn't survive the first over, but he certainly finished it with a bang. This one puts the exclamation mark on it, and that pretty much gets them to where they need to be. It's the end of the first over, and the score is 11 for no loss. So 12 and a half required. Like I said, I think that 25 per 2 overs is a pretty good benchmark. You don't have to get them, but certainly gives you an idea of where you are in the chase. And as we introduce Sandeep Mohandas to the attack, predictably, for over number 2, I'd like to introduce Michael McCann back into the commentary box. And it's a nice looking shot by Imran Khan. I think it's a good move to have him up there opening the batting.
It certainly is, as long as they call okay, because viewers, you've been keeping an eager eye on Portugal. Remember that disastrous, horrific run out against Hungary from the very first ball of the innings when Khan was run out without facing. That mix up with Gomes, and didn't look like the lines of communication were much better in that first over, in truth. Huge swipe and a miss from Gomes, who It's one of the key players for Portugal with the bat in this team. He's new to the squad. Plays his cricket, club cricket that is, an array of different places around the world. He's played provincial cricket in South Africa. He's played Premier League amateur cricket in the UK, the highest form of amateur cricket. Similar in the Netherlands. It's a full toss this time. Doesn't really take advantage. Hit 28 of 18 against the Netherlands in game 29. I think to chase this, they're going to need some bigger contributions at the top of the order. Portugal, they haven't necessarily maybe got one of the deepest batting lineups in the unit in the competition. You look at Gomes, you look at Khan, you look at Zaib and Shazad. Those four are going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Yeah, no doubt about that. But I mean, you just need some of your top order batsmen to click, I think, and then you feel like you're controlling the game rather than letting the game control you. I think that's one thing we saw. The baton get passed back and forth in the first innings of this game as to who was controlling the game. And swinger, Khan just gets away on the far pitch away from us. Austria and the Netherlands 11 have both arrived and they're just heading out to start their warm-ups and preparations for that one. And the reason I can tell more than anything is that it's an incredibly tall gentleman in Austria kit, and that can only be one man, Mark Simpson-Parker, who sort of embodies a lot of the good things going on with Austrian cricket at the moment in terms of the way he plays the game. Speaking of playing the game, Gomes has got that away through the covers. He'll get two. It's good boundary stop, just palmed it back and then had to do his own work there, Salman Khan. Yeah, it's a nice little stop from Salman. He's a good fielder. These are the little things that are all going to add up, I think. Your fielding can win you or lose you this match if you're Hungary. So, nice work by Mohandas as well. I like the way he wobbles the ball around. Impresses me. Swung away, slog sweep from Gomes. That's an audacious shot against Mohandas, and it's gone for 6 through fine leg. Well, I mentioned he's played club cricket at a high level. He's a very good addition to this Portugal side, and he's in the runs once more. First 6 for him of the innings. Well, with these kind of, they're in-swingers to a right-hander, as soon as it pitches outside leg stump, Gomes has got, the ability to cover the stumps with his pads and just kind of swing away freely. So that's a clever shot. I think, Mohandas, he needs to think about maybe a change of angle if he is hooping the ball that way principally, but he can swing it both ways. But that was just a good shot, and once again gets them close to where they need to be. I was mentioning that 25 after 2 as a bit of a target. When you're chasing these scores, 100 plus, you need to break it off into little mini targets and just try and achieve them. Gomes this time goes through the covers and possibly should be out, really. Dropped an extra cover. You can see the frustration. Hungary know that that's a key man who they've given a life to as well. Wasn't the easiest catch, but got his hands in a slightly strange position, it's got to be said. Yeah, he didn't get his hands in the right position because he did well to get there, Salman Khan. And one of his hands was, and one of it wasn't. So it was almost like a running crocodile, and that's not probably an effective technique. End of the second over, though, and Portugal still haven't lost a wicket. It's 23 for no loss. They'll be pretty content with this start. Gomes is key. He's someone that can score quickly if he stays in. I would imagine if you're Hungary, you're hoping, of course, for a similar kind of run chase to yesterday, where in truth it petered out a bit and fell 35 runs short, so it didn't end up being something of a nail-biter in what I consider to be maybe a bit of a mini tri-league at the lower end of this group between these two teams and Romania. Remember, Hungary did beat Portugal yesterday. Portugal lost both of their games. Romania lost both of their games, although they did have to play the top 2 seeds in Austria and the Netherlands 11. Remember, one of these 5 teams won't make it to finals day Friday. This is Ketapal. He gets cut away for 4, short and wide, and that is something of a gift to a player of Imran Khan's quality. He wasn't going to miss out. And Portugal are making a very decent start now. They've brought the runs required down into double digits. Yeah, it's a good shot. This is the protractor. Ketapal, I call him that because of his exaggerated angled run-up to the crease. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. He almost has to run around the mid-off if the mid-off is close enough. But, yeah, it was just too short, too wide. And I think Imran Khan, he'll get better. He'll gain confidence with every shot that he plays like that. I've already seen him hit a really nice front foot shot down the ground. That was a nice back foot cut shot. Shorter. Mistimed. Not an easy one. And it's taken on the juggle. Unconvincing, but he's held on. Kaiba Daldar. And that's 27 for 1. It is Ketapal who does the trick. And they've got the breakthrough.
Yeah, so he just didn't time this at all. It becomes a bit of an up and under. You see, he wasn't in the position to either cut it or pull it. It was pretty much caught between the two. And, well, speaking of drama, how about Daldar? And I tell you what, his heart was jumping into his throat. And it just fell really nicely for him to complete it on about the 17th attempt. But anyway, the first wicket goes down. Imran Khan, he'll be disappointed to miss out. He does contribute 9. Portugal 27 for 1 as Amir Zaib comes to the crease at number 3.
So 2 fours for Khan. He's unable to go on with it. Skying that one up, but out comes a man who really can wield the willow for Portugal. Amir Zaib yesterday hit 46 off 20 against Hungary, as we see his catch again from Daldar. I think it's comfortably the least convincing catch we've seen in the CCC that's actually been taken in the end. But he's managed to hold on to his credit. I think his heart would have been jumping with each time that he flicked the ball up once more. Here's Amir Zaib, who struck 46 off 20 in the other meeting between these teams yesterday, and then he went and hit 28 off 20 against a good Netherlands attack. Now he's facing the awkward run of Ketapal. Now, has he got a flick on that down leg? Yeah, he's walking. Doesn't even wait for the umpire's decision. And Abhishek Ketapal, who has a nice knack of taking wickets, the top wicket taker at the ECS in Hungary this year, is doing it on the stage of the ECC. He is on a hat-trick, and it is a huge breakthrough. Amir Zaib, arguably Portugal's best bat, is caught down the leg side for a golden quacker. It is nicely taken, it should be said as well, by Ashraf Narayana. Yeah,
it was nicely taken. Good sportsmanship from Zaib. He walked immediately. He's just flicked the glove on the way through. So 2 out of 2. The protractor went for a boundary, but the comeback has been good. Back-to-back wickets. Portugal lose the second, 27 for 2.
Well, the game has just swung a long, long way towards Hungary. We mentioned that Portugal have maybe got something of a soft underbelly in their batting. They don't have the longest batting lineup in the competition. To chase this, they're probably going to need their top order to fire. Now it's the last 2 of those so-called big 4 that I mentioned. Najam Shazad heads out. Shazad, who hit a couple of quick 20s yesterday against Hungary and the Netherlands. The captain has got to provide an innings of substance here. He is also, according to all of his teammates, his team's best 6-hitter. Going to need a bit of that. It's off and running. And that means Ketapal does not become the second man to take an ECC hat-trick.
Yeah, that's right. But, I mean, Shazad, quick 20 is not really good enough here. I think they need a big partnership. You'd mentioned that maybe their batting's not as deep. But this brings Sean Gomsh onto strike. And Corey Rutgers, who I was working with the last couple of weeks, is telling me all about Gomsh and that he was a good batsman in the top class for RBS Kleinhout, the Crows, and has dominated that competition. More of a 50-over player, but good technique, and it's interesting to watch him adapt to T10 cricket. I think already I'm seeing some improvements today just in his approach. So, in fact, he has a Portuguese passport. He is playing for Portugal in this series, and well, he can certainly take them into a winning position here in match 6.
Short. Could be Gomshout as well. It is Gomshout as well. 28 for 3. Well, Ketapal might not have his hat-trick, but he's got yet another wicket in this incredible over. It is 3 now for Ketapal, all in this over. And Portugal are in all sorts of bother.
That just hurried him from the protractor, goes around the wicket. And once again, the protractor finds the right angle because Gomsh, look, he's just a little bit late. It gets big on him. He knew he was in trouble as soon as that ball hit the bat. So a 3-wicket over, and just how quickly that has changed things. As there's still a ball left in this one. Gomes, he's got to go for 18, 28 for 3. Disappointment for the Portuguese. Still time left in this chase, but certainly that makes things very tough.
3 4s and a 6. It's a handy cameo. But in truth, to chase a target of this magnitude, you need a bit more than that from your top order. And now there is a lot of pressure on the players that follow. 1, 4, 6, I beg your pardon. So Chambers comes out now. He only scored 6 runs in his 2 innings yesterday. Needs to try and provide some support to his captain. The required run rate isn't necessarily completely out of control yet, hovering around that 14 region.
Well, I would say that the ones that have got out, they haven't wasted too many balls. I mean, even Gomes, I should say, 18 off 10. Imran Khan, 9 off 5. Zaib with the first baller. But, you know, who's going to stand up for Portugal? This is still a very, very winnable game.
Can't get off the mark there. Straight to short foot and leg. So it's the end of a brilliant over from Abhishek Raj Ketapal. 28 for 3 at the end of the power play. And Ketapal concedes 5 runs, picks up 3 wickets. Now, they are 18 ahead of where Hungary were at this stage, but this, to me, is a great example of why head-to-head comparisons at this stage of the innings, as we see the Manhattans come up, can be somewhat unhelpful, because as you can see, Hungary barely put a dent in the Manhattan in those first 3 overs, but then hit 28 in consecutive overs off the next 2. So you might not necessarily score your runs at the same rate as the opposition, which is why often required run rate is maybe a better guide.
It always is. It always is, because that's how the game is won. So it doesn't matter how you get them or when you get them. You just have to get them. And I mean, I mentioned that 25 every 2 overs to stay on track. And they'd want to be 50 after this over. It'd have to be a magical over to get them there. Magical is what we call a 20-plus over on the ECN. But looks like this is going to be Salman Khan bowling. And it always forces you to be a bit more conservative, I think, when wickets fall. But I don't think you can afford to do that if you're Portugal. You still need to play with freedom. And Shazad is a good cricketer. Let's see if the captain can produce something special.
Well, he'll pick up a wide here. Just gets inside the line and leaves it and takes the extra. Anything down the leg side at all is a wide, and you chuck in a 50-metre ground. It's definitely a batsman's game. Bowlers finding life tough. One bowler, he was happy to have this quote used, but wasn't willing to go on record that they'd said it. Said, we're just the undercard here, aren't we? That was his exact words on the coach over to me, and I knew what he meant. That is another wide. He's not helping himself here, Khan. He was asking me, he was coming to the tournament for the first time and sort of picking my brains about the conditions, the AstroTurf pitch, being 50-metre boundaries. So explaining to him about, you know, even miss hits do go for 6, which happens. And yeah, he just turned to me and said that, which sort of summed it up, really.
Well, what's happening here? So Salman Khan, he's come off to change his shoes. But if they replace him to bowl this over, then that means that, you know, that 2 wides, even though he hasn't bowled lead delivery, will count as one of his overs. So it depends how quick he can change his shoes. Maybe he's just decided that he's just not fit to complete the over. So this looks to be what's happening. And yeah, it does look like that's the case. So it won't be a free hit or anything like that, because it's just been wides. Zishan Kukakel, the opening batsman and big gun for Hungary, is coming with the ball.
So you're quite right. This is going to be costly, and this is not something we see very often now. The umpire Charles Croucher is going and having a conversation with Marko Huja, the Hungary captain. The other thing that Hungary got to be wary of, this is taking a lot of time out the game. Yeah, and if you take more than 45 minutes to bowl your 10 overs, you're into 5-run penalties. And this is a lengthy delay now to sort out his footwear, Salman Khan, who I think they've decided they do want him to continue the over, but this isn't without cost, this lengthy delay for them. They're going to have to be very, very quick now throughout the rest of the innings.
That's the old double switch. That's a baseball term. It's the switch and switch back. So I guess bottom line, I guess the bowler has to be comfortable. Of course, you know, A little bit of dew in the morning. Hasn't really been burned away by the sun yet because there's been a lot of cloud cover. But it did. Last information I got was that he would come back and bowl the over. I think no one told.
Confusion.
There's a lot of discussions going on out there anyway. And so, I mean, the thing is now he's probably changed his shoes. And I don't know. I mean, it's a strange situation. I mean, you can only replace a bowler if they're physically unable to continue the over or if they're barred from the attack, for example. But, I mean, I suppose if you don't have the right equipment or you're not confident, that would fall under that category.
Now, you'll remember, but there was a few months ago I saw a game that you were calling where there was someone that took 12 or 13 balls to pretty much bowl a legitimate delivery.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where the old comment was being made about maybe it's time to pull a hamstring, and he tried to come off multiple times. And the umpires said, no, you've got to keep going. And eventually, he did manage to belatedly finish the over. It's not what you'd expect to see happen in an international competition. So it does look like Salman Khan is going to bowl now after this long, long delay.
Yeah, so I think just the way that he delivered those first two deliveries that were wide down leg side, just when he landed, you see there wasn't really the amount of power you'd normally see.
After all that delay, that's not a bad ball, and Chambers could be run out. Just about makes his ground at the keeper's end.
He is slipping. I don't know what shoes these are, but have a look at this. He really does. He does. Look at that. I mean, that's... I've heard of slipping going a little bit, but that was significant. That's got to play on your mind a bit. So anyway, he needs to just concentrate on trying to get through this over now. It's an opportunity for Portugal, though.
Slow ball. Missed by Chambers. They're appealing for caught behind, and it's out. Well, that is bizarre. Chambers is gone for a 2-ball duck. The finger goes up from umpire Croucher, and Salman Khan, who's had this peculiar over, has now taken a wicket.
Well, it was so wide. I mean, the umpire was ready to signal it. It was like, oh, hold on a second. There's a bit of bat on that. And so I think the batsman knew the jig was up as well. So that's a ball that it would have been called wide. But unfortunately for Chambers, it's the end of him. And it just shows you, no one wants to get too far ahead of themselves. It would have been a good wide call. Instead, the correct call is made. And now Portugal, they are on the back foot. Chambers goes for a second ball up, 31 for 4.
You won't want to watch that one back. Chasing proper wide one. And, well, it's first time. You get a first time for everything often on the ECS with so many games. It's the first time I've ever seen an umpire actually signal the wide, start to get the arms outstretched, and then go, hang on a minute, get the finger up. Little nick from Chambers.
There you go. I wouldn't be too worried. I'd be more worried if he didn't signal the out if I was wicket keeping. I'd say signal whatever you like, but in the end, the decision is I wanted Chambers back in the pavilion. That's exactly what worked out, and now that rate's climbed to over 14 and over. So Portugal really struggling now in this chase. They just can't put a partnership together. Azhar Andani, though, a lot of people think that he's one of their best batsmen. He's not their best batsman, and he's coming out here at number 6. See what he can do.
This is a man who's hit a T20 international ton. For those of you who real cricket badgers about gear, you might have noticed when you zoomed in on his bat there that he's got a hex grip on. And lots of players like all sorts of funky modern grips, and it is very important in terms of helping get good contact on the ball. Making sure that you get the bat through the ball. He hasn't put any bat on that one, and maybe you'd be a good person to because I need to explain this. But for those that are maybe new to cricket across Europe, why is a grip particularly important on a bat? What does it do when it's working well? How does it help you?
You mean how you hold the bat?
Well, just in terms of what. I'll come back to it after this ball. Shorter just turned away by Andani, who's off the mark. Why wouldn't you? If you're new to cricket, you might sort of see the blue grip that Andani's got, or the sort of light green grip that Shazad's got, and think, well, why do you need that there? Why
the
can't
rubber grip there? Well, yeah, your hands will slip, basically. But also, everyone's got slightly different preferences. Some people like to have a thick handle. They'll put multiple grips on their bat. Others would like to have just the one.
Shorter, pulled away by Shazad, and he's going to get 4. Well, they desperately need a few more where this has come from Portugal, and they're probably going to need their skipper to do a lot of it. Good control of this and finds the boundary. Not a good ball from Khan, who's still slipping and sliding all over the place.
Yeah, exactly right. It hasn't looked comfortable. Yeah, but the other thing is, you know, some batsmen like an oval handle, for example. Some like the traditional circular handle. That's a personal preference, but of course, you know, it is important that you can hold the bat and it doesn't slip out of your hands. In baseball, we see, you know, things like they use things like pine tar so that they can hold the bat. They don't really use, they don't use rubber grips the way that we do typically in baseball. So it's interesting, different sports, but the most important thing is your bat shouldn't be going flying out of your hands as we get to the end of the 4th over. It's 37 for 4. And look, I'm just going to step out of this game for a second and look ahead to the next game. I know you're really looking forward to that one. Netherlands 11 versus Austria. Austria with their batting yesterday, unbelievable. Netherlands with the bowling really shut the gate on a couple of teams. How do you see that game going?
Well, for a start, before we look at the game itself, I can give you some news from the toss. Now, the Netherlands 11 have won it, and much like they did yesterday, they've chosen to bat. Now, you'll remember that they really struggled with the bat. In their first game, they sort of overvalued their wickets, and in the second game, they undervalued them. They went from one extreme to another. They posted a sub-100 total in the first game, then were bowled out for 110 in their next. To me, I'll be interested to see if you agree, we've got the best bowling team of the competition so far in Netherlands against arguably a side that's shown maybe they're the best batting team.
Yeah, I think for sure at the current time. There's no doubt about that. Here's Ketapal, who took 3 wickets in his first over. First one won't be a wicket. It's drilled down the ground. And now it's got to be go time for Portugal. I mean, you don't want to die wondering here. The rate has just crept away from them here. And they'll be kicking themselves, I think, about, you know, those 2 overs in the middle of the innings in the first innings that both went for 28, because they had a real opportunity here. But, yeah, they've got to press the panic button, I think, if they're going to be anywhere close to this Hungarian total.
And as much as there is responsibility on the batting group for the run chase, I think it's reasonable to suggest that having been 10 for 1 at the end of the power play, for Hungary to then somehow get off the leash and get to 124 for 9 was key in this match. Shorter, pulled away and taken. Well-judged catch from long on, running around to his right-hand side. And they've lost another one, Portugal. Salman Khan with it, and Ketapal has picked up his 4th. Portugal 39 for 5 now, and starting to fall in a heap. This is a big moment because it's the captain, Najim Shahzad, who's out.
Yes, this is one that really hurts them as well. So look who's not slipping, Salman Khan. Again, he's got that slightly unusual catching technique, but that time it is effective. So Portugal are in a right royal mess now, 39 for 5, and they've lost their captain, and we're with him. You worry, walks off. Any significant chance of them chasing this total down?
So Shahzad out for 8 of 6, 1-4. I don't think there'll be many times we see Najim Shahzad get out in this competition without hitting a 6. 22 off 8 yesterday against Hungary, then 24 not out off 11 against the Netherlands. And now out comes the man looking to set an example, the 47-year-old player coach of Portugal, Tariq Aziz. Had a bit of a foot fielding fail, as we often call it on the European Cricket Network, when in the field earlier on. Now he's got to try and make up for it with the bat. It's a nice shot. Bit of the Kane Williamson about that, just guided away for 1. So he's off the mark. Ketapal has a 4ther. He's become a man that joins an elite club, which has just a handful of players in it who've managed to take a T10 international 4ther. What with this, of course, being the first such event.
Could it be our first 5-up? He's got 2 more balls to do it.
Again, just well worked. Andani takes one. Azhar Andani, who isn't known as maybe the quickest scorer, but when he gets going, he can certainly give it a whack. He hit a 51 ball T20 international ton against Gibraltar and also 80 against Malta. Full toss. He's maybe a bit fortunate, Ketapal, that he's bowled that to Aziz, who's settling his way into the innings rather than one of the top order who are already gone. So it's at the midpoint of this run chase that we've now got to, and Portugal are 42 for 5. Ketapal finishes with quite exceptional figures of 4 for 10.
Amazing stuff, isn't it? And the protractor He's had all the answers today, didn't he? And he won't mind, even though he's gone for 2 first ballers with the bat in a row. Doesn't matter, because he's really changed the game. When he came on, they were 23 for no loss. They'd come off 11 and 12 off the first 2 overs. So 23 for no loss. But that 3-wicket over in the third just set them back. You can see he just ruined the top order, picking up all of the top 4. So it wasn't just the wickets, it's the players he got. As we see, the start of a new over, Tariq Aziz drives. And I just want to say a quick hello to all of our wonderful viewers in the YouTube live chat as well. A lot of people from Portugal watching. They're a bit disappointed with how this is going at the moment, but well, I'm sure you'll keep supporting your team, and they've got plenty more games, of course. Still 5 more matches to make an impression on this tournament.
LBW appeals, not given by umpire Crouch. Always going to be difficult with the angle here for Salman Khan to get one. Tendency is that it's always going to be straying down leg.
Reminder, all these little highlights, you can find them at European Cricket on social media on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You can also follow me at Mr. Maximo and Michael at This Is McCann. Looking very nice there, Michael. I like your shirts this week. You pulled out a few ones that you're challenging me now.
Could be another wicket, and it is another wicket. Well, it is a bit of a repeat of yesterday's game so far, in truth. Hungary put a total up in the 120s, and Portugal struggled to get anywhere near it. And right now, well, they don't actually look well placed to get to the 94 for 8 that they managed in this fixture yesterday. Salman Khan, despite slipping all over the shop, picks up his second.
Yeah, it's a nice catch by Manjum, wasn't it? But you're right. The slip sliding technique from Salman Khan. Doesn't matter how you get him. And right now, we talked about the collapse in the first innings for Hungary, but the collapse is on for Hungary. Aziz goes for 3. It's 44 for 6. I mean, they were cruising. They were 27 for no loss, so they've lost their first 6 wickets for only 17 runs. And it's going to be very difficult. So Tariq's got some work to do with the boys to keep their spirits up. Of course, they will play again later in the day. Salman Khan, 2 for 10. That's pretty good after it looked like he couldn't even land the first couple of balls.
Out comes Amandeep Singh. He's not going to be feeling particularly confident, poor old Amandeep. He was hit for 28 from his only over with the ball, including 4 big sixes, all through long on. Now he's got to try and take some sort of revenge out for that. The first ball from Amandeep is through the long on area, but he's gone. Well, his bad day gets even worse. His only over got smacked for 28, and now he joins the ever-growing Portugal Duck Club. It is a golden duck for him, and Portugal are now 44 for 7, and Salman Khan, who's had a strange time of it with shoe changes and struggling for his footing, is in the most unlikely of scenarios suddenly on a hat-trick.
Well, how about that? He's got 3 for 10. And, here comes Paolo. He can give it a whack, actually. He had a good 43 in the ECS I think it was on finals day a couple of weeks ago. But Amandeep, yeah, it doesn't get much worse than that. But cricket's a great leveler, and it's every chance he might be able to come back and provide a significant contribution in their other match today. But at the moment, his innings is a real mess. It's 44 for 7.
Should be said, though, that's going to be a difficult game for Portugal. You would imagine a more difficult game than even this one was, because they'll have to face Austria in match 9 of Group B. Austria already with 2 wins from 2. They're up against the Netherlands next. The Netherlands 11 have won the toss and chosen to bat in that particular game. For now, I'll focus on Paulo Buchimaza, who's about to face a hat-trick ball from Salman Khan, and given the required run rate of above 18 now, above 3 a ball, I wonder whether he'll feel like he's got to go for it regardless, or decide that maybe he doesn't want an unwanted place in cricketing history as the victim of the 2nd ever ECC hat-trick.
Oh, I mentioned Butchie owns his own cricket ground. Let's see if he can own this one. Hat-trick ball.
It's a low full toss, and he gets it away for 1. Understandable that Salman Khan, given the scenario, was looking for the Yorker. Speaking of bowlers' achievements, we talked about Ketapal, the man you call the protractor. Just a question for everyone who's watching at home. I know you love my brain teasers. Who took the first forfeit in the ECC? Who took the second? There's been 2 of them so far before Ketapal, who took the 3rd. So let us know in the YouTube European Cricket Network live chat. As that is the end of the over and the end of a spell that started with 2 wides, a long delay, a shoe change, and then brought 3 wickets and some exceptional figures. Salman Khan finishes with 3 for 12, and Portugal are 46 for 7 now. And this game looks all but done, you'd have to say.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Have a look at the 7 wickets being shared by 2 bowlers. 4 for 10 for Kedapal and 3 for 12 for Salman Khan. And that's a very good 4 overs out of them. So this does seem to be on Portugal, but they've got plenty to play for still. They need to get as many as they can. There's still a lot of cricket left to play this week. Net run rate may be the factor, because they'll be hoping to pull a couple of upsets off. And, you know, you mentioned the game against Austria, but, I mean, the truth is things can change so quickly. I think we might have a no ball call here, because they only had 3 in the circle. So, yeah, that's well spotted by Charles Croucher, who was at square leg. And every ball, the umpires are doing so many things that you don't see. And one of those things is making sure that there's not too many outfielders. So that will be a no ball, and it'll result in a free hit. I don't think that Gomez will be particularly impressed about it, because it wasn't his fault. Maybe he could have checked, I suppose. But free hit coming up. Let's see what Paolo can do with it.
Slow ball. He's got a good piece of it. He'll only get 1 through wicket run, but you can, of course, still be run out off a free hit as they buy a second from a bit of untidy stuff in the field. But it comes to nothing. You're quite right, and they've got plenty of shots, these 3 teams, at getting an upset over Austria or the Netherlands 11, though based on the pattern of the tournament so far, it does seem reasonable to think it's probably the lower 3 who are sort of fighting to avoid eviction. Just 1 quick single, well run by Buchimaza. Right now, the great thing for Hungary by winning this game is they've got 2 victories in the bank already against Portugal. So you would think that puts them in a really strong position to at least avoid going home before Friday. Nice cut from Buchimaza, 1 bounce 4. His first boundary of the innings. Portugal past the half-century mark, though, albeit belatedly.
Nice shot.
Mentioned net run rate could be important. Yeah,
nice shot. And I like the way he gets his back foot back in the crosshair. It's good footwork. He's a batsman, I think, that can bat a lot higher for Portugal, to be honest, Paolo. He's a handy left-arm spinner as well, but slight injury hampering his bowling at the moment. That was a nice shot. And, again, it's not always about blasting the ball. It's about being smart, making good contact, knowing where your fielders are. That was well executed.
Tries to repeat the shot, but it wasn't quite there for it as much this time. It was a slower ball that deceived him somewhat. Good change-up from Tomo Gomez. Late addition to this Hungary side. It should be said as well, Hungary 60th in the ICC T20 rankings, Portugal 52nd. So you wouldn't call either of these victories an upset. They're too close together for that, but it does demonstrate that T10's a different game. Cut away, another nice looking cut from Buchimaza, and picks up 4 more. Well, there was a real flourish to this one. A swish of the blade, dismissively done. Gorgeous.
Yeah, well, as Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. He's tried that shot 3 times. He's got 2 boundaries. And that one was, really blasted. Nice shot. Yeah, I mean, those T20 national rankings, of course, because they're not playing as many matches, I suppose. Depends who you play. Sometimes they give you a bit of... they give an indication of cricketing strength, but I think that countries that maybe even they might be 10 apart, it's not necessarily always true to compare them till you see them play each other.
Flicked away by Buchimaza. Straight at short fine leg. The shy at the stumps comes in. Looked to me like Andani had just about made his ground.
I think he's out here if it hits.
You reckon?
Yeah, I'd say a bit early to be putting bets on. Well, he didn't ground his bat, so he saved me there. Thanks, Azar. It's, it wasn't an opportunity. It does take us to the end of the over as well. Portugal still struggling.
59 for 7, then 13 conceded by Tomo Gomez. You would say that run rate, of course, also a factor. They won the first game by 35 runs. Hungary, they're going to win this game by a decent margin too. We mentioned the format, so it's a double round robin. Everybody plays everybody twice. League table, 2 points for a win, 1 point for a washout, nothing if you lose. The team that finishes 5th doesn't make it to Friday. Once we get to Friday, we've got 4 teams left. 3rd plays 4th in a fight to survive in the tournament. 1st plays 2nd, And the loser of the first versus second game plays the winner of the third versus fourth game for the right to go to finals week.
That's
the winner
right.
of the first versus second gets an immediate ticket.
That's exactly right. So the basic premise is if you finish in the top 2, you've got a double chance to get through to finals week. You only really have to win 1 of 2 games. And speaking of top 2, these are the 2 teams that occupy those 2 places at the moment. Netherlands 11 batting first in match 7 against Austria. That match is coming up in around about 20 minutes' time, right here on the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcasting partners around the world. And, well, Musa Ahmed, I bigged him up yesterday, and he got a globe. But I'm sure that once Musa goes big, you'll know all about it. So watch out for him.
Could be out, and is out. That's nice glove work. And Portugal have lost yet another one. 60 for 8. And it's Manjan who picks up the wicket this time. And this is good wicket keeping from Satyajit Ashranarayana because there was a lot going on here.
Yes, an edge. And so, you see, that's why it doesn't hit the middle of the gloves. And he concentrates on catching it. I think some of the keepers would have rushed maybe trying to complete a stumping, but they didn't really have the ball. But I think he knew straight away there was a big edge, and so did the umpire, Charles Croucher. And so, good bit of work by the man behind the face mask. Ashwath Narayana picks up a catch, and Dani goes for 6. Couldn't really make an impact, didn't hit a boundary. 60 for 8 now, Portugal.
Well, for Portugal, it's now about simply scrambling and avoiding the margin of defeat somewhat. Romania scored 62 for 7 in match 27 of the tournament yesterday against the Netherlands, and that is the lowest score of the competition so far. We'd still expect to get past that particular milestone. Not the kind of record you want to be setting, it goes without saying. As out comes Francois Stoneman, who's kept well for them in this tournament. It's the youngest player in their squad, 21-year-old wicketkeeper bat. And immediately goes for the reverse.
There you go.
That's bold.
Just going to go back to the finals day. So if you finish in the top 2, you only have to win 1 out of 2 matches. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you have to win 2 out of 2 matches. That's the basic equation. That's why it's not only the top 4 that's important, but also those top 2 positions are crucial.
Shorter, mistimed by Stoneman, but does get himself off the duck. I know that a few people have got different colloquial names for ducks, and we mentioned earlier on that Abhishek Raj Ketapal now has back-to-back golden ducks. It's got me thinking. There's a few different ones I like that I've heard on the club cricket scene. So that's another nice-looking cut from Buchimaza. I'm going to think of 2 for each backward point. Buchimaza calls himself through, and he just about gets home, and now he's eyeing up a 3rd. And they're going to get home for a 3rd. Well, he could have been run out on the 2nd, but this is good hustle from Paulo Buchimaza. He's willing to sacrifice himself for the good of the team, and he nearly did sacrifice himself.
Would have been gone, and then clever work to come back for a 3rd.
I reckon that might be the first 3 that we've seen pretty much this week.
We might have seen 1 or 2 others, but you don't see too many. But you might be right, Michael. Last ball, the 8th coming up.
Goes for the reverse again, Stoneman. Gets us away through fine leg.
Oh, dear.
So some very untidy foot fielding. Not something you expect to see often at this, the first ever T10 ICC sanctioned international event. And Manjan concedes 17 off his pair of overs. Portugal 65 for 8 after 8.
So, okay, back-to-back golden ducks. Well, I was always taught, now most of these are to do with 2 innings matches. If you get a duck in each innings, that's called a pair.
Yep.
And if you get a first ball duck in each innings, that's a king pair.
Yep.
That's what I was taught growing up.
Then you've got your diamond duck.
Diamond duck is for when without facing a ball. But we kind of use those colloquial terms because these games are so close together. So you might play 2 innings in a day anyway, even though they're not technically the same match. So I still put down Ketapal as a king pair. What have you got?
I've got 2 for you. 4 in a row. The Audi.
Yeah.
5 in a row.
Olympic rings.
Olympic rings, yeah.
Mark Waugh actually was the one that was involved with those because he made a bunch of them. And his teammates kept coming up with more.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Audi, the Olympic rings. Audi should be giving us money for mentioning them.
Well, they are very willing to get on board with various sponsors such as Norcane and Post Chaff here at the European Cricket Network. So that's a gorgeous flick away from Stoneman. Well, he's been trying all sorts of funky shots, but this one has come off. It's one of the shots of the week. He's got it away for 6 over fine leg. Well, Portugal might be out of this game, but they're certainly giving us and you guys at home plenty of entertainment. This is outrageous from Stoneman.
This is a great shot. He just picks it up, gets the ball he wants. And the key with this, here's the line. He moved himself up significantly outside the off stump to open up that leg side. Where they go, taste the boundary.
That is just inside the wide line. There's appeals from the wicketkeeper, Ashraf Narana. To me, it looked like Stoneman had actually missed this ball by some distance, dare I suggest, and we have seen this before plenty of times on the European Cricket Network, is the classic cynical appeal to avoid it being given a wide.
I heard a little noise there, but I don't think it was bat.
Steps across again, Stoneman, and goes again. Well, it's 6 more over fine leg. Well, the Gamage just isn't learning. If you bowl short in that sort of region, that's what Stoneman's going to do. And Buchimaza's just smiling at his teammate in disbelief, as if to say, have you really just done that with the world watching?
You got to have fun. I mean, they're not in a great position, but you got to have fun, don't you? And certainly Stoneman is. Well, Danny's got a good one as well. Danny had this idea, a wrap-around hat-trick, which is sometimes you don't get a chance to take a hat-trick in one match. So if you can wrap it around multiple games, we might have a couple of those that are possible, because we have seen a lot of 2 and 2s.
Well, speaking of 2 and 2, it's 2 and 2 for Stoneman. Well, we've even put one of our staff members down there because we know where the ball's going off the bat of Francois Stoneman. And the Portuguese dugout sort of can't really believe it. This is exemplary batting from Stoneman, and you've got to wonder with a knock like this whether he really should be a bit higher up the order.
Yeah, well, he's have to see if he's a one-trick pony or not. I mean, good Yorker on the stumps will take care of that. He's had length every time to deal with.
He's batting better than the number 10, though. And this time goes a bit more conventional and gets a little edge, and he's out. Well, Stoneman's fun is over. And to his great credit, he immediately nods and walks off. Doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. So it's the end of the 9th. And the Francois Stoneman show is done. Welly Gamage, having been hit to every part of the fine leg rope and beyond it, wins the war. 81 for 9. After 9, Stoneman's gone.
Yeah, a little nick that time. But anyway, it was an entertaining knot, wasn't it? There's a few highlights to be proud of, and they've been hard to come by in this Portuguese innings. And I think you'll be happy at least with those 2 6s and a 4. 18 off 9. And good to see some smiles. That's what this is all about as well. You know, they're disappointed with the way that they've started their tournament, no doubt about that. But, you know, it's all about moments, isn't it? And the opportunity for these guys to compete with each other on the international stage. Junaid Khan, he's a pretty decent number 11. Comes out to bat. We've seen him opening the batting in ECS cricket. And let's see if he can provide any fireworks. We're going to see the Butchie show resume. Zishan Kukakale will be the bowler for over number 10. And Keanu's got a couple of good ones in the chat. This duck chat, you'll love it. It's about the titanium duck. That's one of them. Actually, I have no idea what that is. And the golden goose. Wait for this.
Swung away by Buchimaza. Could be gone. Oh, they've collided. That's horrible. A total lack of communication from the 2 fielders. And we're going to get a medic onto the field here, I'm sure, because it's one of the 2 of them that's come off much, much the worse.
Oh, just what you don't need at this stage. What you don't need. The catch doesn't even matter, to be honest. And it's just one of those ones where someone has to call for me. Kedapal has to call that. He's the man coming in. Oh, he's gotten to his feet, and I'm just very relieved both players are walking away from that collision.
Well, Tomoy Gomez was running back. It was not him that came off the worst. Definitely Kedapal.
That left knee.
He's a key bowler for them as well.
Sure is.
Slipped over that time. Cookie Hell. Chimaza gets 1, and that is something that they'll want to think about, Hungary. They've picked up a couple of victories so far, but they've definitely, that's not just a one-off, been a touch untidy in the field.
I'm going to tell the Golden Goose. Keanu says the Golden Goose, a batsman who gets out on the first ball in the first game of the season.
Very specific.
That's a new one.
Mistimed by Khan, who'll get off the mark. It's weird. At the back end of this game, sort of dealing with the administrative purposes of quite what the final scorecard will be. We know that Hungary will win it. They'll pick up their second victory. And it will leave Romania and Portugal both winless. They, of course, will meet a couple of times in what are looking like increasingly important games. As for now, that's gone for a big straight 6. Well, Portugal going down, but going down swinging. Junaid Khan gets his first 6 of the innings.
There's your number 11 for you. It just shows you. I mean, that's why I think Portugal, if they can't really get things right with the bat, they need to mix things up with the batting order, give a few guys an opportunity to go higher, so they're not batting under this kind of pressure in an impossible situation.
That swung away, and that could be 4. It is 4 more. So Junaid Khan on to 12 off 3. And Portugal may at the very least have the consolation of getting past the 100 mark.
It's a pretty good audition for batting higher up the order. I mean, Junaid Khan is literally someone that could bat anywhere from 1 to 11. I'm very surprised that he's batting 11. I guess it indicates their batting is somewhat consistent, I suppose. There's no bunnies, but, you know, they haven't really been able to chase down a more or less a pass score, maybe a few more, but still, I think Junaid, I'd like to see him getting an opportunity a bit higher.
Last ball of the match coming right arm around. I mentioned Romania against Portugal. They meet on Wednesday evening and then again on Thursday. So that last ball was hit away by Junaid. Trot through for a single, and that will be that. So Portugal finish on 97 for 9. It is a game that's taken a similar pattern to the match that the two teams shared yesterday. Hungary posting 129 yesterday and managed 124 today. Yesterday, Portugal managed 94 for 8, and similarly today, they finish on 97 for 9. It is Hungary who win this game by 27 runs against Portugal. They've beaten them twice in as many days, and it probably doesn't guarantee that they'll make the Group B finals day Friday, but near enough does. It certainly puts them in a good shape. Position.
Yeah, now Komsch, he came out and opened the innings, and he looked good for a while, didn't he? Mandian, clever bowler, but it was a pretty good start for Portugal, really. The first 2 overs went for 11, then 12. So they were 23 for no loss after 2. This was one that went down. Just didn't get his hands in a good position there, did he? On that occasion, Salman Khan. And this one, it was a bit of a juggle job, wasn't it? From Khyber Delta. But he did take it in the end, and he was very relieved. That ball just, perched nicely. Now, this was a bit of bad luck for Zaib. The key batsman gloved one down leg side first ball. So that was 2 in 2. Wasn't the first time we've seen it this series, and it won't be the last. And it was the protractor, Abhishek Kedapal, who was doing the damage. And then he had a 3rd wicket as he had Gomes caught out on the pull. Marco Hujat took the catch, and then we had all sorts of footwear issues. We had a few conversations about what was and wasn't allowed. This one was a moment, which is a bit of a bizarre one, but umpire getting ready to signal wide, but he didn't signal wide, and it was out in the end, little edge, and everyone, all hands on deck there, trying to clear the area. The protractor was in fine form. Then he had a 4th. That one was taken by Salman Khan. And the wicket just continued to tumble. In Portugal, like I said, they fell from a fairly decent position. They were 23 for no loss after 2 overs. But, yeah, they lost 7 quick wickets even, as they lost 7 wickets for 17 in the middle of their innings. And that was basically the story. And this was a nice bit of work. Never easy keeping up to the stumps when you have those kind of deflections. Ashwath Narayana, I think he's one of the most impressive keepers in the tournament. He could have had a bit of magic, and this one, oh, it was a nasty one. We're just very thankful that there's no repercussions for Kedapal, who does get the Man of the Match award, and I see him walking to receive the award at the moment, so I'm pleased that he seems to be pulled up okay. That just shows you this Portugal batting line. They do bat from 1 to 11, but no one really stepped up. Nobody got past 18 in the end. There were 3 of them. Puchimata at number 9, scoring 18, as did Stoneman at number 10. Gomes with 18, and Junaid Khan with 13 at number 11, 13 not out. So they probably have to try a few things, Portugal, in the next game. Kedapal, best of the bowlers with 4 for 10. Salman Khan had some issues with the footing, but he still took 3 for 12. Also wickets for Mandian and Welly Gamage. So when it comes down to it, it was Portugal who still are without a win in the first match of the Tuesday action. Hungary 124, defeating Portugal 97. Join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back to take you into the second match. And the top two teams go head-to-head. This is one you don't want to miss. It'll be the Netherlands 11 versus Austria. Rico will be joining me shortly. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you're watching around the world. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Welcome to the coin toss ahead of this match 31, the clash of the day, no doubt. Austria against the Netherlands 11. Both teams with 2 wins from 2 yesterday. Both of them looked really sharp. The Netherlands in particular with the ball, the Austrians in particular with the bat. It is the Austrian skipper Rasmus Schigeval who will have the call on the coin toss up against Sebastian Bratt's Netherlands 11. Let's get over to that coin toss. Match referee Rob Kemming has got the coin in his hand.
Okay, change. It's your call. Yeah. Hits is called. It's tails. Whatever better.
So the coin toss done and dusted. It's the Netherlands 11 who've won the toss, and much like they did yesterday in both of their games, they're going to bat first. Now remember, they didn't look overly convincing with the bat, it must be said. They managed just 110 all out against the Romanians, and earlier on in the day they were pretty slow scoring in their first match too. They'll hope to change that here. It's the clash of the 2 unbeaten teams. Who's going to come out on top? Let's get up to Vinny Sandu and Rico Full, who are waiting for you in the commentary box.
Hola, buenos días, mi familia. Buenos días. Hello and good morning, cricket lovers around the world. And welcome back to what promised to be an outstanding match. Both these teams unbeaten. And what they've just seen also with Hungary winning against Portugal is that another team, Hungary, have joined them on the same number of points at the top of the table. And that means there is everything to play for here. As we have a look at that fantasy dashboard, it's going to be an exciting and entertaining competition, because I think, as you heard McCann the man say, Netherlands, they've been impressive with the ball, and Austria, they've been impressive with the bat. Well, we do say that this European cricket T10 format is all about bat versus ball. Well, this is exactly built up to be that. And the Netherlands, well, they're winning the toss, and they're going to have a bat again. So they've done this, and this will be the 3rd time that they've done exactly that. And they've got better, haven't they? I mean, we can't say that they haven't picked up the tempo when they're out there with the bat. But I just think it's the confidence thing. I think they know that if they can get to 100 plus, that they have what it takes in the bowling attack to defend that. But I do also believe that they have in their lineup what it takes to go big with the bat as well. And if they change it up a little, I think we can see them going on to score big runs. I think they're capable, from what I've seen already, as their players and their batsmen get into the groove and get into the concept of this shorter version of the game T10. I think they're capable of going out there scoring 140, 150 plus. And well, this would be a good match to do that in, because I think Austria have demonstrated that they themselves, they're very handy with the bat. They're pretty handy with the ball as well. Beautiful morning so far, as we've heard already. There is talk of the forecast changing, but the only change so far is that I'm in the box. Your good time crew here, Michael McCann having a rest, Rico Full, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo. Good morning, Maxi.
Morning, Rico. Great to see you. And I know a lot of our viewers will be excited that Rico has joined me for this big game. It's Netherlands 11 batting first. That's 3 tosses they've won every time they've batted first. I don't think they've batted to their potential as yet. It'll be a great time for them to turn it on. Stefan Gooch, a standing umpire for the first over. He's out there with Anand Shub. Here's the first ball of match 7 of Group B.
What a delivery that was. Right up in the block hole. Nicely bowled. That's a good start. And well dug out as well.
Be interested to see what Netherlands have learned from their first day with the bat. This is played away. It's not fielded cleanly on the first attempt by Schigeval, but it'll just be a single. First run of the match.
Yeah, just nicely played. A bit of fielding, gets a hand on it.
And here's Musa. Now, Musa is an incredibly talented batsman. Hasn't had an innings of note yet in this tournament, but I feel it's a matter of time. And he does have some T10 experience. He's one of the players we did see in the European Cricket Series just about 3 weeks ago in Capella, just outside Rotterdam. He struck a sparkling century during that series. Let's see what he can do. He's facing Momin first up.
Plays this out, but no run there. What I like, though, here, Vinny, with the Netherlands and their selection, they know the quality of Musa Ahmed, but they're not dropping him down the order. They know he hasn't clicked yet, but they're keeping him up there because they know what he can do if he gets going. And I think that will do his confidence a lot of good, knowing that he's still got the support and the backing of the management.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's a matter of time. Of course, Netherlands, most of them are light on T10 experience, if they have any at all. It's timed well. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Oh, here we go. This just shows what he's capable of, because this is just a little tap from Musa Ahmed, and it races to the boundary. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, delightful shot. It's all about timing. It's not all about muscling the ball to the boundary. Sometimes a little bit of delicate timing like that just caresses that beautifully for 4 runs. Moment. Left arm in once more. Slightly fuller this time. Well fielded.
Mark Simpson-Parker there. MSP is a very good fieldsman. We saw him come in for their second game yesterday. Austria, the measure of their team is how strong their bench is. Again, they've left out Mahachima, the attacking keeper batsman. End of the first over. It's 5 for no loss after 1. Pretty good over from Moment. Yes, they've left out Mahachima. He hasn't played yet. And also Zabi Ibrahim Kel, the leg spinner, who I think is a really good weapon with the ball. So to me, Austria, they're a real balanced squad, and they sometimes look at those players that are missing out as an indication of how strong a team is. And there's 2 very good players on the bench for the Austrians.
Yeah, it certainly is a difficult one, isn't it, for the selectors, if you like, the management. You know you've got good players in there, but you can only select 11 of them, and you can also only go by form. But as we know, there are several good players who are yet to make their mark on this Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Second over, about to commence. Aki Iqbal with the ball.
He's got to get down, and let's allow that to go under him. Left too much space between him and the deck, and he's disappointed with himself, the fielder there, and that's Mark Simpson-Parker. You know he's normally very good. You saw him make some great stops and take some good catches. Just have a look here. I mean, he goes down just out of your screen there, but just not able to get low quick enough. 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a good placement, wasn't it, in the end? Whether it was by luck or design, got the desired result, 4 runs.
Fuller delivery. This one should be taken. Oh, it's just out of his reach, and just out of the fielder's reach as well. How does this go for 4? Well, first, I think it was Mark Simpson-Parker diving to try and get the catch. Doesn't quite get to him. Well, then you think that Iqbal Hussain has got to stop this, and he's not able to stop it either. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's unlucky on 2 occasions. I mean, that was the one, and see the result for the captain. I don't think he got a hand on it in the end, and if MSP wasn't able to reach it, probably nobody was. And a bit of a life for Floyd. Living dangerously. Clayton Floyd moves to 9.
Very good delivery, and this is unjust, isn't it, for the bowler? I mean, who wants to be a bowler in this format? Aqib Iqbal, he knows he could have had a wicket, could have had 2. This one is a really good delivery, and it's Yorker length. It looks like it's going to clatter into the stumps, or if it hits the pads, everybody's going to go up, but it's been worked away to a boundary.
Yeah, once again, I wouldn't say the timing was exquisite from Floyd, but gets the result. You see there, Netherlands, Viv Kingma in the foreground. He's played 6 one-day internationals, so they've got a lot of experience in this side. Some very, very good cricketers.
In the air, and this time it is a very easy and soft dismissal. No mistakes this time as the catch is being taken. And, well, he was living dangerously. And then, really, a very weak-looking shot there, Vinny.
He just tries to time it. And problem is, he doesn't do one or the other. He doesn't go over the top, doesn't get it doesn't try and go over the top of the infield, doesn't hit it along the ground. And Zahil Zadran. He gleefully accepted that chance, so his lives have run out. That's the first wicket of the match. Netherlands 11, they are 17 for 1 as Floyd departs for 13.
Yeah, Iqbal bounced back well there. These things not going his way, and he thought it's going to be one of those days. But fortunately for him, under the sunshine of the Costa del Sol, he takes the wicket and they get the breakthrough. And Clayton Floyd, well, he was looking dangerously. He was scoring at a good rate, goes for 13 off 6 deliveries.
Still, that's something I'm sure the Netherlands have talked about. I mean, just the right amount to value their wickets. I think Mike mentioned in the first game when we were talking about this clash, and that in the Netherlands' first match of the tournament, they probably overvalued their wickets, and then in the second one against Portugal, they probably undervalued them. So you've got to strike that balance between aggression, but you don't want to go all the way down the insanity end of the spectrum. It's a good start from Cawley. It's a tight one, and I think might get a second here. That's really alert running from the Dutch batsman, as that was backed up, but it was a tough bounce and it got away from the fielder backing up. They come back for 2, so a good start for Cawley as well.
Yeah, Cawley's been in good form. It's 55 of 29 in that match against Romania yesterday, where the Netherlands got to 96. So he was the only real player to make a contribution in that game. Tries to whip this away. Doesn't get the timing correct. It will be just a single to that man, sort of behind square, stroke fine leg position, sort of in between the two really. So end of the over, and they do get that wicket, they get the breakthrough, but the score also moves on to 20 for 1, so 15 runs also came of that over.
Yeah, so Netherlands 11. It'd be a funny one to see, you know, what they think is a good score. I mean, I think they probably want 120 plus. I think that's probably, with their bowling, they would back themselves to defend that. But the Austrians have been insatiable in their quest for quick runs so far. I mean, 195 they scored in that opener for Group B yesterday morning. And since then, they were chasing 96 against the Hungarians last night. They knocked that off within 9 overs. So they haven't really been troubled, Austria. But I think these Netherlands bowlers will be licking their lips to get back out there. I think they're also getting better every game. So it's a real showdown in match 7. It'll be lucky 7 for one of them. And one of them, not so much, as 13 comes into the attack. That's Zadran. And this one's up in the air. Well, they're all coming from everywhere. 3 fielders converge. A 4th comes for fun. And Cawley gets away with it. Could have been a wicket. Instead, it's just a high single.
Well, that went so far up in the air that you thought, well, somebody surely got to get to that. And when you think there's a few men on the 30-yard circle, and look at that, it drops dead bang in the middle. You see 3 in the picture there, but 4 of them right back in the middle. So a let off.
I don't know if we have some sort of injury concern here, but there's a situation where there's a conference. So we'll try and work out exactly what's going on. But
the ball's been... Oh,
dear.
It's the umpire that's been hit. There you go. That's the injury concern. And that's Stefan Gooch. Well, Gucci, hope you're okay. Well, look.
He's got a hard head.
Whoever threw that, I think Stefan Gooch has got your number, buddy. He's got your number. You don't want to let the ball hit your pads when you're out there.
Probably not going to get the tight calls.
You've got to look after your men in black. You don't want to make enemies with the umpire, boys.
He is tough as old boots, though, Stefan Gooch. Don't worry about that.
Good pace, good wheels there from Zadran. He's one of the players that has impressed me in this team. I like the way he bowls and applies himself. He's a very competitive guy and gets that one in the right place. Good delivery.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce. We've been talking about it. This end seems to just offer a bit more to the bowlers. Moose is
nothing on this at all. Top of the bat. And just done it with pace there, I think, more than anything else.
Yeah, he's just late on this, wasn't he? He's just not in a position to play that shot, Musa. But see the batsman, that's Cawley there. He's thinking about what's required. It's good to see some young talent as well in the Dutch. I know that cricket standing on the world stage is improving all the time.
Oh, just gone too wide there. That was definitely the effort ball. That one was pretty quick.
We've seen the grunt slower balls. This was a grunt quicker ball from Zadran. He's giving it everything. And not time to throw in the towel just yet. I don't think I've seen the umpire hit with a ball in a return before. I don't know what Stefan's German's like. I think it's pretty good. I would have maybe get a watch out.
And, well, he's thought about this for a while and thought, no, it's going to be a wide as well. Not by too much, I would not imagine. Yeah, look, just maybe catching that line as the ball goes through.
They'll judge it when the ball goes past the popping crease of these wides. It's a bit of a tight call perhaps, but yeah, Musa just doesn't seem to have too much confidence. Batting's such a confidence game. I don't care who you are, what level you're playing. But when you're at the top of your game, it feels easy, but when you're out of sorts, quite the opposite.
He's got this one away. Ball! Well, he may not be at the top of his game quite yet. Well, he was on top of that one. That goes all the way over. 6 runs, good shot. This will help him no end. This will do his confidence a big boost.
Yeah, using the pace. And actually didn't get that high. It was just above stump high, but just the way he threw his hands at it. There is a third man in place, but it was miles away from him. I'll have to check that ball when they come back, but it's just what Musa needed to boost his confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Zadran there, I think he went for 3 very similar deliveries in the same spot. Sooner or later, you got the feeling that Musa was going to anticipate and play the shot, and he does there. So this one, what will this be? I mean, would he go for a slower delivery? Will he go full? Musa waits. Here comes Zadran, the bowler. Goes in the same area, and this time they're targeting the other umpire. Well, Shub says, I'm having none of this. Gets out of the way. 4 more runs. Nice shot.
This is absolutely crunched by Musa Ahmed. And just have a look at the way he sets up. He's deep in his crease. He lets the ball come, and he just turns that pace against the bowler. And, well, Shub, he was in the firing line as well. We might be down. You might be umpiring, Rico. By the end of the day, we might be running out of them. No one wants to go out there. But back-to-back boundary shots. And now it's turning into a pretty good power play. 1 ball left, and 35 to 40, I think, is a power play. That's exactly where the Netherlands find themselves.
Oh, this is beautiful. Well, this one has been moosed. Musa Ahmed plays a lovely shot here, and now all of a sudden, I was saying he just needs a bit of confidence. But a few shots he's played now the confidence is flowing through him. What a glorious shot. But welcome to the Costa del Sol, Sun, Sea, Sand and Sexy Cricket.
It was a bit of a sexy shot, wasn't it? And it just shaped away. Took a bit of a calculated risk. They do get to 37 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. And they've set themselves up. And we knew we were going to see improvement from the Dutch, particularly with the bat, I think, when they had a bit more experience. And actually, I see that umpire Gooch has been replaced by umpire Nikhil. I think just to check out, I think that makes sense after that knock that he took. I think that's just sensible.
Yeah.
That he has a little bit of a break, maybe has a drink. We may or may not see him back, but you know, especially when you're getting a blow like that when you're not expecting it.
Yeah, look, it was right. Sort of, I think if you sort of the neck area, maybe more higher up, just under the ear, and yeah, it's still a blow to the head. And he's obviously still feeling it, and I think he's made the right decision. Another nice shot played here, and they're pulling out all the strings here, playing some nice shots and doing it in the stylish way. And I think this time it was the time of Boris to say, well, look, whatever you can do, I can do as well. And that was pretty decent as well. Nicely played, got himself in a good position. That's what that's all about, getting into positioning and playing it away.
Yeah,
4 runs. Exactly
right. And you know with Moment he's going to push them through, so he gives you pace to work with and play that kind of a stroke. So smart batting. Netherlands looking good at the moment.
Shahir Momin. Well, this time it's, well, not the best. I mean, he could have played any shot he wanted here. I thought he would have just stood still, held his ground and smashed it. over square, but he decides to get funky once more. This was too full toss, and well, that's one way to put him away.
It's actually pretty high. I mean, it's maybe not quite too high. It's hard to tell because he's pretty much sitting down when he hits it, but I think he's already thinking about this shot. If he gets it full, especially a full toss, that's what he's thinking.
He's going for another one. Well, this is a hat-trick of him. Well, in fact, it's not a hat-trick because if you consider the last ball when Musa did the same thing, well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Vinny, how about you? 4 on the spin.
He's just playing in the V. This is the modern V. It's just right behind him. And, well, now Abra Bilal, the keeper, is trying to get in there and block it. It's probably not a bad idea, but he can't believe it. I mean, now they're actually going to put a fielder down there at a deep fine leg, almost a backstop, which you'd hardly ever see to a spinner, but I think he's just reacting to the fact that there's been no other shot off it. Let's see what he goes to now, Gawley.
And this time he plays this towards third man. He does know that that fielder's out there now. Some exhibition bit of batting there from Gawley. Lovely to see. And hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching from around the world, our global cricket family. You're watching, of course, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We're in week 2, Group B. The top 2 teams will join Spain and Belgium in week 4's championship finals week.
So Moment's gone for a few, hasn't he? Musa on strike.
And this has been blasted away. What a shot. He's picked this up beautifully. Boom, shaka lagia. And the runs are just escalating here. And all of a sudden, the Netherlands have found another gear.
Yeah, but too many full tosses. And it hasn't been working. I think he's just trying to jam Yorkers in there, but he's just overcooking the Moment. And Musa again. I don't think it was quite out of the middle of the bat, but it still went all the way to the jungle, feeding the snakes. I haven't had too much to eat in this Group B so far.
Austria also, it's worth pointing out, have gone very quiet in the field. And chase on for the fielder, gets a little nickel on that. Will they come back for 2? They think about it, but in the end decide not to. Yeah, they just need something to happen here, Austria.
That's the end of the over, and it's 57 for 1 after 4. Gives us a chance to have a look at these run rates. And Austria, they've been going at 156 per 10 overs. Not too bad. Netherlands, their batting hasn't quite clicked yet. They're going at 103. But this is why it's such a good contest, because Netherlands have only been conceding 76 per 10 overs. So I think much as we're enjoying what we're seeing at the moment, a lot of people are really looking forward to seeing the battle between the Austrian batsmen and the Netherlands bowlers and seeing what happens there, because I think it'll be a really interesting contest.
Yeah, and I think Netherlands, they've felt that and they know that they've got to do better than the sort of past score they've been scoring about 100. They know it's got to be better against Austria, and they're demonstrating that out there. They know how important it is for them to get 130 plus here today, because I think Austria otherwise will be a big threat, because one of these teams will lose today. Who will it be?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're both undefeated, but only until the end of this game. It's a great chance to say good morning to you as well, no matter where you're watching around the world. It's wonderful to have you as part of our cricket family. We have the best cricket viewers in the world, honestly, on the European Cricket Network. They're so passionate about the game and growing the game in these areas where, it's not an established sport yet. So it's great to have this platform to bring the action to you.
Hit hard. This could be a chance, could it? And it's been snapped up. And just as I was saying that Austria needs something to happen, they need something to pick themselves up right on cue. The catch is taken. This is a big moment. Austria needed this breakthrough, and it's a very good catch there taken by Aqib Iqbal.
Certainly is, and Akbar Jan, he's a man that just seems to have the knack of getting big wickets, and is none too much bigger than Musa Ahmed. But how about this catch? Because he's on the run, it's travelling, and he takes it. And I like the way he even turns his body, just protects the ball. Body takes the impact of the ground. MSP was pretty happy about it. And Musa, well, he promised so much, but he's got to go for 24. Netherlands lose the second wicket. It's 57 for 2.
Yes, and that was important, wasn't it, Vinny? Because you were just starting to see the heads drop. The Austrian team, they were starting to get quiet as that pair, the Netherlands batsmen, was starting to entertain us and started to pull some tricks out of the bag and play some nice shots. They needed something to happen. They've got that wicket. He's batted well, though, hasn't he? 24. Musa Ahmed And that's what he needs. He needed in this championship, needed to find a bit of form, and that'll do him the world of good going forward into the next matches. Well, one good batsman goes, and another one comes out. This man entertained us yesterday in their second match, scoring good runs. Victor Luis, 36 off 11 against Portugal.
Lubber's a clubber. Watch out.
Takes this one out towards mid-wicket area. Gets himself off the mark straight away, courtesy of the new law, of course, or rule. And when the batsman is out, and when they're caught like that, the new batsman will always be on strike. Let us know if you're liking that or not. I think it's worked really well, Vinny.
It has been. I think the players are getting used to it as well. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if it's the end of an over, then the new batsman would get to be on striker's end. But yeah, during an over, just rewards the fielding team. And I think, yeah, quite often, I know bowlers sometimes feel it's a bit of a tough gig. So this is one I think they get a chance to bowl the new batsman instead of the established batsman.
Oh, wow. This is just brilliant. This is absolute brilliance, this, from Gawley. You can see that they're worried about the scoops he's been doing. So there's a man that's in that position now to try and stop it, and that's Arshan. So what does he do? He goes the other way. Fantastic. Absolute fantastic cricket.
But once again, it's a full toss, and it's the easiest ball to play this shot to because it doesn't bounce. You're taking out that variable. And so, well, let's see what the bowler comes back with. Akbarjan.
Better ball, Fuller, no chance of playing that shot, and this time Gawley just takes a single.
I think that's where he was trying to bowl that last one, but there's been a few this innings actually that have been just basically over-pitched Yorkers, and they turn to low full tosses. And the Netherlands batsman very adept at playing those little deflection shots.
It's played out towards long off. Do the fielding, just one single. Yeah, but one thing that Gawley does is that stride of his is very, very long, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he also gets there, big reach, and he turns those balls into those shots. He creates the opportunity to play them.
Yeah, you see there's a lot of raps about him. I mean, he's only 20 years of age.
Nicely played.
Isn't it great to see some... Great to see some. Oh, you got me, Rico. I'm just going to say this. It's the end of the over. It's 65 for 2. And Rico was ripping me off here because I've come out with the stats. He said he thought he was commentating with Michael McCann for a second, but I can tell you we're at the halfway point. Only 2 wides in the innings. That's pretty good effort from the Austrians. Netherlands on track for 130. It's I still remember I went to my stats sheet once. Of course, got all the information about all the players right at our fingertips. And I was going to see, someone asked how old one of the players was, and it had his date of birth as something like the 27th of March, 2021. That, it said, actually, he's only going to be born in 2 weeks. Have you ever filled out your date of birth on a form and put the current year? I think it's actually quite a common mistake to make. Anyway, here we go. Back to Iqbal.
Doesn't quite get hold of this. Fielder should field and get the throw in straight away. Just keeps it to the 1. So Aqib Iqbal is back on to bowl. He's second over.
He's about to that very good catch to get rid of Musa Ahmed. So yeah, Netherlands making a pretty good fist of this first innings to me. I think they'll be very, very happy if they can put that kind of 130 on the board. Something like that. The sun's come out, which is good. We were expecting a little bit of rain this afternoon, so hopefully it stays away. It's good to see the sun peeking out from behind the clouds.
Bit of tiki-taka now. We had a flurry of boundaries. We've seen the boom-booms. And a few of them off the old scoop shots. And now the line's got better. The batsmen are having to play straight. And the field's set for that. With both long on and long off on the boundary. And to the right-hander, mid-wicket back. And the other man is extra cover. And fine leg is on the boundary as well for that scoop shot. And this one has gone all the way where you can put them on the boundary, but nobody can stop those, but not even. I think that was the coach of Portugal. Conrad Greenshield's trying to get in the act. Sees good hitters.
Oh, that one almost set off the sprinklers. Have a look at this one. It just goes, I know you're a fast bowler, I don't care. He goes down, he sweeps him out of the ground. It's an extraordinary shot. And how's the power off the bat of Gawley? That is probably shot of the day. Good effort from Conrad. And don't give up your day job if you have one. Gawley moves to 30 in very quick time. And this is what the Netherlands were talking about, I think. Just getting the balance right. And whoever's there, we need you scoring at a fast rate. And that's exactly what they're getting from Boris.
And, well, that's actually a good delivery. He sees the early movement from Gawley. And Iqbal says, oh, no, you don't, and follows him. That's well bowled. Good bit of cricket there all round from both teams.
Yeah, it was. It was a good comeback from the bowler as well. You just have to hold your nerve here as a fielding team. Try and execute your bowling plans. And if you do get a chance, you have to take it against this strong Dutch team.
That's a wild swing and a miss, but I think he's been done by the change of pace there. Clever bowling. This is good from Aqib Iqbal. Just thinking about what he's doing.
Yeah, it was a clever variation. I think he just pulls his hand down the right-hand side of the ball. I think also Aqib Iqbal needs to make sure he runs off the pitch. He ran straight down the middle then.
In the air, there could be a chance if it carries. Is it going to carry? Oh, it does. But it gets put down. I think this is all about the fielder running into it. It sort of slams into the ball, not able to take the catch. That's unfortunate. And that was Sahil Momin.
Oh, it's certainly one that they didn't want to drop. It does take us to the end of the 6th over, and it's 75 for 2. So from here, they're on track for 125. We'll have a look at this one. And it was in the air a long time. And, well, certainly Austria, they won't be very happy with that at all. The bowlers, Akbarjan, it's the only one in single-digit economy. And, well, big 4 overs coming up, I think. And it looks like they're going back to Akbarjan here. That'd be my call. They do. Well, this one. I think they might wait and have a look at this.
Well, he's pretty sure he's bowled him. It looked pretty straight to me.
Yeah.
It's a question of whether, I mean, the bails don't tell a story, but they drop straight as well. Have a look. I think it has, Yep. I mean, I was pretty sure that it has bowled him, but the batsman just wondering whether it's the ball that's come back off the keeper. And the bails didn't help because one fell one way, well fell the other. But they'll watch this again. But I think he's clean bowled, and that's Akbarjan again coming in. He's the man who does the damage.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's clearly bowled. We'll see it again. I think the keeper didn't realise it flicks the stumps. That's where the confusion is. Bounced off his pads, but you can see that, yeah, it's clearly bowled, and he's going to get his marching orders. And, yeah, that's the end of Lovers. So, Austria, well, they'll be very happy with that. So, they missed a chance, but then Akbarjan gets them out of jail. And so, no more fireworks this game from Lovers. He goes for only 4. Netherlands 11 are 75 for 3.
Yeah, Akbarjan, he's the man they turn to, don't they, when they need things to happen. And he does deliver. He's got away. He's got the knack of getting wickets. And that's a good one to send back because, well, Victor Lube is coming out at a point where a good foundation was laid for him to go out and play his shots. You saw him trying there, but just that variation, a good delivery, gets it through the batsman, just giving that leg stump a little kiss on the way, enough to knock the bail off. A good wicket to get. And Austria, after being under the cosh a little bit at the beginning of this match, are now finding a way to get back into it.
Yeah, so we just have to keep doing what you can, picking up the wickets here and there, moving the batsman, turning them over. A bit of an injury update on the umpire, Stefan Gooch. He is feeling okay now, but he was feeling a little bit dizzy and his vision was a bit blurry after he got hit on the head. But he'll be okay to umpire a bit again.
That's good news.
Not sure about if it'll be this game, but certainly later in the game. So that's very good to hear. It was just one of those things. It was a complete accident, of course. But it's great to hear you're doing okay, Steph. Hang in there. So Brat is the new batsman. It's the captain of the Holland team. First one is pushed away for a single. Akbarjan just has a knack of picking up wickets. He's got 2 for 9 now. The man that took 2 hat-tricks in the ECS back when we played that Vienna series back at the end of April. Just as an accurate bowler. I think that's his main weapon.
Bowling to Gawley, who's well set. Goes for that sweep shot this time. And just not giving him the opportunity to play it. I think the bowler sees the movement early. Here it goes. And says, oh, no, you don't. This time it doesn't get bat onto ball. Yes. Captain Sebastian Brat. Tries to go big. Fielder's come across and can't stop it. Well, he dissects them perfectly here. And it's 4 more runs. And the Austrians not happy about the effort from the fielder there. We'll see it again in the replay. See, what do you think?
It's a tough one because it's completely in the middle of them. It bisects them. And we've seen some bad collisions when, when both fielders are running flat chat. And they can't really call mine because they don't know if they're going to make it or not. We've seen some terrible collisions. I mean, I don't think that was getting stopped. I think it was always heading to the boundary. It was all about the placement from Brat.
Ooh, and asking the question, the bowler, but it's a half-hearted appeal. We'll be giving us a leg by umpire Nilkesh. I think that was always going to miss leg here. We get a good look at it here. Yeah, I mean, we've seen leg stump.
Yeah.
It was a good delivery though, nice and full, and that's what he can do. It's the variation in his line that Abdullah Abachan can get. And this could be buys, and it could be 4 of them as well. Keep an eye on the umpire. I don't think there was anything on this, and yes, it is. And I think this is created by the batsman, Vinny. I think the wicketkeeper here, Abdul Bilal, is thinking about what he knows the batsman is going to do. So he's thinking about, do I try and stop the shot he's going to play, or do I concentrate on just stopping the ball behind the stump?
You got a genuine Sophie's choice situation because, I mean, as a wicketkeeper, you're taught to track the ball. It does take us to the end of the 7th over. It's 86 for 3. But yeah, definitely there's an element of chance that you're trying to bring into it. If you see that deflection shot, you know he plays it well. But, I mean, that's the downside of that strategy when you're trying to block a certain angle that you think the ball might come. It results in, if the ball is missed, it goes for 4 anyway. And just a reminder, we have so much cricket coming your way. And this is Group B, the entirety of week 2. We'll see these 5 teams. And we see Portugal, well, they're struggling at the moment. They're without a win. Hungary put in some good performances. They've beaten Portugal twice. Austria and the Netherlands and Romania. We'll see them again in the next match. And they had a horrendous first day. So 2 of those teams will make it through to week 4.
This is going big, que grande, sigue, 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 6 carreras más. Well, this has gone a long way. What a shot this is.
This just shows what happens when you get it wrong by just a little bit. And I often say if you're going to miss a Yorker, miss it low full toss, but it was probably shin high. And this had a real crack off the bat of Sebastian Brat. And Noor Khan is the new bowler. He's a death bowling specialist. He's got a very good back of the hand slower ball.
And well, this one wide outside off, and he throws everything at it, including the kitchen sink, gets the edge, 4 more runs.
The runs are flowing now. I think the Netherlands are settling in nicely. Let's see which one this was from Noor. There's another seam up. Flies away, doesn't have a third man. I think we'll see the slower ball now. And it's almost like a fast wrong-in that he bowls. It's actually quite extraordinary, the wrist position. Let's see if he bowls it now.
This is going up in the air, fielder getting underneath it, and well, it's got a long time to wait for it to come down. It comes down, and the captain, Razmal Shigriwal, takes a catch. Important one. This, again, batsman just starting to look dangerous, needed to get this one. And the captain takes the captain. Sebastian Brat has to go, but he's made a quick fire 15. Of just that was his 6th delivery, so he's done his job in terms of getting the acceleration in, and you can see that from the Netherlands batsmen. You can see that every one of them is adapting to this format. They know what they've got to do when they get out there. It's not just about protecting the wickets, it's about scoring those runs and scoring them quickly.
Exactly right. So Norkant goes pace on for a third delivery, but third time is the charm as he removes the Dutch captain for a quick fire 15. The score now 96 for 4 as we head into the last quarter of the innings.
Yeah, so once again, I mean, you were saying, Hope, it's good to hear Stefan Gooch is okay. Yeah, I mean, it's good to hear he's okay. Now, Stefan Gooch has got a good sense of humour, so we know that he plays for the blinders. Well, he didn't see that one coming, did he?
Oof. I love your dad jokes. All right, Nor into Zulfikar.
Nicely played. Chase on for the fielder. Should get there, and does. But not before the batsman. Quick between the wickets and take 2 runs.
It's MSP. Mark Simpson-Parker doing the fielding. Just loping around the boundary. And that's a nice bit of work, but couldn't prevent the 2. But Asad Zulfikar, he's a very good keeper as well. Saw him do some spectacular things yesterday for the Dutch.
Well, there we go. As soon as you move that man off the boundary, you know what he's going to do. Well, this time it's Zulfikar that says, you know what, he's not the only one that can play that shot because he's been teaching me. I can play it pretty well as well. Well, another boundary, and it's another scoop. And 4 more. They just got to make their mind up here, Austria, what they're going to do with the field here. You either keep him on it, because otherwise they're being punished.
Masters of field manipulation at the moment, Netherlands. All these kind of tools that you can add to your toolbox if you're batting in this form of the game. Just certainly. Oh no, we're going to. Been called a no ball free hit.
Free hit here. I'm not quite sure what this is for, but it is a free hit. So, well, this is. You can go the full Monty here. And he tries, he hits it pretty straight, and that's going to keep going. It goes all the way over 6 runs. Well, that's the way to capitalise on a free hit. He smashed away. The free hit was the ball that went for 4, so that was 5 runs with that one. Added onto it, that's 6. So that's how you get 11 from 1 ball.
Yeah, that's how you cash it in, isn't it, Rico? But I think maybe it may have been for a foot indiscretion. There was some assistance, but no ball was called. Now he has to finish this over. It's been an expensive one.
Goes short, and it's been called a wide.
24 off this over. Netherlands really getting away. Again, it's a premeditated stroke here. See, I think even though he's moved, it's still a wide. I think any ball that is outside the return crease is always a wide.
Yeah, I think Noor has followed the batsman there to try and stop him play the scoop. But really needed to be at his toes. And he still tries to go for it, and does finish the over with a dot ball, but it's been an expensive one, as you said, Vinny, and that score has raced on to 110 after 8 overs. So yeah, a score certainly of 140 could be on here.
Could be the way they're going. And yeah, Netherlands 11. We weren't quite sure what we get from them, of course. I mean, with their first team currently preparations underway for the T20 World Cup. And hello to Ryan Campbell, their coach, and some of their players that were in the chat with us yesterday. Max O'Dowd, Scotty Edwards were tuning in, and I'm sure you're watching with interest. So these players are all on the verge of national selection for the Netherlands. And obviously, Netherlands doing great things in world cricket these days. It's creeping into that top bracket, aren't they? Particularly in short form cricket, they've come along leaps and bounds with some good wins over Ireland, Scotland, and of course some big scalps along the way. The Dutch team. 9th overtime.
Zadran comes back and goes for the Yorker length delivery. The batsman disappointed. Gawley that he's missed out on this. But, Zadran, the pick of the bowlers for me so far in this championship. You can see this.
So that's a wide if it doesn't hit his pad. Maybe it must have flicked his pad.
Must have flicked something.
Otherwise,
through.
It did miss the leg stump.
Zadran once more. And going full again, but this one will be a wide. Just trying to get that Yorker length in. Go with the pace. And maybe he's trying to say to Boris Gawley, well, I'm a quickie, you know. There's no way you're scooping me. He might have other ideas.
Go back to Noor Khan last over. We didn't really see that slower ball. I know he missed it once or twice yesterday, but it's his biggest weapon, I think. So I don't know whether he's not bowling it because he wasn't confident about how it would come out. Maybe it's a bit slippery, but I was very surprised to not see him vary his pace more.
Nice shot. Gets it through the fielders. That's 4 runs. What a classy shot this was. Top draw. All about timing, all about placement. And बहुत अच्छा shot सीगा. Timing बहुत पूरी सी फील्ड ने कोशिश तक की थी पर लग गया चौका.
Really good looking. Just look at this. Makes room and then bang. Where he hits that from us. An extraordinary bit of footwork. And he had 3 fielders on the offside, all in the ring. And he picked the gap perfectly. So Gawley's up and he's flying. 35 off only 17 balls. 10 balls remain in this innings.
Slow delivery. And went for the funky shot. Plays it.
Modern batsmanship. It's strange. I mean, kids, they grow up playing this now. I remember trying this once and my coach telling me if I ever wanted to play again, he never wanted to see it. And now it's just part of the game. Words are a little bit more threatening than that actually at the time.
So he probably wasn't so kind.
It wasn't.
Good stop. And the keeper, Bilal, just not able to get it into his hands clean enough to try have a shot. But the backing up was so quick. I don't think it would have made any difference. Look how quick he's there.
It's his footing. So he's not really in a position to throw. It's that right foot. Couldn't swing around, but still, just the one. Oh, this is going to be such an exciting chase. I can already feel it. Austria, let's see how they go against the big guns in the Netherlands bowling lineup.
That's wide again. Going for the Yorker length delivery. Just trying to make Gawley play straight. But he strayed, that's the 3rd one, he strayed down the leg side.
I got one for you. So Noor Khan went for 24 in the 8th over. Normally he would bowl overs 8 and 10. Do you bring him back to bowl the 10th or otherwise you have to go to a new bowler? So what do you think?
No, I don't think they will. I think Noor, from yesterday, going back to that slower ball, carry on after this one. And that's another slow ball. That's a good bit of fielding. Well, they've had a few that's gone through that way, but the fielding was good in terms of the stop. But the fielder next to him let him down with the throw, flying over the wicket keeper. So they take 2. They'll be disappointed with that. It was a really good stop first off, though. Look, diving, has to get to it. It's been hit pretty well. Excellent stop, but this throw here, well, he's off balance, wasn't he? And as a result of it, it went flying over the keeper, and they come back and take 2.
Good awareness from Gawley. As soon as you realise that throw gone over the keeper, he was looking for a second. Of course, he wants the strike. It all happens in the 9th, as you'd say, Rico. The last ball coming up. So that run's gone for 27.
Oh, full toss. This will be a no ball, and that's a dangerous one as well. That was right at him, and he will get himself in. And the umpire's going to have to have a word or two with Zadran here. This was naughty.
Well, he's a long way back. I mean, he's almost knocking his stumps over, isn't he? But this is just one the bowler gets completely wrong. And fortunately for Gawley, does get some bat on it. And I know you can see straight away Sahil Zadran apologising because obviously there's no intent in that. A free hit coming up to finish the 9th then.
Places out towards mid-wicket. He'll take the single. And means that he'll stay on strike. End of the over. The score 123 for 4. And I tell you that the coaches were very happy, I would say, especially Tim Deleda, with the response from his players. 1 or 2 were probably having a look, would raise eyebrows at the scores that they were posting, but they've just got better and better. And the players have adapted really well as well. And just as I suspected, just as I said before the start of this match, I do believe that they are going to go on to start to post some high scores. And 140 was what I was talking about. And, well, there's no reason the way these two are batting, especially with Gawley on strike, where they can't get to that 140 here now. We've seen a couple of magical overs. Maybe this could be one as well. And it is Khan that's going to bowl it.
They're going back to him.
Tries to get it through the gap. Good bit of fielding.
I've got to admit, I like them going back to Noor Khan because he's your death bowling specialist. And basically what you're saying is he's the man who you want to bowl under pressure. So he's under pressure because they did get after him in the first time he bowled. Also, you got a bit of a problem of, well, if he's not going to bowl, then who is? You're going to have to introduce somebody else. So I think it gives him a chance to at least walk away with some confidence if he can deliver a good last over. And he dodges a boundary first ball.
Oh, they're going to push hard and take the first quickly. They are taking him on, and he's going to be gone. And I suppose they had to go for it at this point. It's been an excellent contribution, hasn't it, though, from Gawley.
Yeah, it'd be disappointed to be run out. I mean, I think this is Zulfikar's idea. Thinking, well, if they mess it up, then you can have another ball to face straight away. Not 100% this was necessary, I think, because Zulfikar is a good batsman in his own right. He's 15 off 7, so I don't think you should be worried about him facing it. Probably was that one that probably wasn't quite the percentages there to go for it, but regardless of what a talent this young man is, Boris Gawley, he goes for 40 off 21 balls. Very good innings with 5 fours and a 6. Showed power and innovation in that innings. And so he set up a very good score for the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, gets a good round of applause from his teammates and also from the spectators around the ground. Not just enjoying the cricket, but the hospitality and the sunshine at the moment.
So it's Klein that will come into bat, Ryan Klein.
Oh, this one, almost half a chance. Hit back pretty hard. Take the single, not chanting the second.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I mean, I think, yes, you might say, look, let's run to every ball because we've got the wickets to play with. But I think it's also about the batsman at the crease. And I think you've got Zulfikar there who want to kind of take the reins from here.
Yeah.
He's hit a 4 and a 6 in his 15. He's been busy. I think he's a very good cricketer. And still, I haven't seen that back of the hand slow ball from Norkan.
Slow delivery, and he gets right under it. Fantastic footwork. Smashes this away. Bowl, bowl, 6 carreras. Que guay, que genial.
That was the one. And he actually pitched it okay, but see, he goes to ramp, but it's the slow ball is so slow, he has time to change his mind.
Changes his
so
mind.
actually goes to ramp. This is the problem, I suppose, having a slow ball that is so much slower than your stock delivery. In the 130s now.
That's well bowled, gets that through, and this is going to be very, very close. I suspect that he may be out. I think the bat was in the air here, and well, they're still running.
Well, he'll be out. He's out the first time here. I could see it from here. We'll have a look. But I think once the umpire signals for that third umpire, the ball's dead anyway.
Yeah, it has to be dead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm not sure what's happening here.
But I think he knows he's out straight away, Klein. I mean, he can tell his story walking. We'll see him with the ball.
And look at both stumps here.
Stumps are a mess. Nothing says European cricket more than that. But you know, unselfish work from Ryan Klein.
Yeah.
He was trying to go for every run, at least making them force the single.
Ryan Klein, no worries. Your mum still loves you, Patricia. And did you know, look, this is one that Michael doesn't know. Yeah, Patricia is Spanish. So Ryan Klein playing for the Netherlands, but has a Spanish mum. So, muy bien, chico. And, vale. Hola, Patricia.
Buenos días.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Te gusta la cricket? Que sí, ¿no? Que sí. Well, there you go. Well, he's done his job. I mean, that's what players have to learn, I suppose, when you're out there. Is your wicket, well, it's not about guarding it. Sometimes you've got to sacrifice it for the right cause.
Last ball, strap yourselves in. Well, as you know, that's going to be workout.
Oh, my word!
No!
Have you ever seen anything like this? How did he mess that up? It's also a wide ball, so it's not the last ball. Oh, this is unbelievable. Oh, what is he thinking here? He drops the ball, and that Kookaburra, well, it escapes him. Oh, well, we've seen some strange things with this one. Well, that is going to haunt him for a long time.
I think it works because of the strike.
And then this one's up in the air. Somebody's got to call it. It drops in the middle. Here comes the throw, and they get another run out there at the end. They do get the one there. Well, how about that? I've never seen anything like that before, Vinny. What a crazy end to this innings.
Yeah, that one, I think just below the waist. And so, yeah, this is a great pickup as well. He had the one glove on as well. And so that will do it.
Well, what a crazy, crazy end to this innings. And you look at this score, well, we believe that's going to make it 135 for 6. And the Netherlands, they don't quite get to a 140, but it was a sensational effort from them. We saw shots to all parts of the ground, and we were happy.
I was happy.
They were happy. Well, the one man who wasn't so happy was the umpire. He took one on the neck or on the head. He had to be replaced. And but the cricket was exciting. There was a bit of diving around, and this one somehow still got through to the boundary. This one goes under the field of diving as well. But the shot selection after that soft dismissal from, I think it was Clayton Floyd getting himself out. After that, they really did put some partnerships together, did Netherlands. And, well, that's the injury to Stefan Gooch right on the side of the head. And he's saying, look, I'm still not feeling well. I think I'm going to have to go and sit this one out and be 100%. And I like that call. You can't be out there if you're not 100%, not in this or any match, really, if you're officiating. So Newcash came out. But it was all about, well, unlucky 13 it was for Austria, because that man just played some awesome shots, did Boris Gawley, and a lot of them were the scoops. That was a good catch there by Akib Iqbal, but there's the delicate shots there from Gawley. And well, Gawley was playing them. Then Asad Zulfikar, when he was out, said, well, I can play him as well. And he was in on the act. And Austria, they got to a point where they needed something to happen. They needed things to go their way. But this one certainly made them feel better. That was a really good catch. The ball was in the air a long time, and it was the captain, Tigawal, who took it. And he got his team back into it, really, because at one point, that 150 was looking on.
Oh, that was a nasty one, wasn't it? A bit of 13 to 13. And, well, Noor Khan, there's a moment we'll see in a second. That's, I think I've never seen anything quite like it. And this was a good bit of work. I do like the keeping of
Cerveza Victoria. Cerveza Victoria.
Oh, no.
He's got to go for the sin alcohol version.
I was going to say it was a good run to take, because it got Asad Zulfikar back on strike, even though they were going to sacrifice a run out. In the end, they didn't even sacrifice a run out. They got an extra run for that. So the final score is 135 for 7. And this will be a real test of where the Austrian batting lineup is at. And there were contributions all up and down the order. Floyd started brightly with 13. Musa Ahmed with 24 before he was caught in the outfield. Gawley, he looked good, the best of the batsmen for me. I loved the way he crafted his innings, 40 before he was run out in the final stages. Bryant contributed 15 off 6 balls, and then Zulfikar a handy 22 off 10 at the end. And with the ball, well, Akbarjan, the only bowler to really escape significant punishment, 2 for 13 off his 2 overs. Also singles for Akib Iqbal and Noor Khan, but he was a little bit expensive. Good comeback, though, from Noor Khan. He conceded 24 off his first, only 12 off the last over, which they did back him to bowl. So I think that was a good show of confidence in their death bowling specialist. So the Netherlands have the score on the board, 135 in match 7, the second match of 5 today in the ECC. When we return, we will see Austria. Their batting lineup is power-packed, and they'll be put to the test. They need a 136 off their 10 overs if they had to win this top-of-the-table clash. Join us then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And we'll see you shortly for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to this match number 7, and what an exciting one this Group B contest is going to be. Two teams that are unbeaten at the moment, battling out to see who will go clear at the top, and at the moment it's Netherlands that have done the hard work. 135 for 7 they put on, and well, there's our bus partner Mateos bringing the teams into the ground, and look at that, that's the brightly coloured teams here. That's Romania now making their way here.
They'll be wanting to have a better day than yesterday.
Good luck, Boris.
Had a proper shocker yesterday, Romania.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they've had a lot of discussions about it. I mean, it does seem, based on what we're seeing at the moment, that for me it's Romania and Portugal who might be on the chopping block. It's amazing, but by the end of today we'll be halfway through the group stage. So that's how quickly it moves.
And of course Romania, they'll be playing Hungary, who, having won that game earlier today against Portugal, 2 wins, 1 loss. They also at the moment currently joint top with these two teams. One of these two will leapfrog them and go 2 points clear. So Hungary now to keep the pressure on whoever it will be, whether it's going to be Netherlands, who will believe they've done enough, and they'll be back in their bowling, of course, trying to defend this 135. Austria, we know that they've got some good hitters as well, and if they can get these runs, 136 the target, then they will be top of the group. And it, well, either way, Hungary know that to keep the pressure on them, they've got to have that victory. But will Romania come good? Can they start their campaign here today as well? Everything to play for, and that's what makes this so exciting. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching around the world. I know that we've got viewers from all parts of the globe. Hope you're enjoying not just the cricket, but enjoying what Spring Productions are bringing you. And well, shout out to the Spring Production guys who I think they've been fantastic, and the likes of Tom, Martins, Alvera, Elmars, Richards, as we get ready for the start of this innings. And you'd have to say, from what you've seen from the Netherlands so far, the bowling has been spot on. They've got the good pace attack, and then they've got the variety of spin attack as well, and the spinners have bowled really well for them. But they're going to go with Kingma to start off with.
Yeah, let's get ready to rumble, Rico. This is where the rubber meets the road as far as Austria's tournament is at. And it is Kingma to open the bowling for the Netherlands.
And it's the quick, fast, short delivery straight away. And, well, this one, the batsman is sort of saying, okay, if that's what it's going to be, that's what it's going to be.
He knows he's in a contest now. It's Zishan Garaya. See if he can light the Garaya fire today. And that was one he could smell first up from Kingma. He looks fired up. A lot of talk about this Austrian batting lineup. The Netherlands, they are out hunting them.
Vivian Kingma to Garaya once more. And this one gets a little bit of something on it. In comes the shy. Well backed up, and well, Kingma was ready to launch once more.
He
just decided against it. I think a good choice there, because I think if he had thrown, the fielder was backing up the initial throw. Perhaps it was coming his way from behind the wicketkeeper. He was not in a position to bat this one from Kingma, so he held on to it.
Secondary backup, but it was actually a great bit of backing up from Kingma himself. This is a man with the biggest shoes in Dutch cricket, so I'm told. So I was calling Krusty the Clown. That and his it's rather crusty-like hairdo, but he's a very experienced cricketer. He's got international experience as well as far as ODI cricket. It's good to see Stefan Gooch out there as well. He's back out there for the second innings. Took a bit of a blow to the head, an accidental blow.
Yep.
But it's great to see him out there officiating at the bowler's end.
Guys, this down to the third man region. Take another single.
So yeah, Stefan Gooch, we know he took an accidental ball to the head when the ball was thrown in his general direction. So he is back out there, and everyone was a little bit concerned for his welfare, but he's been checked out and he's feeling good, and he's right back in the centre of the action. And now, I mean, chasing this, I'm looking at about 27 per 2 overs. They're my kind of 2 over mini targets. Not going to be easy. You see that Kingma is a genuine out-and-out pace bowler.
It's going up in the air, and fielders They take the catch. Well, it was a combination of two, could have gone for it. But again, that's nice to see, because you're seeing there that though Ryan Klein was also going for it, he's seen that there is a fielder that's in the better position, going into the ball, running into it, leaving it, and the catch taken. Good bit of cricket all round. So the short ball does the damage. The first wicket goes.
So the Goriah fire is put out without incident, and it was just a top edge. I mean, this could have easily flown for 6 with the pace of Kingma. But in the end, it was a really good catch taken by Lubbers. Again, he took control of that. He kind of assessed the situation while the ball was in the air and made the call. Always easier for the outfielder coming in. So Goriah, disappointment for him again. He fails, goes for a duck, and Austria 2 for 1.
Yeah, not able to get anything on the board for himself this time. I think Kingma probably saw the weakness early with the short delivery, and he went for it again. And though Goriah does get a thick edge on it, the field was set perfectly for that. The trap was set, and the catch was taken, and Luber's taken the catch. Kingma gets the wicket. The early breakthrough is what they required. They know that Austria, if they get going, can be dangerous.
Shigerwal, new batsman.
Oh, pushes this out, and they have a shy, just coming out of his crease there, Hussain.
And Shigerwal's 96 yesterday morning was just the innings of the day for me. The way he struck the ball, the way he set up that massive score of 195. Now, if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And this is some of the best bowling going around in European cricket right now. And so it's certainly going to be a stern test for these two. But both these two, they scored over 100 runs yesterday. So
They did.
they're full of confidence.
Plays that away with soft hands once again. Fielders chasing in, get the shy net this time, but only after the batsman complete the single. You're absolutely right. Shigerwal, he's on 105 runs now in this championship. Iqbal Hussain, 105 as well. Both were in good form yesterday. So they do have the power in the batting as well. And don't forget, they also got Mirza Ashan, who can come in and smash the ball around as well.
For sure. So 3 for 1 after the first over. Pretty good one from Kingma. Doesn't get much better. And I'll probably see Klein following up. As, you just got to be careful with this rate, because you can't really leave it too late. It will be Ryan Klein to bowl the second over. Because if you find yourself chasing, and we know how difficult the Netherlands spinners were in those middle overs. I mean, we'll probably see De May getting his 2 overs. And, probably Floyd as well. So here's the second over with Klein.
And this has been picked up beautifully, and this match, that is out of here. Oh, what a pickup this is. Absolutely mullers this. 6 runs, great shot.
No doubt about it. This is just a length ball from Klein. And nothing particularly wrong with the ball. I think it's no ball called as well. Just spotting that from umpire Anand Shube. So I'm waiting for confirmation. Thought I saw the arm go out. No ball called again. It's going to be 6 more. Maximo time. And that one's gone halfway to heaven. And that one's worth 7. Another 3 hits coming up.
Well, this has got to be the foot fault, surely. And being sent to the moon.
Have a look from Klein.
And also being signalled as one for the over. So he can't bowl another short ball, because that also will be called a no ball. So under a bit of pressure, the bowler first up.
Exactly right.
He gets this one through, and that's disappointing, I think, for the batsman, for the captain of Austria, Shigerwal. It was a free hit, and he needed to get something on this. It ends up being a dot ball.
Yeah, how's the contest though? I mean, just with that front foot rule, when that bowler's front foot lands, must have something behind the line. Doesn't necessarily have to be grounded, but you can see there, it's a tight call, but I think it was a good one from the umpire. Certainly something that you can't afford, because even one extra ball can make all the difference in this short form of the game.
Oh, that's a beauty. Change up of pace. Wicketkeeper just not able to get it cleanly. And that was Asad Zulfikar, and they take the bye. It was a lovely ball, though.
So close to the helmet, though. I see this. I see it from the reverse angle, get a better idea. But look at it, just gets through the keeper, just deflects away. It's and they sneak through. So Austria, they're trying to be busy. That's what I like about this. And you know, they're going to take the attack up to the Netherlands. It's a real good contest we got going on at the moment.
And there he goes. That's the edge. And the wicket is taken. It's a shorter delivery again. It gets the edge of the bat, slices it.
Yeah.
And goes all the way through. And, well, the wicket-keeper of that class of Asad Zulfikar is not going to make any mistake here.
This will be a great angle here. Let's have a look. Yeah, no doubt about it. Just whistles past his helmet. And keeper makes no mistake. So, second wicket for Austria, 17 for 2. So, it's the end of a good batsman. And Iqbal Hussain not able to recapture his form yesterday. And he goes for 1 off 2. So, Austria, certainly the biggest test of their ECC so far. And the captain is still there, though, Shigawal, man that scored 96 yesterday in their tournament opener against Romania. Already that rate is up over the 14 mark. Like I said, I think 27 per 2 overs, that's where they want to be. So still 10 short of that mark with a couple remaining. Mirza Ahsan is the new batsman coming out at number 4.
Oh, he could be gone, and he is. And he gets the edge. And another one goes. So Klein, after a dreadful start, the first 2 balls, going for 13. He's come back with a bang, and he's going to be on a hat-trick. What a great catch this is again from the wicketkeeper. Well, I tell you what, the difference between these batsmen at the moment and Cinderella is, well, Cinderella knew when to leave the ball. Well, these 2 Australian batsmen have edged it and have gone.
Yeah, and it's a great catch. That's a great shot of it there as well. You see the footwork just going away from the ball. I mean, that's a little technical thing. I mean, I try not to get too technical in this form of the game, but he wasn't really in a good position to hit that ball through the covers, especially the first ball that he faces. So disappointment for Mirza Ahsan. He goes for a golden duck. 17 for 3, and Klein, after a horrendous start of the over, he's going to be on a hat-trick, and who's to say he won't do it? He's bowling very well at the moment.
Well, his mum, Spanish mum, of course, Patricia, well, she's going to be on the edge of her seat wherever she's watching from. Vamos, 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 she'll be saying. A tope, si puede, si puede. Can he get his hat-trick here?
Shout out to Asad Zulfikar as well, because he's played his part behind the stumps. That was a good catch. It made it look easy. That was well balanced. And well, could be a rare same fielder hat-trick as well. I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah, another caught behind here. New batsman coming out is Abra Bilal. So again, another strong hitter of the ball, but he's under pressure.
Hat-trick ball coming up from Klein. In he comes. And oh, it's a beauty. It does him, but doesn't take the edge on the way through. And he gets the dot ball in. Well, what an over. It started disastrously, but when he got it right, didn't he get it right? That's an excellent finish to the over. And very well bowled. Takes 2 for 13. And those 13 came up the first 2 deliveries.
I know, 17 for 3 after 2. Yeah, that was a seed as well. That just left the batsman slightly. Did too much, I think, for Abra Bilal. Anyway, in this form of the game, you can't be too concerned about that. You've still got Shigawal at the other end. I mean, would say the batsmen out. Haven't used a lot of deliveries. We've had Garaya face 3, Iqbal Hussain 2, and Mirza Ahsan 1. So there's an over, I guess they've used without too much run production. But, just need one batsman over blinder. Shigawal could be that batsman. Obviously, Abra Bilal, I think, is a very good cricketer as well. And so we're heading into over number 3. They're going to go to the captain, Sebastian Braat. to bowl the third over. This Netherlands team, they're certainly up for the contest. They really loved, just speaking to, they really loved playing the 10 over cricket.
Yeah.
For a lot of them, it was the first time that they experienced it. So here is Brunt, last over the power play.
And this has been absolutely sent away. Big hit, 6 runs. Shaka Lagya, great pickup and hit. Just watches this onto the bat. It's straying down the leg side, and well, that slight bit of error, and he's onto it like a flash. It's a lovely shot.
A bit of a loosener. I think this is an over that Brunt will bowl. I'm pretty sure their plan, the Netherlands, is to bowl spin through 4, 5, 6, and 7. So if you want to get after the paceman, this is your last opportunity, basically. Shigawal. I'm sure we'll see DeMay and Clayton Floyd kind of with their craft in the middle overs, 4s to 7. But yeah, that wasn't a great delivery from Brunt. See if we can do better this time.
Slower delivery. And done him like a kipper, hasn't he? And you can see the batsman's played so early to this. The battle of the captains, this. Brunt versus Shigawal.
I mean, this isn't a good shot from Shigawal because there's nobody back on the offside. If he holds his shape, it's kind of ball he can drive over cover, but he tries to go across the line. I think he picked his spot over mid-wicket. They've got deep backwards square and they've got long on at the moment as the 2 outfielders, but he's better than that, Shigawal. He can hold his shape and hit that one over the offside.
And he does. This time out to the off, and the ball is going to beat the fielder. You can chase it, but on this outfield, it's going to go pretty quick. And even though this wasn't timed 100% or out of the middle of the bat, it was a good enough shot. And it's all about placement. Gets it right, gets 4 runs.
Better batting, much better batting. Played the ball that came to him. He didn't premeditate. There is a time for premeditation, but I don't think you have to overdo it, especially when you're in the power play and there's lots of gaps.
Decides not to take the single here. I'm surprised. I think he's called it straight away, saying, wait. I'm just wondering whether already in his head he's believing that he's going to have most of this strike to try and get themselves back into this. I mean, the rate is just under 15 required per over.
Bilal's no bunny, though. I don't think he needs to be shielded, but Shigawal obviously seen a fair bit of Brunt now.
It's up in the air and it's gone all the way. 6 carreras, manos arriba, Vitro. Manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras más.
Well, we know that Stefan Gooch's head is working now. We know that his arms are working as well because he had to put him up for this one. And Shigawal just sweats on this one. And this is an interesting one. So he didn't take the single. It was a borderline single. But I think maybe what he's thinking is Bilal hasn't really had a look at Brunt and his little slower balls. And so maybe, Shigawal is in a better position to deal with it, having seen him. This over's gone for 16 now. It's been a pretty good one for Austria, trying to get this chase back on track.
Going for the fuller Yorker delivery. This actually turns out to be a full toss. I mean, it was a quicker one. There was a little bit more in this. And Brunt is, just having a few words with the batsman here. And they're probably saying, well, he didn't hit that one for 4. So that's the end of the over. But he does get himself back on strike. 34 for 3 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, well, I think Shigawal will be upset with that because he probably would have got a wide if he didn't hit it at all. And if he did hit it, it was a fair chance it was going to deflect away for 4. But it was a bit of a worst-case scenario. It just squeezes the one, but he does keep the strike. And we head into the middle overs. And this is where I thought that we might see them go to spin, but looks like they might be continuing with the pace. And that rate required 14.5 and over. So it's a lot of runs, but certainly these two, if they can build a partnership, don't count Austria out just yet. But I suppose what we're seeing is the difference in class, I suppose. The Romanians didn't bowl very intelligently at all. I'm sure they'll be wanting to put in a better performance, but they did put on a better performance in their second match yesterday, Romania. But when Austria hit that 195, Romania, they were almost like bowling machines, coming in bowling the same length every time, same kind of pace, kept disappearing. But this is why they're not going to go to spin just yet, because they thought, well, Klein's had such a good first over, we might as well bowl him out. So he is going to bowl a second. And you're right, all those runs came in the first bit of his over, didn't they?
That's right, yeah.
So I think it's a good move.
Takes this away, 1 bounce to the fielder to take the single. So Bilal yet to get off the mark, only faced the 1 ball.
Yeah,
the one gets to the action end.
The one he faced, he played a missed out off Klein. It was the hat-trick ball. And so I think sometimes as a captain, you think about what makes the opposition most uncomfortable, and I think it would be uncomfortable for Bilal to come out and face Klein with his tail up. So that's why they're trying to get through his second over here.
And, well, there you go. It doesn't get more emphatic than that. We knew he was uncomfortable, and Klein said, well, I've beaten you once, I'm going to beat you again, and this time he beats him, knocking the stumps over. So Bilal, another batsman, has to depart without adding to the scoreboard. And this one wasn't the best of shots, really. Let's have a look at the delivery. Just goes straight through him. I think he gets a little bit onto it and hammers it back onto his stumps.
Yeah, I think it's a slight leg cutter. He just pulls his fingers over the left-hand side of the ball, which just takes a bit of pace on it. And I think Bilal was expecting something a bit quicker. Just have a look at this one here. You see how he just kind of pulls his hand down the left-hand side of the ball. It does the job, though, on Bilal, who has to go second ball. That's another one for the duck pond. It's pretty full this morning. Austria in some trouble now. It's 35 for 4.
Yeah, 3 wickets added on to the one that he's already had in this championship. Takes him to 4, which is behind Julian de May in the Netherlands camp. He's on top with 5 wickets. So Klein, after this, well, hasn't finished his spell yet, but performance so far here after those first 2 deliveries is second in the table behind that of Julian de May for Netherlands. And he comes again to the new batsman, Khan. And Khan plays aggressively, and a rear error in the field from the Netherlands camp, and get a single. And that was Clayton Floyd. Thought he had it, and somehow it escaped through his hands.
Yeah, it's Shigwal now who has to pull off a real escape job if he's going to get Austria out of this mess. Rates climbed above 15.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is going, and it's gone. Balle, says Carreras.
A really good shot. Really good shot. He takes it on. You've got to basically at this stage. There's a bit of last man stand about this. I mean, they do have Noor Khan that's come out. He's a very good hitter of the ball as well, but I think it's Shigwal who's accustomed to the conditions. See, that's well, Abra Bilal, what he thought of his batting performance today. I'm sure he'll get another opportunity to maybe make amends for that. But at the moment, we're seeing Netherlands, and it's a team that kept their opposition to 76 runs per 10 overs yesterday as an average, and you can see why, because they certainly are multifaceted, and you know they've got good spin attack in the middle, and they've got some really good pace bowling options as well, the Dutch.
Yep. And once more. And get this right, the last 2 have gone through, so he's quickly learned what I'm not going to do is bowl short to Shigwal. And he finishes well. That's the end of the over. And the score 42 for 4.
Yeah, so it's really interesting how this tournament has developed, and obviously having the Netherlands 11 involved. I think it's a real good test for some of these batsmen because they're very used to facing the bowlers in their country. They're very used to, you know, there's some good bowlers in their country as well, but they're used to them. And so, you know, a real test for them is when you're facing bowlers that are a class above. So it's going to be tough, I think, for most of the batsmen to take on these Netherlands, but they have to come up with a strategy. And there's Meta, our project manager. Nice to see you popping in at a great time.
Give everybody
He's
away.
That's one of the hardest working people in European cricket. There we go. I know your dad, Mike.
Oh, the start of the show.
Michael.
Behind the scenes. You don't see these people behind the scenes. That's
well, you know, she's coming to hand me the Duckworth Lewis. At the moment, it's sunshine, so I don't know. It's going to be too sunny to play. But anyway, maybe they know something we don't. Yeah. They're always all over it.
We're always prepared.
The officials.
We're always prepared.
No, I don't need this. Netherlands are ahead at the moment. All right, let's move on. And looks like we will go to spin now. But thanks anyway, Meta. We do appreciate everything and all the crew. They work very, very hard, don't they, to put this tournament on. And pleasure to be a part of. Let's go to spin then, over number 5. That's a good start from Clayton Floyd with his slow left armers. Now I think we are going to see some fireworks because it's go big or die trying time now for the Austrians.
Sliced up in the air and should be taken, and is comfortably. Another wicket goes. And Nukan just trying to get some acceleration in himself, trying to support the captain, who seems to be doing it all by himself at the moment. I mean, you just have a look at this scorecard, and really, other than the captain, who fortunately for his side is still there, Rasman Shigiwal, no one else has made any real contribution at all.
But the 5 batsmen that have been dismissed, between them, they've scored 2 runs.
Yeah.
And in fact, I mean, Shigiwal has scored 37 of the 39 runs off the bat. So that's been a pretty amazing statistic. Noor Khan, well, he'll be disappointed. And he had to have a go, didn't he? He couldn't get after Floyd. Nice catch by Boris Gawley in the outfield as well, who summed up the opportunity with precision. 5th wicket falls. Austria now 42 for 5.
Yeah, another wicket to Clayton Floyd. And just got a knack of getting wickets, hasn't he? And no answer to what he's able to do at the moment. And what a great player he is as well. We saw him perform with the bat as well yesterday. 34, 15 balls against Portugal. And well, he took 3 for 10 against Romania. And that's why he's at the top of the bowling stats here in this Group B.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he? So, new batsman comes out on strike. Sahil Zadran.
Zadran gets back onto ball, takes a single, and that's probably all. While he's there, the captain will be saying to all of the batsmen, look, get the single, get me on strike, and I'll see what I can do. He's got to do a bit. Rate just under 17 required per over.
Bit of toss news for you. The next match is Romania versus Hungary, and it begins in around about 35 minutes. Hungary winning the toss and electing to bowl first. That's a curious one for me.
Yeah, that is.
A couple of reasons.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. You know, we can
You're reading my
read
mind.
each other's minds.
We do now.
It's got something to do with this bit of paper that Mehta gave us, as this is edged away. Fielder giving it chase, and well, it was a fantastic effort. He's trying to knock it back in, Niels Hetman, but not able to get right behind it. The ball is always going to beat those tight races. And, good effort though, but 4 runs.
Got a good hand on it, Edmund here, but he just knocks it sideways and it ends up just angling over the rope. It's a good effort, but this will be a great view of it. Look at that. Great camera work. But unfortunately, it rolls over the rope and it's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, Hungary, they seem to be winning games, batting first, putting scores on the board. And also Romania, they've been horrendous chasing.
That was quite a wide delivery. He'd be disappointed, Shigiwal, that he wasn't able to get anything on.
Romania had to chase, obviously, that 196, which was a bit out of order. But then even the second time, they were chasing Romania.
This is up in the air. This should be a chance, and this is a big moment. And there's the catch taken, and they've got the big wicket that they needed. So the captain of Austria, Shigiwal, though he scored a marvellous 41 for his team, he now departs, and really now these are going to be very, very worrying times for the Austrian team.
Yeah, that one hurts, and Shigiwal is batted so well in this series. That was a good catch by Klein. He's having a day out here. He's looking straight into the sun. The sun was out there briefly. You can see he's got the shades on, put the hand up. He found it. He caught it. And that's the end of the Austrian captain. It's been a lone hand so far. He goes for 41 off only 19 balls. 5 Maximos and 2 4s in there. The score at the halfway point is 47 for 6.
Yeah, and you just think everybody was expectant of seeing Austria really maybe go to town a little here to see how this battle was going to go between the team who was showing great signs of the bat, Austria, against a team that had been marvellous with the ball. Well, it looks like Netherlands, they've been the one that have been able to change it up. They've been the ones that have been able to add to the batting performances, scoring the runs, putting them on the board, 135. And Austria, well, they just haven't been able to contend with the bowling that's come their way. There's been some loose shots as well, you've got to say, but Netherlands take nothing away from their skills and abilities with the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Gets an edge on this, and another chase for the fielder, but this will be an easier one for Hetman.
Let's go back to the Romanian situation. I mean, I said they couldn't chase that 196, no surprises there, but then they had a real opportunity against the Netherlands. They needed 97, but they couldn't do that, and you can maybe see why, because the Netherlands bowling and fielding has been outstanding. But I would have thought maybe if you're Hungary, you keep going with what's working for you. I mean, the counter argument is maybe you want to try both. And then, as you said, maybe the threat of rain that maybe interrupts this game. Sometimes teams like to bat second so they know exactly what they need and how to go about it.
This is hit pretty well. In fact, it hit very well. It goes all the way over. Shaka time. When I need a few more of these. Big hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, really good shot. Goes with a spin, and moment. He hasn't had the worst game at all. He absolutely smashes this one. So, bowler here, Julian DeMay, one of a pair of left-arm orthodox spin twins for the Netherlands. They had the key to their middle overs. They're probably going to bowl 5, 6, 7, and 8 here because they bowled Klein out. They bowled their openers, their opening bowler, Klein out in overs 2 and 4.
Oh, this one he could have chipped straight into the hands of the fielder. He has. Well, he used his feet pretty well, but it looked like he was going to try and flick this over on the onside. I think he's got this wrong, and it ends up going too long on, and an easy, comfortable catch being taken. And a bit of catching practice here after playing a nice shot. A very soft dismissal.
Yeah, he just wasn't quite there, was he? And so he didn't really go through with the shot. It was more or less a chip in the end. Trying to be aggressive. You can't really blame Moment for that. But now you wonder if they'll even bat out the overs as they've lost a 7th wicket halfway through the 6th over. Austria 54 for 7.
Yeah, so Julian DeMay gets another wicket. I was very impressed with his bowling yesterday. Impressed with the way he's able to move it both ways. And susses out batsman very quick. His length is good. And you see that one was getting the batsman to come out of the crease, getting him to get to the pitch of it, knowing that he needs to and wants to hit it big. And the batsman there, I think, maybe called in a little bit of 2 minds what he wanted to do with the shot, and decides to, well, half-heartedly go straight. And another easy wicket that goes, and another catch taken this time by Boris Gawley. Some discussion about the field to the new batsman, Kwajan. And this will be a wide.
Good keeping. This is something maybe non-wicket keepers don't appreciate. But, it was a really good takedown leg side. There's the clouds. Maybe there's a little bit of concern. This is one you lose it in the batsman. You just got to come out the other side as well. The next ball is in the air. It's going to be a simple return catch. So DeMay lost that last one down the leg side. This is the next delivery. You can see it's an attempted swing on the leg side. It went miles in the air, but DeMay was very quick. The keeper had no idea where it was, and that's why otherwise you'd often see the keeper going for it. But yeah, the keeper doesn't have the angle on that if it's skied when you're under the helmet. So DeMay takes another one, and Austria, it's been an epic batting collapse, and now they are 55 for 8.
Yeah, another one goes, and I think looking at this, some of the teams may be thinking now, having seen Austria in this position, that maybe it's all about getting those first 3 wickets. Get those first 3 wickets, and particularly the captain early. And maybe they haven't got anybody else that can stand firm and deliver. That's what it looks like here. That's another soft dismissal.
It's been the story of this innings for sure. But I mean, having seen really all of the top 6 or even 7 bat, you know, they can bat and they've been effective in T10 cricket, but in this innings it's just all gone pear-shaped, hasn't it? I mean, you look at Iqbal Hussain, for example, yesterday, who scored over 100 runs and scored them very quickly. Garayat has just never gotten going in the series so far. And maybe a positive for Austria is there are some batsmen who have missed out so far that could come good as the week goes on. And despite that, they put 2 very strong performances on opening day.
Nicely played out, just will take the single, but of course singles are not going to help their cause.
Mark Simpson-Parker
runs, don't they?
Well, he opens in their T20 team, Mark Simpson-Parker, but he's more of a long form player. That's why he's used as a fielder and maybe occasional bowler in this format.
Big swing. Gets a little bit of something on it, fortunately for him, otherwise this was going to be another one that was going to clutter into the stumps. So they poodle along to 57. But they've lost 8 wickets in the process.
And Mark Simpson-Parker just learning about running on that strip. The bat does tend to jam in. Maybe sometimes you're smarter running just on the edge of the artificial surface. So, well, it's been a very, very quick flurry of wickets in this innings. Has wrecked this chase for Austria, 57 for 8. And at the moment, you'd have to say, hard work them batting out there at 10 overs. This is where maybe you need to have an eye on your net run rate as well. I mean, you know you're not going to get the runs from here. It seems highly unlikely.
Big swing here. Now the feet were right outside. I'm just wondering if this was an opportunity here, Vinny.
Is this an air swing from the keeper? Look at that. There we go. Well, he might have just had one stud down. Next ball is whacked away to the leg side. It'll just be one. MSP finds out the hard way again. This is the next ball. It's just a low full toss. But it's been pretty clinical from the Dutch, hasn't it? Defending this total.
Nice looking shot, and this will get 4 runs. Played this really well. Beautiful timing from Simpson-Parker. Gets his foot right to the pitch and all the way along the deck. 4 runs.
Not bad for a number 10, is it?
Not bad.
That's a really good cricket shot. I mean, the consensus is, yeah, he's not really an out-and-out T10 hitter, but he is still a very good batsman.
In the air and an easy catch. Well, this one was taken crocodile style, but it doesn't matter. It's another one. And, well, you can see, I think maybe, Vinny, that's what you're seeing there, that the Mark Simpson-Parker, he likes to have time, he likes to stroke the ball around. He's not the sort of batsman that can maybe throw the bat at the ball early on. And by trying to do so, gets the, well, slices at this one, doesn't he? And a simple catch taken by the fielder.
Yeah, it was. I went with the fingers pointing up or something approaching it, but Simpson-Parker, it's a nice boundary, but edges the next one. He'll be disappointed to miss out. Austria lose a 9th wicket. It's 62 for 9.
Yeah, everything going wrong for them. Epman taking the catch. 5 runs scored. He played a lovely shot out towards extra cover for 4. But wasn't able to follow that up. 3 balls he faced for his 5. And another wicket for Denton Floyd. What a time he's having out there. He's a wicket-taking machine at the moment.
Such a well-balanced attack, the Netherlands, isn't it? It's such a well-balanced attack. They just keep coming at you, whether it's with pace or spin, and then the variations within those bowlers, I think they're really impressive. So they're down to the last batsman.
Which is out. Gets a single. Yeah, I think it's important for me, what you were saying about the net run rate, that these 2 batsmen, well, they're only the last 2 batsmen now, to have to try and bat their way through. Could have chopped this one on to get a single, because that net run rate, remember, Hungary back up, and they're hungry to go up the table as well. They get a good result, and the pressure will certainly be on Austria.
Things can change very quickly, and Romania, well, they'll be hoping they change, because they're 0-2 after a disastrous first day. And you can see there we've got Hungary taking them on. We saw Hungary this morning. They're 2-1 now. They had a few scares against Portugal this morning, but they did get the job done. Both their wins are over Portugal. Romania, they'll be batting first. They've been sent in by Hungarian captain Mark Ahuja. So let's see if they stick with Taranjit Singh and Sathisen up the order. Gohar Manan comes back into the lineup as well. He's listed to bat at number 3.
Fielding off his own bowling. Julian De May. He guides away, Zadran. It's unfortunate for him as well. I mean, I've said I've liked Zadran as an all-round player. But in this match, when it comes to the batting, he's just run out of partners. Nobody's been able to stick around with him.
Yeah, this is where, I mean, it sounds boring, but now I think you need to bat your overs out and just see if you can sneak another 15 or 20 runs, because, I mean, situation can change really quickly, and it might be the Austrian is battling out for 2nd place.
This was a full toss, and it's been sent over the boundary. Big hit. And umpire Shub putting his hands up in the air once more. 6 runs.
Yes, this is a rare one that gets away from De May. It's wayside full toss. That's out of here. So it's another 7. Free hit coming up. Yeah, so the reason is, let's say Austria are battling it out for 2nd place, and it could come down to net run rate. And they all count. So you're just trying to get as many runs on the board as you can.
be caught, or should be caught if they get there, but they don't. It wouldn't have counted, of course. And the batsmen, they're doing a little dance in the middle, a little jig, a little bit of in, out, shake it all about, and in the end, they get nothing comes from it.
Yeah, they don't want to lose a run out. Now, have a look at this. So they know they can't be out caught, so they run hard, and they're kind of looking for a second, but then you see then it was fumbled, and then it was a bit of the hokey pokey. Next ball, worked away just a single. So yeah, from here, you just scrape up to around the 90 mark, save a bit of face. But the story has been Netherlands, their bowling and fielding attack at the moment, they're just overpowering their opponents, aren't they, in Group B?
Yeah, they certainly have. They've got the right combination. This one is played out towards mid-wicket. And so far, no team really has been able to adjust to that. And I think it's the spin as well, the bowling of Floyd, and also here, DeMay has had many bamboozled, it has to be said. That's the fuller delivery. I think that's the one he was going for when he got the full toss in. The end of the over. They survived this, the last pair, remember, 9 wickets down.
Yeah, so 76 for 9. And apart from Shigawal, the next best scorer is Akib Iqbal, who's batting number 11. And that probably tells you exactly how this Austrian innings has gone. And what a difference a day makes. That's what I mean. There's a team that hit 195 in their first match yesterday. In their first match today, look like they may scrape to 80 or so. But that's what makes this tournament so interesting as well. The fact you do play 2 games a day. You might have a great day, you might have a terrible day, you might have a mixed day, but you've always got the chance to turn it around and change the narrative. So looking forward to seeing how the rest of Group B works out. You can see there's clouds in the background, a bit threatening, but at the moment plenty of sunshine. Hopefully it stays that way. Niels Edmund gets the bowl in the 9th.
Just flicks that away. Take a single. Thinks about the 2.
It's a good opportunity for the Netherlands to try out a couple of other bowling options, really. I think no reason not to. I mean, this is where you sometimes might see Bratt have a second over, or Viv Kingma. They're probably the 2 bowls they'd normally turn to, but it gives them a great opportunity to give Edmund a bowl and maybe somebody else in the 10th if the game goes that long.
Well, it may not, because this looks like it's going to be comfortable. Just got to make sure he gets himself in a position where he can take it without the sun giving him too much trouble, and holds on to it. And that is the end of this match. So Austria, a team that impressed us with the bat yesterday, well, they fall well short. And smiles there from Quinton Norris.
Quinny's still smiling.
Yeah, it's good to see he's still smiling. Look, they know they're up against the top team, a team that have really impressed. And quite fittingly there, Sebastian Bratt, the captain of the Netherlands, taking the cat. So again, it has to be said, a comprehensive display and comprehensive victory for the Netherlands team, Vinny.
Yeah, well, you'd have to say it was always going to be a tough chase for the Austrians, but they did have the runs on the board yesterday. And as we got set for this second innings, well, Krusty was there, and he had fire in his belly. He gave Garai a torrid time, eventually had him caught a deep fine leg, and from there, really, you knew it was going to be tough. I mean, Rasmal Shigawal, he impressed again, 41, but it was a lone hand for the Austrians. And apart from Akib Iqbal, who's at number 11, only Shigawal was able to get into double figures. And at the other end, then Klein turned it on, had a bit of an auspicious start with some no balls and a ball disappearing. But after that, it was the Ryan Klein show, wasn't it? And he really wrecked this Austrian top order. Good wicket keeping as well from Zulfikar, finishing off the chances. But, well, the wickets kept falling, didn't they, Rico? And Austria's chances just slipped away. Yeah, and I think the Netherlands, you can see the way they do it, as that was another one that shatters into the stumps. But they've got the pace attack, which do the job. In that first over from Kingman, I think was spicy, had a bit of fire about it. They get those wickets, and Klein, even though he went for 13 off his first 2 balls, came back strong. Then after that, once they know that that rate is around 15, 16, they bring those spinners on, and they're very difficult to get away as well. Yeah, they play an aggressive brand of cricket, I think, the Netherlands 11, and that suits this format, even though they're not that experienced in it. But they're only going to get better and better. This was the one that DeMay finished off his own bowling. And Floyd, well, he came to the party as well, didn't he? Once again, those spin twins, 5 wickets between them.
Yeah.
And they did go for 34 if they're 4 overs, but that's more than acceptable when you consider the runs they had on the board. And in the end, it didn't last too long because Brat took the catch, and in the 9th over, they were bowled out for 77 walking sticks, and Austria will be walking into their next match, which will be a little bit later on today against Portugal. But before that, we have the 3rd match of the day. It's match 8, and it's Romania versus Hungary. Romania trying to open their account against a Hungarian team that does have 2 wins. They were both against Portugal. This will be a great test to see where Romania are at. They'll get the chance to bat first in that match as they've been sent in by their opposition, and that game will start in around about 15 minutes right here on ECN. I know that you and Michael McCann will be taking everyone through that one. And have a look at the scorecard, and there's a couple of ducks for the pond. 4 in total, actually. It was Chigwell that stood out, didn't he? Like a sore thumb. 41 off 19 with 5 Maximos and 2 4s. The only other player to get to double figures, like I said, was Akib Iqbal. Very disciplined performance. 5 avoidables from the Netherlands with 2 no balls, 2 wides and a bye. And they just don't give you much for free. And have a look at Kingma. Just bowled the 1 over in the end, 1 for 2. He started off. He was very, very aggressive early. Fiery stuff. And then Klein came up with 3 wickets of his own. Floyd, though, 3 for 12. He's just a bit of a metronome in the middle. Just performs. And Tomei with his 2. Etman came in and finished the innings off in the 9th. So, well, Rico, it was an interesting match, and it was pinned as a bit of a battle for supremacy, but I think there's no doubt who the top dogs are now, at least for now, in Group B. 135 to 77, the final. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the next match. It will be Romania, who are taking on Hungary in that one. So I'm looking forward to that, Rico. I'm sure you'll be here with Michael, and we'll get going. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Welcome to the coin toss ahead of this match 31 of the brand new Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's Romania, led by Ramesh Safison, against Hungary, led by Mark Ahuja. The Hungarians will be buoyant after 2 victories against Portugal, taking them on to 2 wins from 3 so far. Romania, meanwhile, looking to come back after a bit of a difficult day yesterday. 2 defeats against the heavyweights of Group B, Austria and the Netherlands. The Hungarians know that a win here will take them 3 from 4 and give them 1 foot into Group B finals day Friday. Match referee Rob Kemming has the coin in his hand. Let's get over to the all-important toss. It's Hungary to call.
Thank you very much. Tails. Tails called. It is tails. We ball first.
So Hungary have won the toss and they've decided they're going to have a bowl in this match 31. So far in the competition, Hungary have batted first 3 times, so that will be a different experience for them as they chase a 3rd victory from 4. Let's get up to the commentary box for the head.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Muchas gracias, Michael McCann, doing his thing. And the umpires, Charles Croucher and Nilkesh Patel, they make their work out to do their thing. The man in black, well, he's happy. He's doing a little bit of the Bizaway dance there. That's Zishan Kukihill. What a good player he is. Well, Hungary should be happy. They've already got a win under their belt here this morning. And they're a team that is looking to keep the pressure on the Netherlands for sure. And also, after that defeat on Austria as well. And they know that win this one against a Romanian team who are yet to open their account. Win this one and they're right up there, and they should, well, at least they know that should guarantee them a place in Friday's finals day. And then from there on we will learn which 2 teams will go on to coming back here on the 4th of October when it's going to be championship week. And just listening to that anthem, even now, you know, this is the 2nd week we're here, just hearing that hairs stand up on the back of my neck. I just think, just got that tune about it, hasn't it? It's a little bit of the, you know, the music when you're watching something like the Gladiators comes on and you think, oh yeah, I'm really feeling this, feeling the passion. Well, that's what it's all about, and I know the passion, how much it means to these European cricketers out there playing and representing their countries. And this is what it's all about. It doesn't get for them any bigger than this. And so far here, though we know that there have been some showers around us, so far it's still pretty clear, though that wind has picked up. Rico Full here in the commentary box, and I'm joined by Michael McCann. And hello Michael, you're looking again very sharp today.
Lovely start to match 31. If you're a Hungary supporter, various things in a power play. A dot ball against Taranjeet Singh, the all-star of Romanian cricket. Thank you very much, Rico. I do my best.
Taranjeet, we know he's a destructive player, don't we, Michael? And well, just right on cue, he does go for a big one, and it goes all the way over. Well, Taranjeet, you know, he's been on the old fruit and cereals in the mornings the first few times, so maybe he's finally got hold of some aloo parontas. Paronte kakea like that. Well, if he has, I want some. Taranjeet, don't forget me. Next delivery. And it looks like he's going for another one. He rocks back and he hammers this out of the middle of the bat. This has gone huge. What a hit. 2 in 2. Taranjeet Singh, it's time to party. It's time to do a little bit of the Bhangra. 6 carreras más.
Well, this is excellent hitting from Taranjeet Singh. This is the Taranjeet Singh we know, because yesterday he was all sorts of out of form in truth, struggling for his timing. And that time he's left playing and missing. A nice comeback from Ranjan. It can be a really tough gig as a spinner with these 50-metre boundaries, and then when you decide to bowl in the power play, so you can only have 2 outside the circle, that only makes it harder. He's got a long on and a mid-wicket out.
Yeah, Taranjeet, he knows how important it is for his team that he performs.
Lots of flight on this. They thought of the single.
Oh,
They've ended up at the
he's in
same
all
end. It
sorts
should
of
be a
trouble.
run out.
Oh,
and it
it's
is.
not the first time we've seen this, Michael. That is terrible, isn't it? It's so awful to see. Miscommunication. And looks like they're asking the question here. I think it's maybe Charles Croucher just wants to see that the bowler did have control of the ball. Let's see, has he been given a life here? It was a terrible, terrible cricket. Well, let's see. I mean, it's all about... No, I don't. I think that's a great shout. I think the bowler has broken the stumps with his leg here. And, of course, what that means is to recover, he needs to have ball and stump in hand out of the ground.
Well, this is excellent umpiring by Charles Croucher. He gets side on, he gets the best look at it, and, well, that is one heck of a reprieve for the Romanian captain, Ramesh Safison. Croucher's explaining the decision to captain Mark Ahuja, who completely understands, and the bowler Harsh Manjan. And that is really good use of the technology and great umpiring. Should have been Safison gone without facing a ball, and instead, somehow it's Hungary who are left frustrated. This time Taranjeet goes again, and it's a third six in the over for Taranjeet Singh. Well, we didn't see much of him yesterday with the bat of note, but he's woken up on the right side of bed today, and Romania, in this desperately needed must-win game for them, have got off to a very good start thanks to this man.
Beautiful shot, and this time just getting his foot to the pitch of the ball, and he's got the power, isn't he? He's got the power in his forearms, and that goes all the way over the long off boundary for 6 more. So 3 sixes, 18. That's the score at the end of the first. What a big let-off, though, for this man. Well, he's lucky to be there, and he's lucky to be taking guard because he should have been gone. But excellent bit of umpiring from our man in black. Charles Croucher got it spot on.
It's one of those where, unless you were really watching closely, you probably would have just have assumed it's out. But that's not going to get past our men in black. Focusing back on the men in green and red. Second over about to begin from Habib Daldar. His little medium paces. Now this is a reactive change. They've seen that the spin didn't work, but I know there is a bit of a perception that Taranjeet Singh and Ramesh Safison prefer the quicker stuff. So that's why Daldar's bowling now. Well, that's gone a long way up. This is going to be a very difficult chance. Looking straight into the sun. And he's held on. What a good catch that is. Well, Ramesh Safison could well and should well have been run out without facing a ball, but now he's gone for a 2-ball duck. And Daldar works the magic for Hungary. 18 for 1, really well pouched.
Yeah, well, you thought he'd been given a second life. Was he going to make the most of it? But no, he wasn't. And that's because of a very, very good catch taken by Weligami. This is a good catch, you know, that went high up in the air. He had the sun to contend with. It's also pretty breezy out there as well, so no doubt that Kookaburra ball would have moved about a little up in the air as well. But the catch well taken, and well, he's gone for you could say he's gone for the second time for a duck. But this time, after facing 2 deliveries, he went for the big hit, gets it wrong, and he's on his way back into the dugout. The batsman makes his way out. And of course, because of the change in rules, even though Taranjeet, they would have crossed, it actually will be the new batsman to take strike off this ball from Daldar. So
Straight to extra cover. No run. Well, yes, it was a curious innings in that he was 0 for 2, really, Safison. And speaking of things that don't look particularly good, that is quite ominous, it must be said.
certainly is, and as those words come out of your mouth, ominous, the wind really picks up. And that's always a sign. There's a storm on the way.
Yeah, I know there's a certain member of our staff who seems to sort of defy the prospect of rain existing at all until it's bucketing down such that the ground is underwater, but I think it's perfectly reasonable to say, based on meteorological conditions, we're expecting some bad weather at some point. That's a wide from Daldar. Got all those signs just with the cloud cover. There's some people who've watched a lot more cricket at Cartama than I've had the pleasure of doing so across many years, who reckon that That's where it's coming from as well, where you saw those pictures. Daldar goes straighter, chipped back by Taranjeet. Good over this from Daldar, who's brought it right back after that first over went for 18. In fact, actually, to be frank, a lot of the forecasts had the thunderstorms as coming either overnight or much earlier on in the day, so we're kind of lucky that we've got this far. Skied up, keeper's catch, and he's not going to drop that. Taken by Satyadeep Ashraf-Narayana, and Daldar has a second wicket in this over. Romania 21 for 2 now, and it is the dangerous Sivakumar Perialwa who has to go for just 1.
Oh, what an over this has been. He's come on after a cracking first over, thanks to Taranjeet Singh's 3 big sixes. And he's come and he's taken 2 wickets straight away. I wouldn't say it was being the best or most sensible bit of batting from the men that have come and gone. And we know that Sathian, he was lucky not to be gone before he got his second chance. He wasn't able to contribute to the score. And at this time, Periathwar just getting a single, but only doing the same, just lasting 2 balls as he makes his way back as well, or 3 deliveries if you count the one that he was actually out to. So it's a bit of a shambles here. So score 2 overs gone, 21 for 2.
And the more and more wickets that fall, the more and more psychological pressure that is built up on Taranjeet Singh, the superstar of Romanian cricket on which they are so often dependent.
Get the ball to bowl. Well, Michael, didn't he bowl well in that match that you did with Vinny? I mean, 4 wickets, outstanding bit of bowling. I'm just trying to ask him the question. And the other thing I'm going to say that I'm glad to see he's still up and standing, because that clutter between him and the 2 fielders on the boundary, well, I don't know how both of them got up from that.
Yeah, it was him and Gomez who came together. High catch that wasn't called, one running back, one running forward. It's nicknamed the protractor due to its unusual angle where he sort of runs in from what is quite a straight mid-off position. On to Nadi Gotla. Short, and this is miscued and taken, a simple catch. So it's a golden duck for Satwik Nadi Gotla, and Romania are 22 for 3 and in real danger of collapsing in a heap with the bat once more. And it is 5th wicket of the day for Ketapal.
Well, this is a nothing shot really. I mean, it's his first delivery. And I know that, I mean, if Vinny was here, Vinny was saying, well, look, this format, you know, every batsman's got to go out there, got to attack, got to play this shot. But I think when your team's in a bit of trouble, you've already lost 3 wickets, you've got to be careful. And his wickets are falling, and he's just added to the troubles for his team. Now you need, I mean, while Taranjeet is still there, it's just, again, just waiting here for the 3rd umpire. I'm not sure what the wait was for, but eventually the finger has been given by the umpire, in a polite way, of course, not in the way you're thinking, you dirty minds out there. But he has to make his way. And yeah, they've just got to be a little bit more sensible here. I think Romania now, they know they're not in the best of form. They know they're not getting the results that the way that they need. So they've got to come together. You've still got Taranjeet Singh out there. You need a batsman to go out there, have a quick word with Taranjeet here and say, look, me and you, buddy, we're going to bat until the 6th over. You do your thing. I'm just going to give you the strike.
I totally agree. And the other problem that you've got is Nadi Gotla eventually belatedly troops off for that golden duck. Nadi Gotla, like most of this Romanian team, plays his club cricket with Cluj, who tend to perennially win the Romanian domestic league. Is that I think it's also about the batting lineup. If you've got a really deep batting lineup, guys down to 9, 10 that can come out and hit big sixes, then as a top order bat, going really hard at every ball in the power play makes complete sense. But we've seen with this Romania lineup, they made 106 for 9 against Austria and collapsed. They made 62 for 7 against the Netherlands and collapsed. I think that there comes a point where you do have to take a little bit of responsibility. Full toss and down the leg side, so that will be a wide. Stepped inside the line, Gohar Manan to take the extra. And so in the context of a team that's struggling like that, you actually can't really be leaving it to 7, 8, 9 to come out and hit, because we haven't seen that from Romania in truth. Well, that's going to be a dot. Good fielding from mid-off, charging in to avoid any possibility of the quick single. It's all eyes on Taranjit. He hit 3 sixes from the first over, and aside from that, boundaries have not been disturbed. Swipe and a miss. Ketapal just continuing on from his form earlier on. I did leave you guys with a brain teaser when I exited the box at the end of match 30. And I might actually throw it at the man to my left. Who got the first T10 international fourfer last week, and who picked up the second? Short, not a great delivery, and because Manan's got a flick on this, that will be a dot ball, a fortuitous one for Ketapal. Anybody come to mind?
I can go to my, I'm allowed to go to my notes.
Feels like cheating a bit. We'll give people an over or so and put you out of your misery with the brain teaser. Down the ground from Manan. Well, Taranjit Singh needs some support, and this is an encouraging sign that he might be about to get some. Manan hits a straight 6 down the ground, and it's a first boundary in the innings from anyone whose name isn't Taranjit Singh.
Yeah, I mean, this was a no messing around shot. He just said, right, I've had enough of this. And he's absolutely hoiked this out of the ground. Big hit straight. But yeah, look, this is exactly what Taranjit needs to see. He needs to see another batsman out there that is going to stick around, that's going to play a few shots, and that he's able to make a partnership with. And of course, he's got the other thing is Taranjit himself has got to think about batting all the way through as well. And that is the power play, and you can see it was those 2 wickets in that second over that really put a stop to it from Dildar. And the score 29 for 3. So in terms of where they are with the score, I don't think they'd be too worried about it. They're just under 10 and over. It's about keeping those wickets intact and getting the partnerships together here now.
Brought Dildar back. It's not the best start from him. Habib Dildar, who qualified to play for Hungary through CIT status. He's been there since 2004. Short, and that is a 4th 6 of the innings for Taranjit Singh. That's gone over the Romanian batting dugout. And aren't they enjoying it? Well, they were under threat from this one, but it actually had too much for them, cleared them with a distance.
Oh, it's shaka time from the bat of Taranjit Singh, and effortlessly plays his away. Too short, it's in that zone. You put it there, and he's going to put it all the way up there. Big hit. That's what they need. He needs to find the voice of his team. No ball called.
Nice looking shot from Taranjit. Picks up 1. Not something you necessarily see too often in T10, a conventional cover drive. So it will be a free hit to follow. Of course, they're not totally invincible, this pair. Amongst other things, can be run out. Slow ball, completely miscued. And it won't matter because it's a free hit, but the catch was dropped anyway by Zahir Safi Mohammed. Although, ultimately, he did at least get the ball in nice and quickly. Plenty of fielders in ECN cricket forget that it's a free hit. And I think we've done it a fair few times in the commentary box as well.
That one's been called wide. Will have to be bowled again. That wind is still blowing across this ground now from right to left.
It's a backward point, but this is another front foot no ball. So it would have been a dot ball otherwise. Well, Dildar's got to think about this because this is costing them. It's the second of the over.
Well, there you go, you see, and that's a great call because that foot, that line belongs to the umpire. It's got to be the other side of the line.
Too full, too straight, and Taranjit Singh likes it there. That thuds into the scaffolding. That's an emphatic shot from Romania's best bat, who's starting to really find his form again.
Beautiful shot, absolutely hammers it straight. Watch out, cameraman's up there. And then that Chris taps in the tower. This one is coming your way. I think it's still vibrating up all the way through his toes to his fingers.
Short and wide. Taranjeet only get one that time.
I mean, the bowler of what Dildar's bowling should never be bowling those foot fault no balls.
Absolutely.
You know, that's a criminal.
Well, I don't think it literally is, but take your point. Take your point. Down the ground. Well, that's Isaac Manan. It was quite wide, but it was too full, and that just allowed him the freedom to swish his hands through it straight, and Romania passed the team 50 in style, 54 for 3, with one ball left of the fourth.
This is better, isn't it? This is what they needed. These two, they can just stay together.
Swung away leg side this time, and that's 6 more. Well, we spoke about Taranjeet Singh needing support. It's come through the 6-hitting prowess of Gohar Manan. He's only faced 7 balls, and 3 of them have disappeared.
Well, this is just amazing stuff. I mean, we know Taranjeet's hit 5 sixes. Well, 3 have come from Manam now. So you can work that out yourself when you know the score. It's only just been a couple of runs that have come off singles. All the rest have been boundaries. As that score has really raced along now to 60 off 4 overs.
So from here, they can go at 2 a ball, and they would be looking at 72 more, which would get them 132. So you can see your run rates after match 7. It doesn't look good for Romania, does it? It's got to be said. They're conceding at 14.6 with the ball. They're scoring at 8.4 with the bat. And we cannot overemphasize enough, if Taranjeet Singh gets going, that number that they're scoring at is going to shoot up, isn't it?
That's the key, and this is the match where they've got to change all that around. And the way it is now, they started badly, but they're coming back strong. And these two look to be batting sensibly. Look, they're backing themselves to hit the big 6s, and they've cleared the ropes easily. And that's nice to see there as well, that Taranjeet is also, well, he's not afraid to take the singles. As we go back, have a look at that again. And yeah, as Michael was saying, 14.6 against and only 8.44, and that's what they're trying to change. Hungary, well, they'll be looking at those figures from Romania thinking, yeah, we can topple them, and that's what they'll be looking to do.
It's down the ground from Manan. It's another good clean blow, and long on and long off, do just about enough between them. Kukikel and Maligamage in combination here. Almost ran past it. Kukikel and looked round and was relieved. The ball hadn't touched the dreaded rope. A shot from Taranjeet Singh, and he might well get 4 for this. He does get 4 for this. He's just lent on this and timed this to perfection. Didn't need to hit it too hard, and he's bisected the gap perfectly behind square on the offside.
Taranjeet Singh, ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਮਾਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਪਰ ਪਿਆਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਮਾਰ ਸਕਦਾ. Well, that was a beautiful shot, all timing. Doesn't just have to crash it to the boundary. It's all about, well, timing and placement as well. What a beautiful shot that was for 4.
And that's the thing with 50-metre boundaries. You do get rewarded for good cricket shots as well. Effort ball, the grunt, and met with a slashing cover drive from Taranjeet Singh. Well, this is the Taranjeet Singh we know and love here on the European Cricket Network. This is the man that's taken his club team Cluj to consecutive, seemingly endless run of domestic championship titles. And he's such a key pillar of the national team. He looked completely out of form yesterday, but he's right back on it today.
A rocket shot that. The bowler rolled his fingers over it. Salman Khan came out the bat like a bullet. And Dildar, well, he's lucky he didn't get fingers to it.
Just has to respect to that ball. That's the rarest of things in this innings. A dot against Taranjeet Singh, who is very much the star of this Romania side. Got plenty of other talented players, but he certainly embraces his role as the team's frontman. If they were a band, he'd be the lead singer. He might not be the captain, but he would be.
That one was a slow ball, attempted wild ball. Just have a look at the first 4 overs. 18 of the first, that was 3 sixes. 3 in the second, 8 in the third, and then that one from Dildar went for 31. Massive over.
Full toss, horrid delivery.
It's got to be a no ball, surely.
Taranjeet Singh is to get a single. Just
Well,
having another look.
to me, well, I'm thinking that one's got to be called for me, I've got to say. I think he may have just got away with that. And the umpire's just deciding, well, maybe it's just borderline. But look, you see it again here. I think he's even hitting it on the up, the batsman, Taranjeet. Sort of almost tiptoes as he's hitting this because he's come so high. Look, he's jumping up. So that, for me, well, I think he's got away with that.
Maybe a touch of fortune there for Hungary as Abhishek Ketapal comes back for his second. Romania well placed at the midway point. Safison, Perialwa and Nadigotla making just one between the three of them. But it's been a magnificent partnership that is now worth exactly 50 runs for this, the second wicket. And it's been achieved off just 18 balls.
Yeah, Ketapal, this is the captain calling upon him to try and break that partnership of 50. Well batted by these two. Can he do it?
Short, hit by Taranjeet Singh, straight to long on and falls just short of him. Well, sometimes when your form turns around, the luck tends to turn around too, and that's definitely what's happened here for Taranjeet Singh.
Yeah, look, it's a big area for him to hit this at, and he hits it to the early place the fielder was, and he's done well, the fielder there, stops it going through him for 4.
Short, skied up, cordon bowl chance, and held by Ketapal. His 6th wicket of the day. He's Hungary's go-to man when they need a wicket, and he's come back on and he shrugs his shoulders as if to say, yep, that's what you brought me on to do. That's what I've done. 73 for 4.
Well, it was certainly the surprise delivery. I don't think Manan was expecting this, and bangs it in short. You thought he was going to latch onto it and put it away, but I think the advantage was here from the bowler that it was short and it was outside the off rather than on the leg. I think anywhere else it would have gone. But all Gohar Manan can do there is hit it up in the air. He's played his part in getting a recovery together for his team. We saw that partnership worth 51 runs, and he's made 20 of them off very few deliveries, just 9. So he'll get a rounding applause from his teammates because they know what an important part he's played.
A rounding applause?
A rounding applause. A rounding, I said they all go round. You never heard that before, a rounding applause? But there you go, look. Well, they're not rounding because they're just sitting back, but he gets the applause. Well batted.
Short.
Oh, he could be gone first ball.
And that's another. Hussein's out now. It goes from bad to worse. Ketapal has a 3rd. He's on a hat-trick. He'll have a hat-trick ball for the 2nd time today. And this is exactly why we were talking about Taranjeet Singh and also Manan needing to take responsibility in that partnership, because the moment Manan's gone, Ijaz Hussain is out for a golden duck as well. So it is a 2nd duck of the innings. He joins Safishan in that club. In fact, a 3rd. You can throw in Nadigotla too.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's 73 for 5 and the momentum's ebbing away from Romania again.
Yeah, look, this wasn't a good delivery. It's certainly not a wicket-taking delivery. But I tell you this, Michael, when I was watching that first match between Hungary and Portugal, he did the same thing there. Short delivery, going on the leg side, the batsman gets something on it, caught behind, he gets away with it, gets away with another one, and maybe it's because it's the new batsman, but this one really, look, that one should have been sent to the boundary. In the end, gets the glove onto it, and Ashwath Narayanan takes what would be a very comfortable catch.
So, a hat-trick ball. We could have just the 2nd ever hat-trick in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and in T10 international cricket. Ketapal has his 2nd chance to take a hat-trick today. His first one missed out on. It was hit away for 1 by Palabuchiaza. Instead, this time his possible victim is Vasu Saini. Saini facing up to Ketapal's awkward, ambling sidewards run. Short. And could in fact be a run out, but now they will come through for the single. Well, he took his eyes off the ball, Kaiba Deldar, in his enthusiasm to try and run out Saini. It's actually allowed Saini to grab himself a single. So for the 2nd time in the day, Ketapal can't quite finish the job, but if your biggest problem is that you're not succeeding with taking a wicket on your hat-trick ball, then that really is a first world cricketing problem, if ever I've heard one. Short, away by Taranjeet, who's got this in the gap. Get 1. And while Taranjeet Singh's still there, they'll rightly be dreaming of getting up to at least past the 100 mark, but really more that 125 sort of par score.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the new batsman Vasasani who's trying to do. He's back on strike here again, just to try and stay there with him.
Short, nice looking drive from Saini, who plays his club cricket with Cluj. He's a teammate of Taranjit Singh's. In fact, they're good friends going back to childhood. Played in the same corporate team in India. This is Saini from Saharanpur City. He's had quite the story as to how he's ended up here, like many of these European cricketers. So we see them together because of that scorecard, 76 for 5 after 6 overs. So Saini was working in finance after graduating in commerce, and in 2012 he went on a work trip to Romania for a week. Just a week, met the love of his life. The rest is history. 2016 they married in India, and in 2017 he moved over to Romania. Didn't expect to play any cricket in Romania at all, and then found Cluj Cricket Club, and the rest is history. 7th over starts with a wide from Zishan Kukihel. And what's more, in his first season, he ended up winning player of the match in 2 different finals as Cluj won the lot. And those are the kind of European cricket stories we love. Good Yorker, and he's somehow jammed down on this, Saini. He's managed to not play on and bounce it up into the keeper's gloves. Not a shot you see every day. Slow ball, and Saini was through it early. Could be a chance, or could be 6. It's 6. It's just about got over the heads of long on and long off. Well, we mentioned that Taranjit Singh needs support. He hasn't got much of it from the top order. Saini's starting well here, his first 6.
This was a delightful shot. I've been impressed with the first few shots he's playing. I know he hasn't hit the ball off of boundaries, but he looks like a good batsman. And just as I say that, that's the commentator's course. He has his leg stump taken out. Well, Taranjit, a little shake of the head from the other end, because, look, I think this was there for the taking. It was full, it was on the leg stick. Well, you know it was on the leg stick, because it's a leg stick that's been knocked back. He needed to get bat onto this, Saini, didn't he? And it's another wicket that goes. And Taranjit Singh at the other end, just having a little walk around saying, oh, it's another one that goes. Just when he was starting to look good after hitting a big 6, it's 6 and out.
And just as you were telling me how brilliant he is.
I think he looked, yeah.
Although, to be fair, all jokes aside, I was about to say he bats in the top 6 for Cluj and he averages mid-30s. So
yeah, but there you go. I mean, just the opening shots he played, even those ones he played out onto the offside for the single, he looked competent, didn't he? But then after hitting that 6, maybe he got too overconfident. You can see at the background there, dark skies as well, but he has to depart. And then, well, he'd be disappointed, especially after hitting that huge 6.
Does feel increasingly ominous, you'd have to say, here at the Cartama Oval. But for now, on we go. Kukihel picking up that wicket, and Romania in real danger of collapsing. So Rakesh Kumar faces up. Rakesh Kumar tries to do the right thing, which in this situation, we've spoken about the fact that Romania don't really have the deepest batting lineup in the competition. If you're a number 8 who's just got out there, and Taranjit has 45 off 20, it makes complete sense just to actually look for singles, unless it's a really poor delivery. Full toss, and that is a poor delivery that fits that description. Kumar plays the attacking shot, flicks it away through square leg. Nicely done, and he picks up his first boundary. Yeah, well, this is what I think Saini was trying to do, but he played inside out of ease and found the leg stick knocked back. Well, that's a much better shot. Just kept his shape, kept his eye on the ball, and as soon as bat made contact, that was going to go to the boundary. And this is what they need. We keep saying that. They just need the other batsman at the other end to keep hitting the odd boundaries, but Taranjit needs to get on strike as well. Just flicked away by Kumar. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding. Well, it's back-to-back boundaries for Kumar to finish the 7th over, but this should never have gone for 4. It's a moment that poor old Abhishek Ketapal, who's bowled so well today, will want to forget and have erased from the memory. It's just a shame that there's a global television audience that's seeing it. Yeah, Ketapal won't be happy with that, nor with his teammates. He needs to stop this, needs to get something behind it. I think he was in 2 minds. I think first he thought maybe it was going to be catchable, and when he realised it wasn't, he got himself in the wrong position. Well, this is where we are, Michael. I mean, Group B at the moment. We know that Belgium and Spain have gone through. And at the moment, Netherlands looking good, but
out of those other ones there, it could be anybody, couldn't it, the way these results go?
Absolutely, but we're definitely seeing the folly of the T20 world rankings. We know that those are done off. A lot of those countries haven't even played 10 games yet on the basis of which they're drawn up. Taranjit Singh has finally got strike now, but can't make contact. Hasn't really had much strike for a while now, Taranjit. He's been scoring a lot of singles and then watching wickets fall at the other end. Because Romania are the second highest ranked on T20s, in T20s, but it's not proving in this group at all.
That's
Full
got to be
toss,
a no ball.
horrible delivery, and it is given as a no ball. Taranjit Singh turns around to the square leg umpire, but before he even had, it was given. He'll be a touch frustrated. He hasn't maybe managed to just nudge that away for something, but the free hit will follow, and maybe this can kick Taranjit Singh back into gear.
Yeah, he's on strike for the free hit. Needs to make this count.
Short, down the ground, and what a way to bring up your 50. And Romania's first ever international T10 50. And who else was ever going to get it but the superstar of Romanian cricket himself, Taranjit Singh, brings it up with a maximum 51 of 23 balls with 2 4s and 6 6s. What a knock for his team, who are under so much pressure here, winless and desperately needing a victory to keep in the competition.
बहुत बताइए आपने टाजन नु तरनजीत सिंह अपनी 50 बना लिया. मैं क्या ऐसे है ना परोंठे खा के आया चोरी चोरी.
Full toss, and this time Taranjit will get just one. And he's near enough single-handedly got them here. If you look at the scorecard for players who aren't named Taranjit Singh, it doesn't read so good. 2 ball duck, 1 golden duck, 20 for Manan, golden duck, 8 not out. Waits for it. It was a slower ball. And he had so much time, Kumar, that in the end he could just about adjust. Slog sweeps it for 4. Romania past the century mark, and they've still got plenty of time to add more. 103 for 6.
Yeah, slower ball, but it was picked by the batsman. And because of the length, he waited for it and then smashes it away towards mid-wicket. They've only got just that one man on the leg side there.
And this time he's miscued it. Should be gone, and is gone. So that is the end of Rakesh Kumar, but that's a helpful cameo in a T10 game. He's made 3 boundaries in his 12 off just 5 balls. Hasn't wasted any time either. He's put on a bit of a mini partnership with Taranjit Singh, but he perishes.
Yeah, I mean, what he has done, okay, he's got some, hasn't chewed up too many balls, he's got some runs as well, but with that, okay, he's helped give Taranjit a bit of a rest as well at the other end. Doesn't feel he's got to do it all himself. But now, this is an importance, because there's still a number of deliveries to come. What they don't want to do is throw the wickets away. The worst case scenario for them here is to be bowled out with still balls to go. They've got to bat the full 10, but they've got to try and get Taranjit on strike for as many balls as possible. That has got to be priority now for every batsman that comes in.
So, Samiola heading out. He's never played a T20 international for Romania. He's been picked almost exclusively off the basis of his impressive showing with the ball, and then occasionally throwing the bat in European Cricket Series events across the last couple of years. So he's very much a specialist T10 pick. He's getting his first chance to represent his country in this tournament. He's off the mark there, so he will keep the strike, which isn't necessarily what Romania might want. They're 104 for 7 with 2 overs left. I just wonder whether if you're Ulla, you start this penultimate over looking for that single.
Yeah, you've got to. I mean, I've just caught the corner of my eye, the predicted score. I mean, they're saying around 130. If they were to get that, they would be over the moon. But I still think they've got to go some to get there. And it all depends which batsman is on strike. And it all depends also if Taranjit Singh stays out there. That's what he's got to be thinking. A lot of pressure on him, isn't it? Because, I know he's the established batsman. He's scored most of the runs. He's got a fabulous 50 to his name. But he also knows that though he wants to play his own game and his own style, if he gets out, well, they're not going to be anywhere near that 130.
It's a lot of psychological pressure when you know that your wicket is so disproportionately valuable to a team. As the left armer comes back and gets absolutely swiped away for 6. Well, Samiola isn't interested in giving Taranjit Singh the strike. He just flicks it away, no bother. 6 runs.
What
That
a
is
shot
an
this is, Mike.
outrageous shot from the number 9 to Salman Khan.
What a shot this is. This is just sensational. Look at the handwork here, the wrist. This, well, no messing. He says, well, it's on the legs. Said he could have taken the wide if he preferred to, but just, well, swivels that away. And now the pressure on the bowler. Well, it gets away with this one.
Yeah, well, we've seen the umpires be pretty consistent that if it's touching any part of the blue line, it's given. It's tough, these marginal calls. It's gone the way of Hungary this time. That's a bottom-handed thwack down the ground from Ullah. Now Taranjit Singh will get to face. Taranjit, who has joined the growing club of half-centurions in Group B. We saw Rasmus Shigival nearly get 100. 96 against Romania early yesterday. So that is a horrible, filthy full toss, and Taranjit Singh has just thrown his hands at it and gets 6.
This is a sensational shot. This really is. I mean, this is a shot of a man that is in such good nick. I mean, have a look at this. It's wide, it's full, and he's just, well, almost one-handedly hit this backward point over everybody for 6 runs. What a shot.
Suddenly looks like the Taranjit Singh of old, if not even better. Man who very used to seeing, played at the 2019 European Cricket League.
Well, the fielders are in no hurry to get the ball back to the bowler. And, well, that was a huge shot. Well, they get to 117 here now. So Romania are finally showing what they can do. And it's mainly one man, it has to be said. But Taranjit Singh taking the attack to them.
Taranjit goes again. This will stop just short of mid-wicket. So just 7 balls left for Romania. It's already comfortably their best score in the competition. In this, their 3rd game. Well, I'm going to be dubbing their games against Portugal as the survival scraps, because it does look like those 2 teams, who are both currently winners, will know that were they to win both of those head-to-heads against the other one, that would probably be enough to keep them in the competition through to Friday. But this is almost, I dub it as the preliminary survival scrap, in that if Hungary lose this, they're dragged right back into this. If Hungary win it, they are a long way towards being in Group B finals day on Friday. 118 for 7 with 1 ball left.
1 over left. 1 over to come. And, well, this one could be out, and it is. And that is a huge wicket. And Taranjit Singh finally falls for 59. And now then, well, keep an eye on the predicted, and let's see where they get to, because that is the 8th wicket. And it's a big ask now for the new batsman to come in. Will be on strike, of course, because of the new rules. So he'll be on strike, and he's got to really motor away. But also, there's the danger. If he gets it wrong, gets himself out, they may not even complete the 60 balls that they're entitled to.
What a brilliant knock from Taranjit Singh. He's been out of form. His team needed him. 59 off 27 balls, striking it comfortably above 2 a ball. 7 big 6s and 2 4s as well. Caught eventually by Wali Gamage off Kukihel. But he's given Romania a chance in a game that is almost a must-win for them to stay in the competition. We can already say that based on the way the table is shaping up. It does look like they, in Portugal in particular, are going to be scrapping to avoid an early exit.
Kukihel went for 15 of his first, but this is a good way to start his second.
Flicked away by Manani. And they're going to get a rare thing on this ground because he's found the gap. They're going to come back for a 2, and they get there relatively comfortably. So, just 4 balls left now for Romania. They've already got up to 120, which is about where we've got par this week. They'll pick up a leg by here. It's a bit more of a scramble job now as opposed to the big hitting blasting that we saw from Taranjit Singh.
Yeah, but all valuable runs. I mean, this match has something about it which makes you think that every run could be so crucial.
Short, skied up and over the keeper's head for 6. Well, it's unorthodox, but it's 6 in the book regardless. And Sami Ullah brought in as a T10 specialist. He's playing a handy role here. He picks up his second 6 already.
Well, It's gone all the way over. Quite an amazing shot, really. Of course he played for it. Of course he did. 6 runs. Well, that makes a mockery of the predicted score because they've gone over that. And it keeps... it's gone back to 130 now. It was 125 a minute ago.
Slow ball, and he's caught this right on the cue end. And well, I think he's going to need some chalk for his snooker cue there, because I'm not even sure that's actually hit the main face of the bat. I'm pretty sure it's come off the very toe of it. But they all count. It's not a style contest. Another slow ball with the grunt as well. It's been hit away, and it's gone for 6 over mid-wicket. Lower order resistance from Romania. Manani this time gets his first maximum of the innings, and they're up to 134 with just 1 ball of the innings left. In fact, beg your pardon, that's that, folks. Show's over for now anyway. Romania will be very, very happy. They were put into bat knowing that they were winless and desperately needing something, and they've posted an above par score of 134 for 8.
Well, watch out, birds, because this one from Demindra was coming your way. What a big hit it was. 6 to finish, and that takes him to 134 for 8. Game on, folks, game on. This is going to be spicy. What was spicy was the umpiring. Got that spot on, Charles Croucher. And, well, it didn't really matter because he still didn't score any runs. He still was out for a duck, but not Taranjeet. Taranjeet was doing very well. Well, this was the batsman. He had a couple of opportunities, but this time he finally did have to go Satyan, and it was Deldar who was doing the damage with the bowling. Wasn't he on fire? And, at this moment in time, everything was going in the way of Hungary. Wickets were falling. 29 for 3 was the power play. He needed something to happen, and when you need something to happen, class turns up and performs, and that's exactly, Michael, what Taranjeet Singh did.
Taranjeet Singh came to the party. He and Manan added 51 off just 18 balls, and that was the key part of this innings that brought Romania to this excellent total that they've got. This was the Taranjeet Singh that we're so used to seeing, just hitting anything that was full for 6 over long on and long off. And after a while, Gohar Manan decided he was going to have a piece of that. Well fielded there by Cookie Hell. They brought back Ketapal early, despite being their specialist death bowler, to try and break the partnership, and he did, to his great credit. Manan caught and bowled for 20. Then Ketapal was on a hat-trick for the second time in the day when Ijaz Hussain was caught behind. The wickets kept falling at the other end. Cookie Hell cleaning up Vasu Saini for just 8. That was a poor bit of fielding, it must be said, from Ketapal. And then Romania's brave lower order resistance kicked in. Taranjeet Singh out there, back in form, reaching his 50, but he perished here for 59. And then a crucial bit of late scramblage to get them up to 134.
Yeah, and 134. They'll be hoping that it's good enough to bring them victory, a victory they so desperately need. And if they can get that one over Hungary, that certainly leaves this group wide open, doesn't it? As we look at the scorecard, well, you got to say, I mean, Taranjeet Singh, we know all about his talents, but there's a good performance there from Gohar Manan. But well done also to the tail, because Rajesh Kumar and Samiullah, their contribution was hugely vital.
And look, even Manani hitting 8 off 3 with that 1-6 and the 2 singles.
Yeah.
That could end up making all of the difference. It should be said that the Romanian top 6 really isn't firing, and Safisan made a duck, was effectively almost out twice, in that he should have been run out without facing a ball. 2 golden ducks also in that top 6. As for Hungary, well, Ketapal once again was brilliant. 4 for 10 this morning against Portugal, and now 3 for 11. Khan was a bit expensive. Meanwhile, Deldar was very expensive as well, taking 2 for 34.
Yes, Michael, and I think that was... so you have a look at that. I mean, Hungary, as I said, they started really well. They were taking wickets, and I think the bowlers, and Deldar himself particularly, I think he bowled really well. Just was intelligent bowling, just wasn't with the ball in the arc. But the one man they didn't account for was the good hitting of Taranjeet Singh. I think anything that was pitched up to him, he was onto it straight away, hitting it big. It's those straight shots that he hit. I think he missed out on quite a few on the onside, to be fair. I don't think he was at his best on the onside, but look, not only did he hit the one straight, he played a couple of sensational shots out on the offside that were superb as well. He kept him in it. Taranjit Singh 59 of 27, a good contribution from the other lower end batsmen, which helped into that score of 134 for 8. So Romania, they'll be hoping they've done enough. Hungary, they'll be hoping that they can continue the way they did this morning and chase these down. 135 required for victory for Hungary, which would really be a fantastic finish to the day for them. Well, join me, Rico Full and Michael McCann in just under 10 minutes time for the resumption of match number 8. Hasta pronto!
Welcome back to the Cartama Oval for the run chase of this match number 8 in Group B, match 32 of the entire tournament, and it gives me great sadness to report what you'll be able to already see on your screen, which is that the rain is unfortunately starting to fall. We showed you those very ominous pictures during the first innings of this match, so it's not exactly a huge surprise that we've got to this point. And as I speak, the effervescent Meda Daub is doing her excellent usual work behind the scenes in passing us a Duckworth-Lewis pass score sheet. And whenever you get past that at a cricket ground, it's never a particularly good sign, given that this is, of course, meant to be a fair weather sport. But European cricketers are hardy and used to all sorts of conditions, so these players have played in the rain plenty before. It will be up to the umpires to decide at what point it becomes so heavy that they should be taken off. For now, Dharmendra Manani is going to get us underway for Romania. Remember, we need 5 overs to constitute a game. It's very warm rain, but it is heavy rain nonetheless, and seemingly getting heavier by the moment. Will be Manani to get us underway then with the ball. Romania posting very competitive, if not above par. 134 for 8. And they'll know here that if they can get a win here, one way or the other, Hungary, they pretty much play their way out of being involved in a survival scrap. Balls to Cookie Hale, just jabs this away, no run. Meanwhile, for Romania, they'll be aware that they can get their first victory of the tournament so far. Were Hungary to lose this game, they get dragged back in with Romania, with Portugal, in terms of the survival fight. Speaking for this one alongside a man who doesn't just survive, but thrives. As that could be a wicket from the first ball of this game that he's faced. Cookie Hale, just a second, in fact, beg your pardon. Wow. This should have been taken. Maybe he's just slipped. There has been a lot of rain that's just fallen on the outfield.
Yeah, that's the captain. And look, talk about slip. Watch where his bat goes. Well, maybe it was the bat that put the captain off taking the catch, because this comes right out of his hands. Watch out, bat in the air. Ball in the air as well. But the captain, Ramesh Satyan, puts this one down. That was important.
Certainly was. Well, you are a man that, as I mentioned, thrives rather than just survives, and I feel like we're both thriving by being in the commentary box here, because this is days where I feel, well, our camera guys at Spring Productions out littered across the ground, doing particularly heroic work out there in the rain, getting the waterproofs out.
Yeah. Now look, so you see this one.
Huja with good-looking straight drive, but straight to mid-off, and that's another misfield. Well, Manani has good cause to be frustrated here. He should have had a wicket. Yeah. In truth, to get rid of Cookie Hale, and then Ahuja's just been gifted that single that squirted through Nadi Gotla.
Yeah, Rajesh Kumar, I think it was probably that made that the misfield. But look, the good sign is, I mean, I know you're talking about the weather, but it looks like what's coming behind it is a lot clearer. So let's just hope that this is just a passing moment, and that we're not going to have to use anything to do with DLS, and we can get the full 10 overs in here.
Hit very hard, straight to one of 2 sweepers that are out. Fielded by Taranjit Singh. He knows a lot about hitting the ball hard. 59 off 27, including 2 4s and 7 big 6s, and it's his contribution more than anybody else, which is what's put Romania in this position. Short, almost played on there, Ahuja, and Manani's putting together a really good first over here. It's only conceded 3 runs. There's just 1 ball left of it. Should have also had a wicket to his name. We saw Hungary earlier on today bat themselves into a difficult situation. They were 1 for 10 after the power play against Portugal. Just takes the wide there, Ahuja, and then it was Cookie Hale and Mohammed that batted them out of that hole. Zahir Safi Mohammed with very nicely struck 43, and Cookie Hale with 45.
Yeah, he is really the key batsman for him, isn't he, Cookie Hale? We've seen that We've seen this a few times. The old rag used to just dry a little bit off the pitch where the bowler is landing his front foot, stop him slipping.
It does get very tricky for bowlers when you have a bit of moisture on this. We saw that last Tuesday with the rain that was around. So that's just jabbed forward. Seems to be a bit of uncertainty between the wickets from Ahuja and Cookie Hell. Ahuja wanted one there. Cookie Hell wasn't interested. And it's the end of the first over. And Hungary are 4 without loss. Manani with an exceptional set of 6. And that means that Romania are still very much in control of this game. They haven't lost any of the momentum that they built up with the bat.
Yeah, that's a very good over. The only thing is he'd be very disappointed that he didn't pick up that wicket. And you also got to take into consideration that, well, if it weren't for the drop catch and the misfield, it would have just been 2 runs from it. As this wind picks up slightly, the rain just being blown about a little in all angles. You see it's going onto the cameras as well. But hopefully, as I say, this will pass as quickly. Fingers crossed.
Lovely start to the second over from Rajesh Kumar, who'll be in confident mood. He played a nice cameo for Romania with the bat. Gets some real shape out on that occasion. He hit 3 fours, didn't waste much time, got 12 off just 5 balls, which is a very valuable contribution in the lower order in a T10. Down the ground, full toss, horrible delivery, and gets the treatment from Cookie Hale. He's not going to miss out on that. He's in very good nick, and it's Hungary's first 6 of the reply.
Yeah, lovely shot. Wasn't the best of deliveries, just coming out wrong, and just gets himself in the right position, and without too much effort, really, pounces on it for 6.
Full toss, and it's a strange shot, it must be said, from Cookie Hale.
Slower ball, Michael. I think he was done by the pace.
Good point. Just seemed to be in position very, very early. Ends up just plopping it back. I feel like he's really missed out there. A lot of people already writing off Romania in the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat. And this isn't going to help Romania's cause as he's nearly caught there, living a very charmed life, Cookie Hale. And what you couldn't quite see there is that he actually punched his bat with frustration as he strolled up to the non-strikers. Pavel Florin in play here, as was Ijaz Hussain. Wasn't a catching chance, though. Short, nicely bowled. And Mark Ahuja and Sishan Cookie Hale are both not looking comfortable here at all. The conditions with the sudden cloud cover, this wind that is whipping up, going all sorts of angles, and the light bit of rain, just sort of turning back to what we're used to seeing very first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Slow ball, completely mistimed. It's fielded by Florin at short third man, no run.
Yeah, surprisingly no run. I mean, a non-striker there for me. Cookie Hale has got to be coming down now. He probably just wants to have strike, maybe. He counted that was the 6th ball and thought, I don't want to go. But look, you've got to take the runs that are there. Pavel Florin doing the fielding. End of the over. The score is 11 without loss after 2.
So they're marginally better off than they were earlier on. But this is still not great from Romania. From Hungary in the power play. Romania will be very happy. Well, this time they are going to run. They've left quite a few quick singles on the table.
With this throw, I'm not sure what he was aiming at. I think he
aiming
more at the batsman here. I mean, have a look at this throw. I mean,
but there was the other thing you didn't quite see is there was no social distancing there. The keeper, Satwik Nadi, got there in there, just trying to give him a hug and persuade him not to throw it too hard for potential overthrows. Could be another quick single, and they do get there. Well, they do get home, but these pair are not running very, very well. 22 yards is looking like quite a long way at the moment. There's a lot of hesitation. I am almost surprised there hasn't been a run out yet. I think Romania are starting to sense there could be. Short, completely mistimed by Cookie Hell. The pressure's really, really rising. Remember that Hungary still need well in excess of 100 to win here.
He's trying to hit this really hard, hasn't he? Whereas just needs to be concentrating on getting bat and timing together. Misses out dot ball. We'd be disappointed he's missed out on this.
Short in swinging. And Cookie Hell's got this away through deep backward square leg. And they'll only get one, well, dare I suggest, but I think pairs that have better understandings between them would have easily picked up 2 there.
Yeah, that's poor running, not for the first time as well. It's already probably 3 runs they've missed out on and not taking the singles and making 1s into 2s.
Inside out from Ahuja, and almost caught at extra cover. Dropped in the end. Ramesh Shafison got so much of this right. He pedalled backwards, jumped, had it in 2 hands, but just couldn't quite hold on.
The captain, it's the second one he's put down. This one was a difficult one, it has to be said. Shafison, he does everything right, reaching up. And I think at the end it was one of those that they either stick or they don't. But he does save runs.
Swung away, and that is a convincing blow from Cookie Hell. That's what we're used to seeing from him, and it's gone over the marquees. It's a big, big 6 from Zishan Cookie Hell, finally showing why he's Hungary's best hitter. 21 without loss at the end of the power play.
Big hit that, boom, shaka-lagia. Yeah, exactly. That's what we know he can do, and it's a well-known fact when he performs, and then not only in domestic level, but also in international level. Once he's in the runs, then each team are in the runs as well. So it's vital that he gets scores on the board early on. That 6 will certainly help him under that over, but it's still a pretty low power play.
Absolutely, they'll be unhappy with it, Hungary. Don't think it's particularly controversial to say that. It's kind of like the Taranjit Singh of the Hungary lineup. Not exactly the same, but there's real similarities. There's a lot of fragilities in that top order batting, and they're so often dependent on him, it seems, to hold the thing together. And speaking of Taranjit, here he is bowling. Starts with pretty horrible delivery, leg side wide. Took 1 for 18 off 2 with a tidy pair of overs against the Netherlands 11 yesterday. Steps down the track in the end and then rocks back Ahuja and hits it for 6 over mid-wicket, fielded on the bounce by the 12th man Abdul Shakur. And this pair are finally starting to hit their straps. It's another 6 for Romania to concede.
Yeah, Mark Ahuja, nice shot this, picks the length, knows he has to rock back a little, gets himself into position and goes over at the man on the mid-wicket boundary.
Quicker ball and met with a gorgeous straight blade for 6. Well, this is as good a shot as we've seen all tournament. Mark Ahuja didn't even try and hit it too hard. It was all about the timing. Just punched it down the ground for 6 more.
This was a very nice shot, Michael. As you say, you ain't seen too many better than that. As Taranjit Singh gets ready to reply when he needs a good one. Need a wicket here.
Swung away this time by Ahuja. Deep backward square leg comes round and does very well. That's a nice clean pickup from Sivakumar Perialwar. So the run of boundaries is ended. Just a little moment that can maybe help change the momentum. Smashed over long on, and it's towards Portugal, who are doing their team warm-up. And it's a good thing we've got them out there to fetch this, otherwise it would take quite a bit of time to get back.
I was going to say, Michael, he's hit it well. I don't think it's that well. It's going to Portugal. No, Portugal's not that far from Spain, but I get what you mean, yeah. You see, nice to see the Portugal players doing their warm-ups there behind. But this over, well, it's a magical one so far.
Short, horrible delivery, and that gets the treatment too. Well, it's gone for 26, and we've still got a ball left of it. Cookie Hell has hit 2 6s to go with the 2 that Ahuja has struck. And there's a man who loves a 6, and he's just seen another of them.
Yeah, well, another big shot here, and this over goes from being magical to supersonic. Well, Taranjit, he's certainly done his job with the bat, hasn't he? And now, well, when you think what he scored, 59, Well, take what he's given away off those. It doesn't leave too many in the plus.
A lot of flight on this. It's not quite Pavel Florin-esque, but there's plenty of it. There's a grimace of frustration from Cookie Hell. It's a clever ball to finish from Taranjeet Singh. So, after 4 overs, Hungary have brought up their 50 partnership. And I tell you what, I think if you're watching this right now as a Hungary supporter, probably slightly the happier of the two. Now, you're with the required rate. You're 53 without loss, 6 overs left.
Yeah, no wickets down. You've got 2 batsmen that are now clubbing the ball well. And, yeah, you're going to be happy. And, well, that over, 6 balls. What a difference 6 balls made. Taranjeet Singh was the star with the bat. Well, maybe he's going to be the villain here with the ball. But it's not over yet. But they need to get these wickets pretty quickly. They need to get these 2 batsmen out, break the partnership, let the other batsmen come in. Cookie Hell, like we say, when he scores runs, the team does well.
And as I dubbed it, it's very much almost a pre-survival scrap. Hungary looking to keep themselves out of that equation. So they'll get 1 from the first ball of the 5th over. And the rain and the wind only whipping up further. This is going to be conditions that, should be said, maybe the players from Austria and the Netherlands might be a touch more accustomed to, as that's a wild wide from Basu Saini. Just to remind you, coming up next.
Yeah, that was so wide. It's actually been given a no ball because it was on the pitch, so this will be a free hit. Yeah, Michael, tell us what we got coming up.
Austria versus Portugal, and then the Netherlands 11 against Romania. Well, that is a wide given by umpire Croucher. I know I was talking to Mark Simpson-Parker the other day from the Austrian group, who was, he wasn't complaining, that's the wrong word, but he was just saying that this heat isn't maybe necessarily something that Team Austria are very used to, and having spent 2 weeks at the Sabine Cricket Ground, I can vouch for that. So that will be another wide. That was the European Cricket Series that was in May, if memory serves me correctly, where it's a miracle that our marquee didn't blow away multiple times.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to get some Austrian conditions today, because this is a lot more akin to what I more conventionally expect, as he's chased that. Well, he is going to get the wide, but he's just got to keep his head here, Cookie Hell. He was in danger of doing something a bit, well, he kind of did something a bit silly, but didn't manage to execute it in running that far across.
Yeah, but don't forget, it's still a no ball. It's just been wide. So this is still a no ball free hit. Sorry, not a no ball, still a free hit. So that's why he is. I mean, look, well, this is just crazy. What has happened to the bowler here? Well, Sani, that's going to be 5 more wides. Well, he's going to break a record here, I think, with the amount of runs of this over.
And he's one of the best bowlers in Romanian cricket. This is a real surprise. He's just lost his run. He's lost his timing. There is a bit of rain out there, so the run-ups are maybe just a touch slippy. You're always trying to look and think of different reasons. His captain, well, his unofficial captain, the unofficial leader of this Romanian team in so many ways, Taranjeet Singh, certainly the loudest voice on this team, is going across just to have a word, as has the skipper Ramesh Safeesan. So he's already gone for 10. Still a free hit, folks, remember. Well, that one gets absolutely launched through extra cover. It's a 1-bounce 4. Well, Zishan Cookie Hell has been trying to play that shot for about 10 minutes to every different offside wide he's been given. And finally, this time, he executes it well.
He does, and I think though he's gone for 4, I suspect that if he had left this, it may have been another wide. Well, look at that. It's only 2 balls being bowled and 14 runs from it. And after a great start, after a very good power play, all of a sudden Romania gone to pot somewhat here.
It is funny, when you're a team in a winning habit, you find a way to win. It's that short, skied up, and will be 6 more. The assault continues from the bat of Zishan Cookie Hell. It's delight in the Hungarian dugout, and it's despair for Romania, who all of a sudden are completely falling apart.
Yeah, it's this is not good. It's not nice to watch. It made such a good start. Well, look, they're hunting around trying to find the ball in there. That one, well, I think that was Deldar. Deldar could have been wearing it. Well, he's aiming for the wrong tent.
Down the ground this time, and that is another boundary. Well, they're just bowling in this slot here, and Cookie Hell's not going to miss out. And you get the sense that Vasuseni at this point, dare I suggest, after all those wides, is almost just trying to run up and bowl a legitimate delivery. He's not really thinking about tactics or plans.
Been taken to the sword, hasn't he? This is a bit of carnage happening here now. And Cookie Hell doing what he does best.
Quicker ball, straight to long off and taken. Well, that is a tiny bit of consolation for Vasuseni, who's gone round the park in this over. But they finally got a breakthrough. Superb opening partnership from the Hungarians. Cookie Hell has to go, 71 for 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, has he done enough? I mean, the scores 71, as you say, as that wicket falls. It was not being, I mean, 24 has come off it, but he has picked up a wicket and had to be taken that catch. But you have to go back to inside the power play. And I know one of them wasn't an easy catch for Ramesh, the captain of Romania, but one was fairly easy. And if they'd taken those catches, could have been a different ball game here. We could have been looking at something completely different. But they weathered the early storm well, Hungary. And then the next couple of opens, including that one from Taranji, that was, well, a magical one, 26, and this one, 24 from it so far. So basically, what we're looking at here, and the over's not finished, we've already seen 50 runs come off those 11 balls. 50 runs of 11 balls. One ball still to come, and but he has got a wicket. How important that wicket going to be?
Well, it is handy, but I think if you offered this over right now to either team, Hungary would still take it because it's putting such a dent in the target.
Without fail.
And you've got a man coming out in Zahir Safi Mohammed, who is also in very good nick. 43 off 14 yesterday against Portugal, and then 29 off 11 against Portugal today. But he's skied this up. Could be 2 and 2. Oh, it's dropped. A third drop catch of the innings. Goha Manan this time. Well, it's catch drop-itis, and it's spreading throughout this Romanian team. The ball is slippery. It is starting to rain, but even so, you really do expect this to be taken. And this is going to cost them because Zahir Safi Mohammed is as good a hitter as anything Hungary have got.
Yeah, look, 3 drop catches, 1 difficult, accepted, but that one was easy. I know it's wet out there, but if you don't take these catches, you're not going to win matches. It's as simple as that, you know, especially when it's against hard hitters like that. Look, if you take 2 and 2 there, it changes things dramatically. And that over from Sani, all of a sudden, looks a lot better one. 72 the score, and 1 wicket down at the halfway point.
So Hungary more than past the halfway point of the target. More than halfway there. And they've still got 9 wickets in hand, so very much not living on any kind of a prayer. Those who love their Bon Jovi is a bit of a karaoke classic. Rain is really starting to fall quite heavily here, and we have got an AstroTurf pitch. The ground was in exemplary condition at the start of today, but there will come a point where it is too heavy. For now, Ijaz Hussain is going to bowl.
You want to know something interesting coming? You're normally the stats man. What am I going to tell you at the halfway point? Don't look at my. That's cheating. You cheat. I bet you used to cheat in school. He's looking at my. He's looking at my notes, teacher. Teacher, miss. Okay, the scores are exactly the same.
Oh, that wasn't. I was going to
72.
guess that it was something about a head-to-head comparison, but I didn't have it. That was that split. Really?
Yeah.
So, but they'd lost a couple more, had they?
Halfway point, they'd lost. It was 72 for 3, and here we are, 72 for 1. So, well, that makes things even interesting as well. Certainly, if the rain does play a part in it.
And speaking of the rain, the pass score for 1 wicket down at the midpoint is 63, so they're +9 in that regard, which is important because the rain's starting to get heavier. As that time he'll get a trotted single. Ijaz Hussain on. He conceded just 15 from his pair of overs yesterday against the Netherlands. A sort of medium pace mixture. So the pass score for the end of this over for 1 down is 76. Of course, that pass score will change if wickets are lost. Down the ground from Ahuja. And they have lost a wicket. Finally, Romania have held on to a catch. And it is a second one that goes. Well, they really have struggled in the catching department today. But finally, someone has clawed onto one. Ijaz Hussain picking up a crucial scalp.
Yeah, and the man who's called holder one is his second one. Demindra, neither one of them was easy. With that one, he does make it look very easy. Under these conditions, you see in the replay, you can actually see the rain falling there. To take that catch, messes that up, it's 6 runs, and it's an important one to take. So both the batsmen that started well, that put the runs on the board, are now out. So Mark Ahuja goes for 17 off 12. Now, all of a sudden, as long as Romania can bowl well, game on.
And we've seen this script last night, albeit, of course, it was a different scenario. Portugal needing 111 to win against the Netherlands. They got themselves to 60 for 1 at the Norcane strategic timeout with 5 overs gone. And then Zaib and Gomes, having put on that partnership, both went in the space of 2 balls. The game completely changed. Portugal collapsed and lost quite comfortably. So Hungary now needs someone else to step up to avoid a similar fate being dealt to them, as Harsh Manjan was trying to do that.
And you know the other thing, Michael, as you'll probably tell us, every time a wicket falls, the DLS system all changes as well. So that one is called a wide ball.
Yeah, so now the pass score for the end of this over is 77. And the thing to remember as well is, because it's T10, every ball is such a big event.
Yeah,
and even one quiet over completely changes the complexion of it. Short effort ball, the classic slower ball grunt.
Well, you know, somebody once, I was umpiring once, and this is a true story, and the batsman said to me, because I had a bowler, and we know him very well because he's played for the Spanish team, the batsman said, can I complain because he's putting me off when he grunts? What do you reckon?
That's another grunt, and that one is a wide. It's crossed over that blue line.
So what do you think, folks? I mean, what would you do? So, okay, so you're batting, because like I said yesterday, I told the world you're a bit of a batsman. So you're batting for Acton Force, and the bowler's coming in, and as he's coming to bowl, he's going, ah! Would you think, would that be putting you off?
I do think it clearly has the ability to be off-putting, there's no doubt. Flicked away, nice wristy shot from Manjan. 2 is the call, he has got it into the gap. And they will get 2. It's also actually a good boundary stop thrown in by Kumar, but initially it was very smartly done by his teammate Sivakumar Perialwa to stop it going for 4.
That's a sensational stop, that really is.
Well, you're a qualified ump, so you might be better placed than me. I'm not sure what the exact... Does it come under spirit of cricket, this sort of region of things?
The thing was with the bowler, you see some bowlers, if it was a natural thing that was happening, yeah, you could say, well, that's just the way he is. But he was specifically doing it just for the slower ball.
Tell you what, we've seen a lot of slow ball grunting out.
So I spoke with my colleague, and we have to say to him, we said, look, we don't think that's very sporting, so you've got to stop doing it.
Skied up. And taken. That is an excellent catch from Sivakumar Perialwa. An outstanding boundary stop from the previous ball, and now he's held on to that take as well to get rid of Manjan. That's just the boost that Romania needed in the rain. 77 for 3. This is outstanding work for a team who've struggled in the field. This is a moment that stands out in a good way.
Take nothing away from that catch. That is world class. And well, maybe Romania, they're going to be the rain masters, because out there in the rain, they're holding their catches. Well, we saw Demindra take a very good one, but that one from Perialwa, that is a superb catch. I cannot tell you how difficult that one is. It's gone in the air a long time. It's wet, it's drizzly, the ball is wet, and well, that one, we heard it from here. When it went thump in his hands, it weren't coming out. What a great catch. And 2 moments of magic from him. And also, don't forget, he's also saved those 2 runs the ball before.
So 2 wickets in this over from Ijaz Hussain. He's still got that 1 ball left of it, and suddenly it is now Hungary who are ahead in terms of the DLS scoring. In fact, pardon me, Romania. Who just
because of those wickets.
So because of those wickets, the pass score now at the end of this over is 78, and they have 77. It's been a dramatic game. We hope it isn't a game that sees the drama turn towards rain delays deciding it. Ketapal now facing. Well, he's left this one in the hope it's wide, and it's not. And the big smile on Ijaz Hussain's face tells you all you need to know. Yep, it's just about okay. As good a ball as you can bowl in this tournament, really, in terms of trying to keep someone quiet and execute that wide Yorker. So end of the 6th over, 77 for 3. They are 1 behind the DLS par score at this stage. There's 4 overs left. The rain and the wind is still around, although it does seem to have died down a touch. And now this brand new pair have got to try and do it for Hungary. As for Romania from here, plenty of bowling options. It's a question of, well, the big question they're going to have to answer at some point is, do you go back to Vasu Saini and Taranjeet Singh? Because they both got absolutely whacked. Well, now for now, they've gone to Samiullah. And Pavel Florin does the fielding at the expense of a single.
With this one, I mean, he's going to get a fist bump here from the keeper because he had to make a decision, catch or not. And I think he made the right decision. That is spot on. Dives at it, drops, stops the ball going through, and keeps it just to 1. Excellent bit of work from Pavel Florin there.
He's fallen over as he's bowled that one, which is wided by umpire Croucher. Pavel Florin, for those who maybe have been living under something of a cricketing rock, going viral in 2019 after popping up at the European Cricket League, playing for Cluj, where he's born and raised. But well, it's been a long time with the pandemic and how everything's changed as he comes back onto another high-profile ECN TV event for the first time. Of course, he did play in the ECS in Romania, it must be said, but he's now playing with the Gladiators, brand new team in Romanian cricket, who are bringing through a lot of Romanian nationals as well, like him, who are born and raised in Romania. And that's another way that European cricket's going to grow, as Ketapal can't grow his score on that occasion. And it should be said that, goes without saying, but you do get the odd sort of quite negative comment or question on this, that European cricket welcomes anyone coming from any part of the world, and that's kind of what makes it so beautiful. You have people who, for either love, for being refugees, for all sorts of different economic reasons, have found themselves in Europe playing the game. So that time it's flat batted, hit hard and taken well. Well, finally Romania is starting to catch, and it's making such a difference for them. They were dropping them earlier on, but not now. 79 for 4. It's the dangerous Ketapal out for a 3-ball duck.
Well, he did his good work with the ball, didn't he? Once more, taking wickets, but with the bat, played and missed. And another one taken. Look, you were talking about using bowlers. Now, here's a shout for you. How about bringing on Pavel? Because, look, new batsman in there, okay? The pressure is on him. And I think Pavel, you know, the big man coming on, well, you know you need runs, you've got to play your shots. Do you take the risk or not? I think that's a good shout for me, because I wouldn't personally go back to Taranjeet and Sani, because I think their own confidence will be knocked.
Well, I don't think you can go back to either of them. I mean, Taranjeet went for 26, Sani conceded 25. So then you've got Rajesh Kumar to bowl his second, Ijaz Hussain to bowl his second, Samiullah as well. But Pavel Florin, he definitely gives you a different option. There's no doubt about that. And the other thing that I only found out the other night, he's actually got the 5th best strike rate of T20 international bowlers who's taken 10 or more wickets. So for all he's known to many for that moment 2 years ago, he has actually, since the rules changed, been an effective bowler for Romania in T20 internationals. He's got his own unique brand, the grenades,
and he
as
keeps
he
the
calls
pace off the ball, which a lot of batsmen like. I mean, you can see that
Ketapal
the way he was trying to hit the ball. All the batsmen are going to try and hit the ball, and they want the pace to do it.
Ashraf Nairana just come in and he'll get a single, but at this point now where they really do need more than singles, Hungary, that required run rate is just starting to climb, and they're in real danger of this run chase getting away from them. Still haven't seen Pavel Florin bowl yet in this tournament, and that's the occasion to enjoy when it does happen. For now, they could have another wicket. Pavel Florin could have the catch. Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped it at short third man. It's a horrible moment for Romania's most famous cricketer. It was skied up, up, and up even further. It hung in the air for a long time off the bat of Zahir Safi Mohammed, and he went a bit with the crocodile hands there, in truth, Pavel Florin, and you can see what it means to him.
Yeah, went the wrong way, didn't he? Went fingers up. I think he needed to take this the other way, but look, there's the man we're talking about. Well, that's more reason for him to want the ball now, but he'd be more determined to perform for his country.
That will be a wide from Samiullah. Well, this is not what Romania want to do. They're just giving
Yeah.
Hungary a sniff here.
Look, this though, I mean, it's only one run, it's wide, but Nadigotia here, this is a fantastic stop. One-handed to his left. He saves, I think, that from going to 4. Could have been 5.
Nice looking drive out to deep extra cover. They think of 2, but they turn it down, and it's a good thing because there definitely wasn't 2 there. Nicely bulleted in. Wides are now up to 14 for the innings, and extras are up to 16. And we know that thus far this week, anything in double figures has been bad in that regard. One team who certainly haven't been bad is Austria. They're chasing a 3rd victory from 4 up against Portugal, who are very much in that survival scrap, winless from 3 games. They've already suffered a pair of damaging defeats against Hungary. They're going to have to go and play Austria twice. They're going to have to play the Netherlands 11 twice, so they're running out of games to make an impression, Portugal, as Hungary reach 83 for 4 after 7. This game is still alive, but these two have got to do something quick.
Yeah, that rate now is around 17, and that means they've got to go at that for the next 3 overs, and that's going to really take some doing. But let me remind you that over number 4 went for 26, and over number 5 went for 25.
Just Hussein back, and his first ball is absolutely belted out of here through cow corner for 6. Well, Ashraf Naran has had a look for a couple of balls, but now he goes, and he goes big.
This is a tremendous shot. He just goes down, look at this, down on one knee, and he absolutely muscles this over the boundary. It's a huge hit, so pressure on the bowler straight away. Hussein, his last one only went for 5. That's been surpassed with just 1 shot.
Full toss, horrible delivery, and Ashraf Naran will be a touch frustrated. He's missed out on that. Well, this is almost certainly going to go to the final over with the game still alive. The real question is quite how balanced is the scenario one way or another in terms of the pendulum. Hungary going to leave themselves a really tough challenge. Oh, that is the slow ball grunt that we mentioned in the previous over, but it hasn't put Zahir Safi Mohammed off. That is his first 6 of the innings, and suddenly the Hungary batting dugout is a bit louder again. And I'm sure Hungarians watching from home, wherever you are across the world, will be enjoying that strike.
Vaya espectacular eso partido. Mamma mía. Disfruta a tope, ¿eh? Disfruta a tope de esto partido. Esta de final, seguro, esta final. This is going to the end, this one. 2 big shots.
13 off 3 already in this over. Short, horrible delivery. And that is hit hard through extra cover for 4 more. Well, he's losing his plan, he's losing his radar here, Jaz Hussein. And it's back-to-back boundaries for Zishan Safi Mohammed. And they've just got no answer right now. This is quality batting, and the 100 is up as well. Another milestone reached in the chase.
Yeah, Zahir Mohammed. Well, what was I saying to you? That means nothing, that 17.
Down the ground this time. Should be out. And taken diving forward. A good catch from Dharmendra Manani. 100 for 5, and that key partnership that was just putting Hungary back into this one is ended. It's a big wicket.
Oh, wow, Michael. Watch this again. That's his 3rd catch. They've all been spectacular. He sees this very late. If we see it from the other end one more time, he doesn't pick it straight away. He sees it late. That's why he lunges forward. That is world class. Well, if they do go on to win this match, I mean, we saw that very easy catch drop, didn't we, by Manan? And I said then, well, if you drop catches like that, you don't win matches. Well, if you take catches like that, you win matches. He taken 3, and Zahir Safi Mohammed, who was biding his time as wickets were falling around him, well, he has to go. And, well, maybe he was going to be the hero, he thought, but he goes for 17 of 7 deliveries. Game back on alive, though this has been an expensive over, but another new batsman has to come in and has to hit from the word go.
So now here's Khabib Deldar. Hasn't got much time to get going. He's impressed with the ball for them in this game, so we can take some confidence from that. Picked up a couple of wickets, was quite expensive in the last few balls of his spell though, which somewhat ruined his figures. 13 balls left.
Have we ever given a player of a match for catching?
I tell you what,
This has to be a first.
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's a dot. It's a crucial dot against Deldar. So we'll go into the last 2 overs with Hungary needing 35 to win. And Ijas Hussein has given us a bit of everything in that spell. His first over went for 5. His second over went for 17 runs. But he has also picked up 3 wickets. So 3 for 22 overall is something he'll be pretty pleased with.
Yeah.
Now we get to the pressure cooker part of the chase. Rajesh Kumar is definitely going to come back. He's only gone for 7 in his 1 over, and I would imagine it will surely be Sami Ullah to bowl the other over. Sami Ullah conceding just 6 runs and picking up a wicket. Rajesh Kumar's going to come back now, which I would imagine will leave Sami Ullah with the last. The question is, what can Kumar leave Ullah to defend?
Well, it's the 9th. All happens in the 9th, Michael, and it has to happen in the 9th.
Ashraf Nairana swings this away. Well, that's a great start for the 9th for Hungary. It's a big 6 over the fan tent. A second 6 for Ashraf Nairana. And we're having to send out the search party to get this one back.
Well, that's Mr. Maximo there saying that's on the roof. That's not ordering a pint at the bar. Well, we caught where he is. I know he's hiding there somewhere. Well, he's doing a bit of work there. A bit of marketing for Cervezas Victoria, no doubt, Vinny. Well, fetch that one. Big hit. And I said, look, so much depends on this one. Well, they're still hunting it.
Well, that is an outrageous shot. It's a slog sweep off the seam of Kumar, who will be feeling a bit frazzled. He's got to find a comeback. He's going slow ball. Does he push it through even quicker? Does push it through quicker. It's over pitched. It's a good looking shot out through extra cover. And they'll get 1. So now falls on to Deldar. At this stage, I'm not necessarily sure you can afford to be thinking of just taking singles to get Ashraf Nairana on strike, because you've got so little time.
Yeah, look, they've got 7 and needing another 10 off this over. I'd get the single, because he's the man who's going to hit it big. Get him on strike.
Well, he's
do it.
Shown he can hit there, Deldar. That's a very hard-hitting blow down the ground, and he's picked up the single. It's not a bad result.
Yeah, this is because I think 2 boundaries, and they're right onto it going into the last. This is going to be a really, really tight finish. Well, hold on. And if you got the tingle, you got the tingle, Michael. Have you got that tingle, the Vinny tingle? It could be the golden ball. This one is in the air. This is gone. Many a mile. Balle, balle. 6 carreras más. Wow, what a qué partido tienes aquí. Eso es genial, eso is cricket. Well, you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment. This is what it's all about. Isn't it getting hot and spicy now?
22 to win off 9. What a knock this has been from Satyadeep Ashraf Nairana. Holding things together in the middle order. If he bats through, I think they'll probably win it. It's another horrible full toss, but he's completely miscued this catching chance. 2 fielders coming together, and it's dropped. There was no communication. Well, Romania's fielding that had improved so much in the last few overs hands Hungary a needless lifeline. They scramble through for 2, 19 to win off 7.
Well, I'm not sure if this is Damindra, but his catching has been brilliant. And
it is Damindra Manani, but in his defence he's got Lassie Saini.
Yeah. Well, what was that fielder doing? Damindra's taken 3 great catches. Leave him be. Let him do the work. Well, that one, well, how expensive could that be? Well, I was talking about catching losing matches. Then he went to catches winning matches. But now we're back to catches losing matches. That was a big one.
You catch that, get rid of Ashraf Nairana, you probably win the match. Instead, he's still there. He squirted this away. So he'll keep the strike. That's an intelligent shot given the game scenario. He has 25 not out. We are going to the last. Hungary need 18 to win off it. And remember, this isn't just any old pool game. There's a lot riding on this. If Romania lose this, they'll have 4 straight losses. And they'll be in a very perilous position in fighting to not finish bottom of the group and go home before we get to Group B Finals Day Friday. As for Hungary, they win this. They'll have 3 wins from 4. And they'll have 1 foot in Friday, which realistically, for those 3 teams I've just mentioned, their first target was probably to make sure that they join the heavyweights of Austria and the Netherlands 11 on Friday, of not being that first team to go home.
Yeah, 2 batsmen having a talk. 4 of the key Romanian fielders and the captain having a talk. This is what it comes down to. This is pressure time. And the pressure on the bowler, has got to get the ball. Can't afford to bowl any extras. That's another thing here. You've got to go for a reliable bowler, gets the ball on the spot. But look at the pressure on the batsman. But, well, I think Ashwanath Narayana, I think he's going to be the hero because he's batted so well. He's the man we always see in the pictures doing the praying when it's tight games like this. Well, I hope somebody's praying for him now.
18 to win off the last. Ramesh Safishan giving the last introductions to his bowler, Samiola. Hungarian support staff watching on, manager Sufian Mohammed and coach Abhishek Deepak Ahuja. Here we go, folks. Smashed away. That could well be 6. It is 6. It's on towards the grass bank and 2 more like that. And Hungary will have the victory. Ashraf Narayana is hitting such a clean ball in this innings. He's done it yet again. He's on to 31 from just 10.
Yeah, look, nothing wrong with his delivery. But the shot was immaculate. And that's how well he's striking it at the moment. To the joys of his Hungarian teammates. They're dancing in the marquees.
12 to win off 5. And it's overpitched again. And this could be caught. It is caught! That's the one they had to get. 12 to win off 4. Ashraf Narayana goes. Ullah holds his nerve. It's well taken by the skipper. And Hungary lose a crucial man who looked like he was going to take them home. Satyadeep Ashrayana has played a gem of an innings, but it ends here. Well, it's just overpitched. Inside out drive. Wasn't his cleanest contact. And the captain, Ramesh Safishan, holds on. And immediately you can see the focus. No celebration from him.
Yeah.
He's thinking about what's coming next. A moment to remember. A brilliant knock from Satyadeep Ashraf Narayana. 4 sixes. A strike rate of not far off 3 a ball. It is he who's brought Hungary back into this game and given them a chance. But it's going to be up to the lower order to take them home. Asanka Gadi Welagamage walks out. As walking back is a man who gets a deserved ovation. Ashraf Narayana playing a quite outstanding innings.
Safishan, the captain, had to take this one. He dropped 2 before. This one he held on to.
12 to win off 4. Down the ground, should only be 1 to long off. It will only be 1. 11 to win off 3. The pressure falls onto Kaibar Deldar. Realistically going to need 2 boundaries to win it from here. This is a very small ground. 2s are rarely seen. We've only seen 1 3 across the entire tournament. Needs a boundary, Deldar. Short, not the best delivery, but it's not the best contact on it either. So suddenly it becomes 10 off 2. And after that 6 off the first ball of the over, it is Ullah who's come back strong. He got rid of Ashraf Narayana and 2 single sinks since he gets a double fist pump on his back from his captain Safishan.
This one has to be sent. It has to go the distance. Pressure ball, pressure shot.
Short, and it's a wide. Well, when you said that, the thought did cross my mind that it's got to be a legitimate ball, of course. We've seen this so many times before.
That opens the door,
much like the hardest runs to win, to score the winning runs. As a bowler, when you bowl yourself into a position like this, the pressure can suddenly get you. 9 to win off 2. Just got to re-find his composure, Ullah. Short, but that is a legitimate ball. They go through for the bye. The keeper misses, and it will be 8 to win off 1 ball. He's managed to find his line and length, Ullah, and that should be the game.
Well, just for a moment there, I thought, well, if the bowler wasn't watching this and they ran 2, 6, and a golden ball, but he did turn round. So can he finish it off? But again, he's got to make it a legal delivery.
Slow ball back of the hand. It's chipped away. This will be the game. It doesn't skip away for 4 either. It's well stopped. They're going to keep running, but it doesn't matter. They get back for 2. And it means that they've fallen short here, Hungary, in an extraordinary run chase. They finished on 129 for 6. They needed 18 to win off the last. But it is Romania who have grabbed themselves a first win in this ECC. They have won this game by the scruff of a smidgen of a hair, really. They are the victors by 5 runs. Wow.
What a game, what a game. And well, after that first ball of the last went for 6, well, they were having a party in the Hungarian camp. But, well, the bowler, Samuela, held his nerve. So did the captain hold the catch. And, well, forget about holding that. He couldn't hold his bat. But what a thriller it was here at the Cartama Oval Cricket Ground. And Romania, they have opened their campaign. And what they've also done is left this group wide open once more.
Well, it's just the result you want if you're a neutral watching at home, whether it's on BT Sport in England or Fox Sports in Australia or everywhere else in between in the globe. It's really left this battle for who's going to make it through to Group B Finals Day Friday a lot more open than it was 2 hours or so ago. A first victory from 4 for Romania. Hungary now have 2 wins from 4. Portugal, of course, winless. They're up against Austria later on today. To watch back the highlights of an extraordinary run chase where we saw all sorts of catching, good and bad. Credit to that man there, Amendra Manani, because he, for the most part, was excellent. But this was probably the worst of the lot. Gohan Manan with a dreadful drop. In the rain that was consistently pouring made life more difficult. Manani was catching again, and it got to the point where actually we're left contemplating whether he should win player of the match just on his fielding.
Yeah, but don't forget that one there. That was taken by Perira. That was a fantastic catch as well. But look, when it mattered, they took them. They had to be brave. They had to be strong. But they started really well, didn't they? Only 21 in the power play, but there was no wickets down. And that 21 in 1 over, a bad one from Taranjeet Singh, went to 47. But then, even though it was an expensive, remember that over from Vasisani? Even though it was an expensive one, he couldn't get the ball on the pitch. It went for loads, but he picked up that 1 wicket, and that's where it all started from.
Did, and well, it seems a long time ago to remember it actually, but there was a partnership of 71 for that first wicket in just under half the innings, and at that point it was Hungary's game to lose, but Romania really did come back firing, and look at what it means to them to close it out. 18 to win off the last, and Samuela defended it. This is what's coming up next in match 9, a difficult task for Portugal. They have shown glimpses of promise. They threatened to cause an upset last night against the Netherlands 11, but you have to fancy Austria here. They will be vengeful after that big loss by 58 runs to the Dutch team earlier on today. They will want to reprove themselves and what a good side they are. As for this game, 42 off just 19 for Cookie Hale. He was brilliant once more for the Hungarians, as was Satyadeep Ashraf-Narayana, who just couldn't quite see it home. 31 off 11, and then at the end, Delda and Weathergamage fell only just short. 1 more 6 would have brought them from losers to winners. That tight. As for the bowling figures, Manani superb, the most economical of the lot. Ullah 2 for 17, closing things out brilliantly. But in the middle, you see the problems we alluded to. Taranjeet Singh and Vasu Saini off colour. They can't really afford to have those 2 key bowlers bowling like that throughout the rest of this competition. But for now, it's joy for Romania. They've won this game by 5 runs against the Hungarians. It's got them back into the mix in this competition. Match number 32, ending in a narrow final over victory for them. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you've been across the globe. That confirms what it means to the table. The first win for Romania. Hungary now with 2 wins from 4. Samuela has won player of the match for that exceptional closing over, defending 18 to win off the last. We'll see you very shortly for match 33, which brings Portugal up against Austria. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Welcome to the coin toss ahead of this match number 32 of the brand new Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Now, unfortunately, just a bit of light rain is starting to fall as we do this toss, but hopefully the match can go ahead as scheduled. It's Austria, led by the excellent Rasmal Shigival, looking for a bit of revenge from their disappointing defeat earlier on in the day against the Netherlands 11, against the winless Portugal team, led by their captain Shazad, who has the call on the coin toss, and match referee Rob Kemming has the coin in his hand.
Your call. Head. Head. What do you call? Head. Head. Heads. Heads it is. We're gonna bet. Okay.
So the coin toss for match 32, all done and dusted. Austria are chasing a third win from 4. Portugal remain winless in the competition. It is the Portuguese who've won the toss. They've decided they're going to have a bat. The rain is getting increasingly heavy, so hopefully this game can go along okay. Waiting for you nice and dry in the commentary box is Vinny Sandhu and Rico Full.
Raindrops keep falling on me head. Oh, poor old Michael. Well, he's got to weather the storm out there, didn't he? But look, yeah, we're nice and dry here. But the good news is that the wind did pick up and has blown that rain away. So there's no rain at the moment, but the forecast still seems threatening. Let's see if we can get these 2 matches in. Well, what about that last match? What a sensational game it was. And once again, thanks to both sets of players, for Romania and Hungary, for giving us an absolute thriller. It's a great game. We didn't know which way it was going, but in the end, Romania held on, and they've won their first match, and that really keeps this whole group very much alive, doesn't it? But what about Portugal? Now, Portugal, they need to make a start as well. This is going to be a difficult one for them against Austria, because Austria, they're keen to come back after their defeat to Netherlands. Everyone was looking forward to the second match here today, where Austria were going to be playing the Netherlands. They thought it was definitely going to be the battle of bat versus ball, the batting of Austria and the bowling of Netherlands. But in the end, it was the Netherlands that upped the game. They did the batting and the bowling, and Austria, well, they couldn't really get a look in. So it was all one-way traffic. So they're looking to bounce back, but they're looking to do it against Portugal. Portugal, who haven't registered a win themselves. So Portugal would definitely want to get a win under their hat as well. That certainly would open up this Group B once more. And the umpires have made their way out, and you know that they've been absolutely outstanding, led by the tournament referee Rob Kemming. So for this match, it's going to be umpire Shub and umpire, looks like that's umpire Nilkash. Means that umpire Stefan Gooch and Charles Croucher will be handling the third umpire duties for this match. The toss, as you heard there, Portugal, they won the toss and elected to bat first. So I think they've decided maybe here, well, okay, things don't go our way when we're chasing. Maybe we are going to be better if we go out there without the pressure of the chase, and are able to just go out there and bat freely and get the runs on the board. That's certainly what they're hoping. And with the bowling for Austria, it's going to be Akib Iqbal going to bowl first. And you may have heard me say once before that I think he's probably one of the better bowlers. Got good pace about him, gets good bounce, certainly from this end that we've changed to for this week. That slight uphill climb, I think he's done a lot better getting with the bounce. I think all the seamers have got good bounce on it. Also, spinners have got good bounce and turn. Starts with that one just being guided down to third. Well, you can see from umpire Shub, well, not too many clothes fit him. He's a skinny old man, so they're pretty baggy trousers there. Well, that gives you an idea of the wind that's blowing. And sort of swirling around. You'll see that from the flags as well, the European Cricket Network flags around the ground. Iqbal gets a good one in there. And beating Chambers outside the off. And I'm liking this change. Anthony Chambers, I think he should be batting high up the order. And he is. No Andani in the team. So Anthony Chambers being given his opportunity. Rico Full here in the house, and alongside me, our very own Mr. Maximo. Well, he's back from the bar.
I am back. This one's going to be 4. Sam, welcome back, and this is a nice start for Chambers. It's been put up to the top of the order. They have to try a few things, don't they, Portugal? And that'll be a confidence booster as Chambers gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, good effort there. And the fielder diving, Iqbal Hussain. But, not able to stop it.
I want to know, how come you always know I'm in the bar? Seems like there's a hidden camera on me. I was just going to the fan zone, chatting to some of the fans. Really enjoyed that last game. Only 5 runs in it between those two teams.
Put a little tracker on you somewhere. You've got to find where it is.
I wasn't in the highlights again, was I?
Well, funny you mentioned that.
Here's Iqbal. Wide down the leg side.
Well, we saw you looking for that ball that went right on the roof. That was a big hit.
Yeah, and it actually stuck in the roof. So I had to jump and I had to smash. Like it's a kind of canvas roof, so I had to smash the ball out.
Okay.
Well, I actually looked. I could jump above the roof and see that it was still there, which amazed me because it just basically just kind of sat, didn't bounce anywhere, just got lodged in the roof. Good fun. Well struck. They go, but if he hits, he's in big trouble. I think he would have been gone here. And so we'll just get away with the 1.
These dark clouds coming back again. But once more, even if they do bring a little sprinkle, there's brighter weather coming behind it. That's all we've got to just keep our fingers crossed for. That's that if we do get some of the wet stuff, that it follows Michael. Michael's gone that way.
Certainly does. Thanks very much to Michael. This could be another chance. Oh, outstanding bit of fielding, wasn't it? As he really attacks this ball. It's all about the pickup for me that gives him a fraction extra time. And that's Shahil Moment, the left-hander. So it was to his correct side. So living dangerously, but they do get away with it. Portugal, at the end of the first over, they are 9 for no loss.
He was gone for all money there, wasn't he? Gone for all money. But as it happens, there's still no wickets down. 9 is the score.
It's an important game for both teams, really. Austria losing a bit of momentum after their batting performance against the Netherlands earlier today. Portugal just desperate for a win. Maybe they can catch the Austrians on a bit of an off day. And will be the end of the first over. It's 8 for no loss. I thank Michael McCann for his efforts again today. And not an easy day to be presenting out there in the conditions. But the good news is that although there was a lot of rain forecast, there was not too many periods of, or any periods really of heavy rain. It's been reasonably good and almost blustery. Certainly not your typical kind of September day on the Costa del Sol, but still we are getting the matches in, and that's, I think, something we all want to see, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do. I think I was saying last week when it was again on a Tuesday when we had some unsettled weather, that this time of year, with the heat coming up from the sea and the colder weather coming through, we are in autumn now with winter approaching. Believe it or not, you wouldn't believe it, some of the weather we've had. So those two fronts meeting, get some bad weather.
Shot by Chambers, really good one bounce for. He looks good with, that's actually Gomsh, pardon me, that's Komsh, the left-hander, who's an accomplished player in his own right. We see this one, it was short, it was wide, and yeah, that one's a nice shot. And Chambers at the other end though, I do think he looks better with the ball coming on, and at least he's getting a chance to come out when there's some purpose in the innings. I think sometimes some of the Portuguese batsmen down the order have been coming in more or less impossible situations where they just have to throw the bat, so it's a good opportunity for Chambers at the top of the order. But yeah, Gomsh, we know that he's got a decent cricket pedigree, playing the top class. I think it'll be interesting when they come up against Netherlands, of course. Short and cracked, and this will be 4 more. And we saw him get out playing this shot earlier today, Gomsh. But this one, he was all over it, wasn't he? And the result is 4 more runs as Zadran goes to the boundary twice in 2 balls.
That's a beautiful shot. I like the way he gets right on top of this. That was a classy textbook shot. Pulls it away for 4 runs. And that's where the problem has been with Portugal. Apart from Gomes, who now moves to over 50 runs in this championship. Above him, Najam Shahzad, the captain, and Amir Zahib are the only men that have scored runs. Nobody else has made any contribution.
Shot. This is probably the best of the lot. This is going to go the journey. Maximo! Wow, this is a shot which has put smiles on the faces of his teammates, and why not? It's just a lofted cover drive. This is what I think, it's a proper cricket shot.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, hit in the air. I suppose that's the difference, but still the shape was beautiful. And it was a beautiful result as well for the Portuguese as they move into the 20s, and Gomes is on fire in the second over.
That's a lovely shot, that really is, and he's really taking on Zadran here. Zadran's normally been one of the pick of the bowlers.
14 off the first half of the over. This one squares him up a touch, but we'll just get a single. Yeah, so what we haven't seen really from Portugal is one batsman, you know, batting through the innings or really taking the initiative. And I think Gomes is that kind of player that can do it. If he can contribute a half century, maybe a 60 or a 70, build them a score they can defend. I mean, we saw Austria. I mean, they batted so well yesterday, but yesterday's seeming miles away now because they were bowled out for 77 in their last match. So I'm sure there's a few jumpy batsmen in the Austrian setup, with the exception of Shigewal. Really not much did anything this morning. That's well bowled. That's this one past Chambers, could come back. But, I mean, that win from Romania throws this group wide open, doesn't it? I mean, I think it's the win. Romania probably have earned on the back of their bowling and fielding, although I know there were a couple of slip-ups. But last night they did field a lot better in their second game when they were playing the Netherlands.
Interesting field this from Austria. Only the one man they're electing to have out the ring, and he's the man at third man. Everybody else in.
Well, it goes to him, and it goes around him. It's going to be 4 more. So they had the one man there. It's a very rare one outfielder field, but the result is still 4 runs.
Yeah, it hit very fine, but played for it. Give him credit. There's no luck involved here. It's a shot that he played for, and it's a, good start this from Portugal. 27 off 2 overs, no wickets down. A good over, 19 from it.
Yeah, so, I mean, they elected to have one outfielder there. It might have just been a case where it wasn't noticed, because I think, for example, if you don't have anyone else in particular one out, you should always have the third man and the fine leg back to a pace bowl. There's no reason to have the fine leg in the circle unless you're sacrificing an outfielder somewhere else. So I think that might have been just an oversight. Of course, the game does move very quickly. And Gomes will be on strike to start the third over. And they are going to go back to Iqbal. Not a good first one. Only 8 came off that. Well struck again by Gomes. And, well, they make Chambers hustle back. But yeah, it's a pretty well struck ball. I like the way he's hitting the ball at the moment, Gomes.
Look, you were at, what's it like out there the other side? I had to wander down there. Plenty of spectators enjoying the cricket.
Fan zone. Absolutely loving it.
Well, they probably have to be quick again, but they get there. They've probably been doing a bit of fielding there as well, because there's quite a few balls ending up in that area as well. Yeah,
certainly are. I mean, you have to watch out. Problem is that you lose it when you're under the tent. So the fans, they got a couple of rude awakenings. There's one that went right on the roof. That's the one I had to go try and retrieve. That just reminded me of my backyard cricket days when, you know, the ball goes on the roof or over the fence or into a pool. Yeah. You have to find a way to get it, and at least don't have to, outrun any angry dogs or anything like that. Clever change of pace this time from Iqbal. So Portugal put together a bit of a partnership here, and that's one thing they haven't done so far in the series. So even though Chambers is playing second violin here to Gomes, I don't think Portugal will mind too much. I think he just has to maybe try and turn the strike over to the left-hander. Goes this time, does just that, and I think that's a good run. I think it's clever because it does bring Gomes on strike, and I do believe sometimes in this format of the game the batsman can get a bit of a hot hand. And what I mean by that is they're on a run of hitting boundaries, of facing, and at the moment it does seem like Gomes is on a roll, and you can go cold if you're at the other end. So it's good to get him back on strike. Short, this should go to the boundary. And it was all about the placement there. It was short. It was a Gundy ball, Rico. It was
Very
down the leg
Gundy,
side.
yeah.
And you know, Gomes is smart. He didn't try and go full whack. He says, well, I know that guy's in the circle, so I just got to get it around him. And he did just. And the result, 4 carreras más.
Yeah, it was, as you said, it was very much a Gundy ball. And that's been nicely put away. And what have you been up there? What's the update on Stefan Gooch? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's feeling okay. Just, obviously had that blow to the head earlier, but we did see him out there umpiring again. This should be out, and it's dropped. It was a tough one. It was hit flat, it was hit hard. And that's Noor Khan who put it down. I guess he saved 4, but I think this was a good opportunity to remove Gomes. As we get to the end of the power play, it's 34 for no loss. So I think with respect to umpire Gooch, they might have just adjusted his schedule a little bit and just taking a few precautions. We're lucky to have a good umpiring team. Of course, they can all step in.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe you might see him on third umpire duties or fourth umpire duties for the rest of the day. And pretty good power play for Portugal, I think. It's more or less par. 35 to 40 is probably what I think is par. But the fact they have built a partnership, and this will be an important period now as they're going to introduce spin for the first time. It'll be Shahil Momin to come on for the Austrians. And he's just a clever left arm, kind of almost a hybrid. Doesn't toss too many up. That's a good start. And just floated outside the off stump. And we've seen sometimes Gomes attempting the sweep, the reverse sweep. You wonder if he might just put those shots away and try and hit through the line of the ball, because he's hitting him pretty well at the moment. Short and mistimed.
Yeah.
Frustrating one for the batsman.
It's shots like that. I mean, this is where when you've got no big stand, such a big gap there, you just got to play it in the gap, take the single. It takes a bit of the pressure off you. And if you're doing that, you don't have to look to play the big shot to make up for those couple of dot balls. You just play it into the gap. I mean, Chambers there is important that he stays on strike as well. He's only had just the 8 deliveries, so it's important that both batsmen are thinking about that. If the big shot's not on, let's take the single, because the big shots will come, and we've seen that, haven't we, in all the matches.
No doubt about it. It's action-packed. Chambers goes back and punches this one out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, quite a big breeze at the moment. And we do have the wind, and the flags are really going. And it's left to right on your screen. Okay, so the left-handers will be hitting kind of into that breeze if they're hitting the leg side. I think that gives him a good opportunity. It's a big gap at extra cover. Oh, he tries the reverse Malachi. And again, I just don't know if it's a necessary shot at this stage with so much on the line. He has gotten going here. It's a high-risk shot for no return.
The other thing, Vinny, is look at the field.
Yeah.
Look at the field to Gomes. They've got those 3 men there, and all he's trying to do is hit the ball in that area.
That is the change of pace. And they are going to take the single, and it will take us to the end of the 4th over. And the score, Portugal still wicketless. They're 37 for no loss.
But what a good over that one was.
Really
3
was.
runs from it.
Yeah,
I think there was also some poor shot selection there. It's got to be said.
Yeah.
I think you just got to stand up, stand firm, play the shots at merit. Don't try to be too funky, because getting out at this point and putting pressure, because that's the other thing here. Portugal, when the wickets fall, they tumble. So while they've got this partnership, make the most of it.
Change of pace, and I think that's what it's all about. Talk about the Netherlands, and they've been the benchmark this week.
Yeah.
And they have a well-balanced attack, so they've got options, and options are pace options, spin options. But even within an over, you saw at moment just he pushed a few through, then he threw one up just to throw the batsman's timing off. And really, batting's all timing, and bowling is trying to disrupt his timing.
That's
so you
right,
saw it really a good over from Momin.
It was very good. And they're sticking new spin. This has been fairly well hit out onto the offside, but will just be the single.
I've got some comments in the chat. Rajiv Sharma is saying, how am I commentating? And replying in the chat simultaneously. Is it really me? Yes, it's me, Rajiv. Thanks for your question. I wish I had a personal assistant to do that. That's all right. That's great keeping down the leg side. Nice bit of work by Abra Bilal. No, but I can do that because I like engaging with the fans, of course. So many people watch on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and Yeah, I suppose a lot of practice. I can multitask. Wasn't always so good at it.
No, how many games? Come on, tell them how many games now. Yeah, what? You got to be over 700.
Yeah, I went over 750 this week. So I'm more interested as a team. We'll hit 900 during this tournament on ECN because we've got the Cyprus T10 going as well. So
we're on course for the 1,000. So we're on
looks
course
like
for
we'll
the
hit the 1,000. Gomsh goes back and this one's driven down to long on for a single. Yeah, it's a real community. So I really enjoy, obviously, the brand of cricket we play here. I think it's the form of cricket that can spread the game to nations where it's not as established.
Yeah.
Chambers hitting the ball better the longer he's out there. Let's just get a single for this one. And I think that's something that I've really noticed is that this form of the game is the vehicle. And I don't think there's any sport like cricket that has the biggest range between countries where it's a religion and countries where it's completely unknown. I mean, I can't think of another one. Because cricket is the second most watched sport in the world if you just go by viewer numbers.
Yes.
And most of that is because of the subcontinent, of course. And then to think that in some countries, even a lot of countries we go to, they get mixed up. Oh, this will run away. It's going to be a big chase. It's actually a really good bit of work down there from Iqbal Hussain. And
that wasn't the best bit of work from the wicketkeeper, was it? This could have cost him a few runs. This one, he lets it go through his legs here. I don't know if he's been told to leave it.
I think it's smart because he thought, look, he thinks here, it is close-ish. So he thinks, well, maybe that's going to hit the stumps and it might be a run out. But in the end, it does take us to the end of the over, and it's 44 for no loss after 5. So Portugal, at least they've got wickets in hand. And I think it also is going to help them batting first. I think, they've been in some situations during the tournament, haven't they, where, they've been chasing and the only other time they batted first was against Austria, actually, in match 4. Back to live action. This one's driven down to long on for a single. But in that game, it was match 4 on day 1. It was exactly. It was the. Pardon me. It was not match 4. That was when they were playing Hungary. But it was certainly something they haven't had the opportunity to set a target so far. Gomsh goes back and punches this one wide.
Interesting here, isn't it? These two, as soon as the pace has been taken off the ball, they've struggled to score runs. We've only seen just 10 runs scored off the spin and 2 overs of spin. And again here, just not finding the gaps, not finding the big shots.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This one's tossed up. But again, the field's well placed. That's MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker. I haven't seen him with his medium paces as yet. I wonder if he might be able to extract a bit of bounce off the pitch. But so Portugal do get the chance to bat for the first time. Bat first. At the moment, they're making a good fist of it. Just looks a little bit frustrated here now, hasn't he? He's lost a little bit of fluency.
Yeah.
But also, you've got to give credit to the bowler Moment. He's bowled a really good 10 deliveries so far. So Gomsh has had enough, and he launches this one, but it's higher than it is long. It's MSP. He takes the catch, but he doesn't drop too many. And that's pressure building right in front of your very eyes. As Moment gets a well-deserved wicket, and it's foot dancing time. Moment breaks through. It's 1 for 6 for him. Portugal lose their first. It's 47 for 1.
Yeah, this is all about applying pressure and keeping on the pressure. Not even the bowler Sahel Momin or Akbarjan, they didn't keep it off. And Momin here bowling his second over. There was no loose deliveries, there was no easy shots. And when you do that, when you're going to create the batsman making mistakes, and Gomes there, he knew he had to go big. He knew that what he was doing out there, the last sort of 12 balls wasn't enough. So went for the big one, and he's on his way back after scoring 30 of 22. Made a good start, but just couldn't get after the spin bowling.
It's an important moment in the game because we saw Portugal collapse before. They just need someone to come out and steady it. And I think the captain, who's coming out number 3, is a very good option. Mark Simpson-Parker, though, he's all smiles. And we saw plenty of him in the Vienna ECS series, didn't we? Back in late April and start of May. And always happy to see Mark getting into the game. He's got a very good pair of hands. We often see him in those key positions straight down the ground. This time he's at deep cover. So Shazad, this one right off the end of the bat. This will be the end of the over. What a spell for a Moment. He finishes with 1 for 6, and that's 6 overs down. Portugal 47 for 1.
Outstanding bowling, absolutely outstanding. 3 of his first, 3 of the second, picks up 1 wicket, and well, also more important than that, he just has totally slowed up the runs. Dried up they have, but well, I think Najam Shahzad, he's coming in at a good time. I think he's got balls to play with, he's got time to spend out there, and he's going to be able to, well, he'll be hoping to hit it big. We know he's certainly got the power to do so.
Akbarjan will come back for his second. And gets it right up there. He's just nags away. It doesn't give you too much. Abdullah Akbarjan.
Yeah, what do you think of this selection here? I mean, there's no Andani in the side. We'll go back to that after this delivery.
Short and should be stopped. It is stopped.
Yeah, so Zardani's not there, but he's been coming in for me in a position where it's not natural to him. And I think the same could be said about Anthony Chambers. Chambers, I think, is an opening bat. I also think that Azar Andani should be as well. Now, they've elected not to go with him. Just something that I think the Portuguese camp would be looking at. They'd be looking, of course, about where the best place to put their batsmen are. I don't think the first few games that I've seen that they haven't quite nailed it. They haven't quite got the right guys in the right place.
Experimenting. This is hit pretty well by Shahzad. Sets a task for long on. He's up to it. Nice bit of work by Moment. Can't keep that guy out of the game. This will just be a single. Well, look, Andani did open in the first game they played, match 2 of the week that was. He made 12 off 11 against Portugal. It's Hungary, pardon me. Now this is in the air, and well, it's a really good catch. A really, really good catch from Sahil Zadran. And well, Chambers, he's batted through 2/3 of the innings, and he was trying to up the rate. This one looked to be in the gap initially, but Zadran made some good ground and took an excellent diving catch in tough catching conditions, Rico.
Yeah, this is a splendid catch. Had to come a long way. Not only did he get there, he then had to take a marvellous catch. Look at that, he's reaching out in front of him. You'll see it better here. What a good catch it is. Look, that's tremendous. We have seen some world-class catches today with Dhamindra in the earlier match. He showed how for Romania, if you take those catches, that could end up with your team on winning the match. And certainly catches are very important. Fielding is very important in this aspect of the game. With that catch, that could be vital. But once again, it's just showing that Portugal have lost. When they lose wickets, they start to tumble. These two batsmen now, well, they need to think, right, okay, our 2 openers, they're not here anymore, but they have given us a start. It's now up to us to take it from here to a score of around about 120, 130.
That's right. They shouldn't lose wickets, or lose enough wickets to really get them in danger of being bowled out here at Portugal. Yeah, it's an interesting one. And I know there's no Andani. Like I say, he did open the first game, then he went in the middle order. It's a bit unnatural for him. He maybe just needs to breathe up just to gather his thoughts. And this is Imran Khan, who I think is a pretty versatile player as well. Yeah. This takes us to the end of the 7th over, and Portugal, they finish it at 52 for 2. Good spell by Akbarjan, who only goes for 12 in his 2-over spell and picks up a wicket. These are the teams in Group B. Now, 2 of them will join Belgium and Spain in the championship week, as well as the 2 qualifiers from Group C next week. And you can see there their rankings, and not necessarily the best guide. I mean, we've seen Hungary performing a lot better than their ranking. We've seen Romania. I mean, they did win the last game, but before that, they were touched up a couple of times. But you can see the Netherlands 11, they've made a very good start. I mean, they looked a little bit all at sea with the bat yesterday, but they seem to have worked on that and worked on their approach today, and they were very impressive in their first match. We'll see them in the last match of the day as well. And you can catch all the action here between now and the 8th of October, the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. The next one is cracked, and does it have enough? Well, this would have been even better. I don't know if he gets the fingertip on this.
He does, he stops it. That's an outstanding stop. That was going to the boundary. What a stop that is. Well, he's all smiles at Zadran. He's certainly doing some outstanding. Look, have a look at this, Vin. This is amazing. Really good stop.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been an amazing catch, but at least he took the sting out of it. This is a good straight drive. Batsman hits it, he watches it, and he's going to have to keep walking. What a catch this is, and Zadran, well, he is on fire. He's setting that part of the ground alight. and actually thought it was hit reasonably well by Najam Shahzad, who took a pretty outstanding catch himself yesterday. This one didn't quite have what it took to get it past Zadran and over the boundary. Outstanding fielding by Austria as they take a third wicket. The captain goes, and Portugal are 53 for 3.
Well, Zadran, the magnet. He can't do anything wrong at the moment. We just saw him make that brilliant stop first. We've seen him take one catch already, which was outstanding. But this one was another good one. And for a moment, when the captain hits that one, the Najam Shahzad, we think it's going to go all the way. It doesn't. Catch is taken. So Portugal, their woes with the bat continue. They just need something to click. 2 batsmen to get going. Look, those overs of spin, 4 overs of spin, just went for 18 runs. And that's, well, less than 5 and over. And that's why here, Portugal in a position where runs are drying up and they're trying to get quick runs. Runs in a hurry, maybe, but they're getting themselves out trying to do so.
Only one of these overs has been double digits. Sahil Zadran himself actually went for 19 in the second, but apart from that, listen to these overs, 8, 7, 3, 7, 3, 5. It's not really what you want. Look at that overall run rate, 7.2 and over now. So someone's going to have to come out and do something. And Zaib, who's unlucky to glove one down the leg side this morning. He starts by delivering a Maximo. What a shot this is. And maybe he's the man that can stand up. He certainly has the potential. I think he's one of Portugal's best batsmen. He's coming in at 5. And this one, well, there's one more than 5. This is 6, Rico. What a shot to start.
Smashing shot, really is. And yeah, he was unlucky. He was caught just flicking one on the leg side. And that one really, he's found the middle of the bat, so he'll be feeling good now here.
He tries again, trying to hit his way out of trouble. Amir Zaib. Hear a little bit of thunder, I think, around, and it's always this persistent threat of the weather intervening today. Luckily enough, we haven't had any interruptions as yet. Bit of bat on this, I think, so I'll scamper through for a single. It's not my effects in my headphones. I think that's some thunder afoot. Hopefully it goes around us. Norakan, a wicket to his name. And no ball called.
He's had his trouble with this no ball before, haven't we? And we see, yeah, look, very good call there at all. You don't get anything past our men in black.
It'll be the free hit as well, so especially not what you want for your death bowler. He's their specialist for the 8th and 10th overs, Norkan.
Oh, well, what about this one on the hide? I think this is going to be another no ball, and it has been called. So that was a free hit. It goes for 4, but it's still not a legal delivery. It's going to have to be bowled again, and it's still going to be another free hit. Good call this from umpire Shub.
It is a good call. It is a good call for me. It's fairly flat. I can't see that dipping. Did definitely play it above the waist. I think if the umpires are in any doubt with those high full deliveries, I do like to see them being called because they're not really part of the game of cricket. Another free hit. And he hits this one, and he hits it sweetly. This one is out of here. Maximo! What a shot by Imran Khan.
You beauty. Shaka-lugya. Well, this is what they needed. They needed a little bit of shaka, shaka, shaka after that little bit of tiki-taka, and that is exactly what they've done. 6 of the best.
This does finally take us to the end of the 8th over. 72 for 3, and that over went magical in the end. So Noor Khan, well, he's hated 8th overs today, hasn't he? Because we saw him give up 24 in the 8th against the Netherlands. This time he goes for 20. Not the kind of magic that he'd be looking for. Did pick up a wicket, though, in the over. So it all happens in the 9th, as you would say. And we're going back to Zadran. Push down the ground. It's got to be a confidence booster. I mean, outside chance, you maybe still crack the 100 if you're Portugal.
Yeah.
And Austria, I mean, you never know what you're going to get from their batting lineup. They're certainly a very skillful batting lineup, but they're also a bit combustible because they all play shots.
Yeah.
You know, so they will give you chances. Slower ball, goes after it, but it's going to be out. This is clever bowling. So Imran Khan does go. It was a clever sleight of hand. from the bowler. That's the way this one comes out the back of his hand, and that's why he's a death over specialist. You see this one, it actually comes back at him. It's almost like a quick wrong-in, and Imran Khan didn't get enough bat on it to get it over the fielder. So nice bit of catching as well. Safe hands. That was Zishan Garaya that takes the catch. Portugal lose a fourth. It's 73 for 4.
Yeah, clever bowling. We've talked about the change of pace. We've talked about the variation that coaches are demanding from the bowlers these days. And that's exactly what Zadran's done. And, well, he's having a good day out there in the field, involved in some good fielding, good catching, and now doing the job with the ball as well. His first over was expensive, went for 19, and that was when, well, the acceleration came, but then things slowed down a little for Portugal with the spin being injected into the attack. And now they're looking to go big, and they're looking to get bat onto ball and try to get as close to that 100 as they can.
Yeah, I think so. Now they've sent out Junaid Khan. I like this. He batted number 11 in the last game, but he's no number 11. He's coming in at 6 today. It's just hard. The thing I like about Junaid, he's a real competitor. He's a real competitor. You've seen it with his bowling. He's taken wickets this week. And he's very, very capable with the bat. I mean, I find it amazing that he's all the way down at 11. But he came out and he batted great. And he's one of those guys that can hit from the very first ball. He does have that attacking approach.
Zaib, we know he can attack pretty well as well.
Hit hard. Again, probably just be one. That's one thing for me, Rico, the fielding in this series. It's just no chance of a 2 on those kind of balls, whereas in the ECS we do see often. And maybe the outfields are a bit more difficult as well, but also probably the standard not quite up to what it is here in the ECC.
Can he send this one to the boundary?
Full toss. Junaid pins his ears back and doesn't get enough bat on this to trouble the man at long on. It'd just be a single. And so yeah, now I mean you're looking at maybe something around the 90 mark. And it'll be an interesting finish to this innings. I think they've got to go for it. They've got 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, Zahib has to go big here. He has to, and I think if it's short, it will. Short.
Yeah, this one's going to be trouble. MSP's got this one, and he just doesn't drop catches. And Zaib undone by the slower ball. So worked for Noor Khan, and it works for Sahil Zadran, who finishes the 9th with a bit of style. And there's the foot fielding. Well, not the foot fielding, the foot dancing. That's all on. They're going to teach me how to do it. But MSP, yeah, he's got buckets for hands. Holds on to that one. End of the 9th over. It's 76 for 5.
Yeah, another terrific over. They need to do better than that, and they're not able to. They're not able to get the acceleration they need. Only 4 runs and 2 wickets. Zadran, he's having a special moment out there. Dream11, the European Cricket Championship. That's what you're watching. We're in week 2. And it's all about making players' dreams come true. And we've already seen some spectacular performances. But Amir Zahib, he makes his way back. 9 runs, just 6 deliveries. And, just not able to get going this time round.
So I like this move as well. Paolo Buchimatsa comes out at number 7. He did bat well as well this morning. He's a guy I think could press for higher honours as well. He's got a little bit of a promotion from number 9 to number 7. And looks like we are going to see Mark Simpson-Parker with the ball for the first time. So he's running hot in the field. So they decided, well, Mark, we're going to throw you the ball. And we have seen him bowling at the end of the innings for his club, Vienna CC. And let's see what he can deliver. Crucial over, really. Bit of a risk, I think, bowling him. But see how he goes against Junaid Khan. Well, Junaid hits him hard. And, well, it's almost a catch taken. And with the fumble, they might come for 2. Good throw might have him in trouble. But the ground just taking a little bit of the sting out of the ball. And that's good running from Junaid, who gets back for a double.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been a great catch. It was dipping. He did well. I think he stopped the ball going to the boundary. He then gets the throw in. Well, Junaid has been joined out there by Paolo Buchimatsa. Buchimatsa showing that he's pace in between the wickets as well. Butsi, keeping fit Butsi.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Mark Simpson-Parker comes from a proud Austrian cricket family. He's Austrian born and bred as well, Mark Simpson-Parker. This one's a big, filthy edge, and it's got to be taken. And it is taken in the end. And it was Iqbal Hussein that held on. Well, it was in the Pavel Flores zone. I thought maybe the confusion reigns would take over. But this one, it was an elementary catch. Iqbal, once he saw it, he took it no problem at all. So Junaid goes down swinging as you'd expect, and Portugal lose the 6th wicket. It's 78 for 6.
Yeah, and well done to Mark Simpson-Parker. I think he deserved this. I like him this. This is good captaincy, because I think this is all about the captain saying, well, okay, you've shown what you can do in the field. Let's give you a go out there with the ball. And he was unlucky the ball before, just dropping in front of the fielder. But this time round, straight to the fielder and the catch taken. He's been rewarded with his first Dream11 European Cricket Championship wicket in the first over that he's bowled as well.
It's
so
a great
well done
start.
to the young man.
I mean, it's such a fine margin, isn't it? Because we've seen edges like that fly for 6 even. So you've got to be happy with that if you're MSP. And looks like they're sending out Francois Stoneman. Well, remember he had a few tricks up his sleeve with a few of those backwards little ramps before.
Yep.
I bet he just tries it straight away against MSP. So if I was MSP, I'd be getting it right up there in the block hole. Yorker on middle stump. If it gives him any length, I think Stoneman's scooping. Well, I'm wrong again, as he just blasts this one straight down the ground. Well, that's why I'm not a fortune teller, Rico, because that one, he said, oh, you've seen the backwards, here's the forwards, and he just blasts this one. What a shot this is from Stoneman, first ball.
It's a great shot. Look, I know Stoneman very well, and I've heard about his batting abilities. I still I'm going to say, I don't want to keep repeating this, but I still don't think that Portugal have got their batting lineup right. I really don't. I mean, it's a good bat. He's a steady bat. He can score runs well. And both these two men are good batsmen.
He goes shorter, and he's going to pay the penalty, and this is going to be 1 bounce 4. So he decided to put all his eggs in the short basket. And Francois said, well, weren't you watching the last game? I love these. And he whacks it straight over the keeper. 4 more runs to Portugal.
He gets into position so quickly, doesn't he? Look, he's well inside his crease. In fact, he almost finishes behind the stumps when he hits this. But a nice shot. And Bolo thinks, don't worry, mate. You keep hitting them. I'll just stand at the other end. I don't have to do anything. I'll just stand here, look pretty. Looking very pretty there, Bolo.
Got to go Yorker now. He doesn't. It's a length ball, and Stoneman just losing his shape. A touch. So that takes us to the last ball of the innings. 88. I mean, Portugal, they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin to defend this, but they do have some good ins. I see that Nipo's back in the lineup as well for Portugal. Last ball. Strap yourselves in. It goes high. Well, surely someone's catching this. Fielder comes in and takes it. So it's a good finish to the innings, and just a steadier for
Oh, look at
Oscar.
these skills. Go, go, go. Under, Iba. Oh, wow. There's a little bit of showboating there from the fielder as well. I think that's
it. Akib Iqbal.
Akib Iqbal. Well,
Might want
his talents.
Yeah, I think he might want a contract. I know in Europe there's probably a bit more money in football than cricket, but I like that.
Yeah.
And we'll probably get a replay of that. I'm sure it'll be in the highlights.
But he can do it because that ball's not going to be used again. Otherwise, he'd be tampering with the ball, wouldn't he?
Well, I guess they're not going to use that ball anymore. And, well, we know that Portugal, they're a team they need to win against Austria. The wheels fell off against the Netherlands, but both these teams, highly competitive. Big game for both of them. And Rico, slightly different looking opening combination for Portugal, but they did put together a partnership finally in this European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, they did. And they got the partnership going, and it was pretty steady. I mean, the first over from Akib Iqbal, the juggler, the foot juggler, we could call him now. But what was that round? He went for a few milliseconds. But, well, when that partnership went, and there was that man, he's been involved in taking those catches, and he's such a big player for them, Mark Simpson-Parker. They're always smiling, the man with a lot of ability. But that was the Gomes who went, he played his part, but look, he had to accelerate because those 4 overs of spin that was injected there, they only managed just to get 18 runs from them. So you knew that the batsmen then, at that point, Gomes and Chambers had to try and play some shots. They did, but look, they couldn't get it past that man, Zidran. He was just sensational in the field. We saw him diving around, making stops in the field, but we saw him taking some very good catches as well. And, well, as try as they would, Portugal just couldn't get the acceleration. You saw when the wicket started to fall, they did. It was nice to see Francis Stoneman come in late on in the end. He played some nice shots, but all smiles from that man. And he said, well, look, you know, I'll give you my everything. in the field. How about give me a chance with the ball? Well, he got a chance with the ball and got a wicket as well. And then this was a finish. Well, here we go. He's showing his footwork skills there as well. Absolutely lovely stuff there. And yeah, I'm liking that, giving it some more shaba. Well, I hope you're enjoying the cricket wherever you're watching from. And well, our cricketers can show you some footballing skills as well. Keep Iqbal there. So as we have a look at this scorecard, it started pretty healthy, didn't it? Gomes there, 30 of 22, was well supported by Anthony Chambers, scoring 17 of 16. But well, when they went, well, though that foundation was led, it probably was ideally set for somebody like Shahzad, Imran Khan, and also the hard-hitting Amir Zahib to go out there and score quick runs. But it didn't happen. They tried, but they just didn't click, so they couldn't get the acceleration in, and that's why they finished on 88 for 7. They will know that that's low par, but they will also know that if they can perform to their best, if they can give a 110% in the field, if they can support the bowlers, well, anything can happen. Well, everybody in the action with the wickets there, with the bowling from Austria. Only one man, Aqib Iqbal, not able to get in the wickets, but that good all-round performance from them. Everybody contributing in the field, and now it's about going out there and getting the job done with the bat. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo in about 10 minutes time when we come back for the completion of match number 9 in Group B, where Austria need 89 for victory. Hasta pronto! Namaste, salam alaikum, sastrikal, aibowan, bienvenidos, buenas tardes a España. We are in the beautiful region of Andalusia, in the host city of Malaga. And we're in the capital of the Costa del Sol. And at this beautiful, picturesque Cartama Oval, where the very first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship is coming to you. It is the Euros of cricket. And what a start we've had. Group A was scintillating, it really was, with Spain to the delight of the home supporters, making it through with Belgium to week 4's championship week, starting on the 4th of October. That's right, you heard right. We have got 4 weeks of championship competition coming your way. We're only in week 2, Group B, and this group is going to be evenly poised, but Netherlands top the group. We're going to see them again, and Austria, well, they're 2 points adrift from them, so victory here will see them join Netherlands at the top. Hungary are joint with Austria at the moment on 4 points as well. Romania picked up their first victory, so they're on 2 points. Portugal, well, if they want to join the party, if they don't want to be left behind, they've got to find a win from somewhere. Got it all to do if they're going to do it in this match, because, well, they've posted, and they will know this, a very low par, 88 on the board after a fairly good start. They just weren't able to get the acceleration in, and Austria will know that 89 will see them once again join Netherlands at the top of the group, having played though a game more, but also they'll be looking to do this emphatically. If they can get a good big win here, well, net run rate could be ever so important. Nipu is about to bowl the first ball. Norcan, our official timekeeper, will give the umpires the thumbs up. The Swiss watch manufacturing company. Here we go, first ball from Nipu. Short, outside the off. The batsman just quite easy, just quite happy to take the easy single. Goraya off the mark. Mohamed Nipu is a very good player in domestic cricket in Portugal. I've seen him play in the European Cricket Series in Miranda de Cordoba, and he was in sensational form there. Wasn't at his best in Cartexio last week, or a couple of weeks ago I should say. That's a nice shot through the gap, 4 runs. Well, there's 4 men out there on the offside, but none of them can do anything about this. This was just placement at his best. Rocks back and finds the gap. That's a really nice shot from Iqbal Hussain. Beautifully done. Nice shot. So Mohamed Nipu. He just stops himself there before he bowls this one to Hussain, probably thinking in his head where he wants this one to go. And short, shouts to catch it, but nobody's going to get anywhere near that. Stoneman chases, slides, but the ball beats him. Fielding it both cautious, get this he. Miguel Stoneman ne, but ball nahi far hui. Joka lag gaya. Well, sometimes you need a bit of luck as well. And the batsman gets it. Stoneman diving in despair, not able to get to it. Well bowled, you're asking the question, a big loud appeal from Nipu. And the umpire should, well, he might have been shaking, but doesn't give this one, and I think that's on the up as well. That's a good shot. As we welcome back Vinny Sandhu into the commentary booth here.
Thanks, Rico. Yeah, Nipo back into the lineup. I'll be fighting so hard to defend these runs, Portugal. Too short, though. Do have 2 men patrolling the leg side boundary, so it'll just be 1 there. When they need to remove these dangerous hitters, and they've got 6 or 7 of them, Austria. And I just wonder what their approach will be to this target. I still think they're going to bat the way they normally do. And they'll be trying to bat at a pace kind of above what's required. Garaya, he's really short of runs in this series. He does get a second one here, and takes us into the first over. Pretty good one for Austria. It's 11 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. I think one thing Austria will be doing is they'll be saying, look, let's just go out there and play the way we would if we were batting first. Because the one thing that they do know, and one thing I was telling the viewers before you came back, is that net run rate. Trying to finish this game quickly and while making their net run rate look healthy. That could really be key as we get to the closing stages of group matches, especially when, again, you can see that the top 2, Austria and Netherlands, are going to be neck and neck if this result goes the way it looks like.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? But, I mean, there's a lot of cricket still to play. Even after today, we're only halfway through the group matches, so anything can really happen. Remember, the top 4 will make it through to finals Friday for Group B. The top 2 will get the double chance. Here's Junaid Khan, who I think is a real fighter. I love the way he goes about his cricket. To see him take 3 for 10 in an earlier match against a very strong Netherlands 11. Here he is bowling the second over. He'll be bowling to Zishan Garaya. Well, it's a bit too short, and this one's gone the journey. Maximo! Half tracker. And we haven't seen the Garaya fire lighting up the Cartama cricket ground just yet. And that'll be a real confidence booster for the opening batsman.
Yeah, this is a delightful shot. You said yourself, he's not been in the best of forms. And sometimes, well, you play a few nice shots and form comes. That was exactly the shot that we saw Taranjit Singh play when he was in the best of forms, and all of a sudden he found his form when he scored that magnificent 59.
This one's hit hard as well, and this one is going to go for 4. Well, it was probably within the wingspan of the fielder, and it was Najam Shahzad, who's a very good fielder. But you see there, he was just beaten for pace, and Garaya gets another boundary.
Yeah, just needed, I think, to get the slide in here. Shahzad, he's a big unit, he's quite a big guy, so he's got a lot to do to get down that low. But with nothing behind it and just relying on his hand, that was always going to be risky. 4 more runs.
Well, he's going to go again, but this time, almost within the reach of the fielder down there. That was Amadou Singh, but the result is yet another boundary. A disastrous start to the second over for Portugal.
It is a wonderful shot. He's just negotiates. He almost walks into this ball, guiding it where he wants it to go. Very nicely played. That's all about timing and vision. Lovely shot.
Yeah, but it was the kind of ball that the ankle allowed Garaya to play that shot. The fielder is there just for that, but it just missed him. This one's too far down the leg side. Will be called a wide. And, you know, the power play is so important, isn't it, Rico? I think just what we're seeing is perhaps that the Austrians, we know they have an established T10 competition. We showed it last year. We've also had a couple of European Cricket Series T10 competitions there.
Yep.
I think they've just got their approach nailed, and they've got their batting order nailed. That's one thing that I think Portugal is still tinkering with. A pretty good ball. It's an attempted Yorker. It comes out as a low full toss, but Garaya can just push this one to mid-off for a single. It's certainly, it's a mindset. It's not natural to most cricketers to be able to take these calculated risks really from the start of your innings.
Yeah.
And I often just come back to just hit the ball and hit it correctly, but hit it well. An outswinger from Junaid. Well, taken behind the stumps by Stoneman. It will be called a wide. And, you know, even if you remove one of these two, you know, you're going to get Razmal Shigawal at 3, probably Abra Bilal at 4,
yeah,
and Mirza Hassan at 5. I mean, Austria, I know they were taken apart by the Dutch earlier today, but, you know, with the exception of that, they have looked very, very strong with the bat. This time, Iqbal, a little bit of leg on this, I think.
Yeah, it'll be probably leg by it is. No, he's batted really well, though. Iqbal was saying, I mean, he's on 114 runs in the series so far, but complete contrast to the man he's out there with. Garaya, before the start of this match, had only scored 15 in his 3 innings, and he's gone past that in this knock already. Yeah, he's up and running finally.
More than doubled it already. Down the leg side. It's been a good over from Junaid Khan. He'll be the first to admit that. He'll be disappointed. It's gone for 18 now. Still a ball remaining. Again, we know we did see Portugal have a good second over. They scored 19 off their second over. But apart from that, there wasn't a lot of scoring until the 8th. It went magical. Noor Khan went for 20. The last went for a dozen off Mark Simpson Parker, but they were the only double-figure overs in the Portuguese innings. Zishan goes after this. This is straight up in the air. Well, Stoneman's going to catch it. The keeper, Francois Stoneman. Good early call. He took control of that situation, just as you'd expect a wicket-keeper to do. He called Chambers off. And, well, unfortunately, the Guraya fire only burned briefly. Zishan Guraya's got to go for 17 off 7 deliveries. And at the end of the second over, Austria up 30 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a wicket, Junaid, and it was an expensive over. But, well, the wicket is a wicket, and we've seen a number of times in the championship, haven't we, that once one wicket goes, several seem to follow. So that's what Portugal will be hoping. Remember, they did win the toss and elected to bat first, and things, they've started well for them, especially in the first 4 or 5 overs. They were doing pretty well, but just couldn't finish off well. Lost wickets at the wrong time. But they've got one themselves here. It's 30 for 1 after 2.
This is a really nice touch. The Portuguese just applauding the captain when he comes to the wicket. And I really love the spirit that this cricket is played in as well. Such a sense of community amongst the teams. They come here on the same bus in the morning, for example. And we're often on it as well, aren't we, Rico? And so that's a nice little touch there. It's a bit of a cricketing tradition in some parts to applaud the opposition skipper. And then you tell him, well, I want to clap you back as well pretty soon. Now, this is the first ball of a new over, and they might need a new one because that one is out of here. Maximo Hussain goes grande and takes the jump. Shazad, out of the park.
Boom, shakalaka. This is travelling, this is motoring, this is going a long way. That was a Bizaway Super 6. What a fabulous shot that was. And, well, captain, Shazad, he's got some thinking to do.
He just loves that angle, anything into his pads, anything can get under. And that one sailed a long way over the ropes. Oh, might have gone to the bathroom. I think that's where the portable toilets are. They've been brought in for this series. Oh, here we go again, and it's going to be more runs. This one's going to bang into the fence. This is not a ball you can get away with. Shazad, he goes length, but you see here, it's just so comfortable. He rocks onto that back foot so quickly. And at the moment, Portugal, despite taking that 1 wicket, they look to be in some serious trouble here in Group B match 9.
Sorry, Vinny, you put a horrible thought in my mind. You just mentioned it's going to the part of the ground where that Portaloos are. Can you imagine if you're in one of them and that's smacking you at the top? It's going to give you a bit of a heart attack, isn't it?
You wouldn't want it. You'd think that it'd be a pretty aggressive knock, wouldn't it, if you minding your own business?
It won't be pretty anything. Let's go back to the action. This is
taking care of your business, and then you go. I already almost had a kookaburra land on me when I was in the fan zone when it banged on the roof right where I was. It's, I tell you what, it's a great atmosphere, and there's a lot of talk about this ground, of course. There's been significant upgrades over the last week or two, so that this ground is looking immaculate for this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the first tournament of its kind, the first ever international T10 cricket, and it's an honour to bring it to you on the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcast partners. This one gets through Sugarwal. It's a little bit late on this. Now, I know a lot of my ex-teammates and people from the Australian cricket community are loving watching it on Fox Sports. And I know Tom Morris just put out a tweet as well. Tom Morris is he's a sports reporter with Fox Sports. He said this is must-watch viewing.
Yeah, well, he's not wrong.
I'm not going to disagree with it. The thing is, we're over 800 matches this year that we've actually broadcast, so this is just a taste of it.
Yeah.
And it's just gripping TV. Will be a wide outside the off stump. I think the format is what makes it so digestible. The fact, we've got 5 matches a day here, 5 opportunities for a close finish. We saw a great finish to that Romania game, didn't we? As they got over Hungary, it's in the previous match. And I just think you never can look away. Even in a one-sided game, there'll be a one-handed catch, or there'll be some sort of highlight.
There's always something special in every innings, and usually more than one thing that's special.
Driven by Sugarwal, he's sent back by his partner. It's probably a good call. There's no need to take any crazy runs at the moment.
And I think it's also important, Vinny, for us to acknowledge that this is all happened. European cricket has grown this way because of all the support and backing from all the federations out there.
Yeah.
Of all the different European countries where we've been to. We've done the European Cricket Series from. I mean, that partnership along with European Cricket Network, that is so key and so essential.
That's probably over, or won't be, because we called a wide. Yeah, no doubt. Thanks to all the federations who've wholeheartedly got behind the European Cricket project. And it's hard to imagine. It's only just over 2 years since we were in Lewangan doing the first ever European Cricket League, which is the club-based competition for champion clubs, and that will be expanded to 30 clubs participating in the 2022 edition, which is going to come in February and March. Nice shot off the back foot, and this is going to race away to the point boundary. And, well, at the moment, so Shigawal missed out on a couple. It doesn't miss too many. This is a classy shot to finish the power play. At the end of it, Austria are 47 for 1.
47 for 1. Yeah, while we talk about federations, also, of course, the thanks goes to Cricket España, who are the home country, and all of their work and effort, not just on this European Cricket Championship, but also the support that they've given the European Cricket Network over the last 18 months or so. The President Juan Carlos and CEO John Howden, of course, Kevin Laundon, the chairman. It's been a wonderful partnership. And while we're talking about people in Spain that have made this happen, well, we can't forget about the groundsman here, David Cooper, and also the hard works of people like Jay Wild and Egan Dantis, because that's been absolutely fantastic. And because of their work and their dedication, and this is why this is looking like one of the best setups in Europe, isn't it? What a ground, what a facility. What
an experience. And I really feel good for the players as well, who actually have to put in a lot of sacrifices to play cricket in Europe. I'll mention those in a second, but here's Nippo back for his second over. A little bit short, and, well, it's going to disappear. That's into outer space. That's a supersonic blast. Maximo Hussain just keeps on performing. And we saw him score over 100 runs yesterday. And this one, well, he got something he liked. It wasn't actually that short from Nippo, but he went up and under, and he got full value.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the turn there was definitely turned, but just too short. And you can see the batsman able to adjust there, Hussain, and he sends this big for 6 more.
Next one. It's a pretty good block hole delivery. Yeah, but I mean, playing cricket in Europe as a player, there's often large distances involved. There's often at your own expense, at the club level, a lot of work goes in. So I think it's wonderful these guys have the platform to show exactly what they can do to the world. This one gets past Shigwal. He just hasn't quite got his mojo today. Coming off 96 of his first innings of the tournament in that monster total of 195 on Monday morning, just over 24 hours ago. Nippo just slid that one past him. And this one I think is fine as well. So it's good bowling, and Nippo claps himself. But, I think that's something people don't realise. And, we're hoping to move to a more professional setup, but it'll take years. It literally will, to build the infrastructure.
Yep.
But certainly the hunger is there from the community. And this one once again. Shigawal just doesn't have his timing.
Yeah, he in a different game mode altogether this time for Shigawal, the captain. Last time, had it all to do. He was the only man scoring runs against Netherlands. Scored 41. So batted pretty well. Nobody else performed. But here, it's all about just trying to stay in, get a partnership going here and knock the runs off and knock them off emphatically against Portugal.
At the moment, they're well in control of this match. Austria, 4 overs down. They are 55 for 1, so down below a run a ball. And it's a great opportunity for us to say hello once again to you. And it's great. Like I said, so many people are watching all around the world. It's Finney Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And Michael, when he's around as well, he might be enjoying it. Cerveza Victoria, you never know. And, it's the amount of effort that goes in to put this on. Obviously, it's a monumental task. Of course, thanks to Dan Weston, the founder of European Cricket, to Roger Finer, the CEO, to everyone in the office doing the hard work as well, the organisation, to all the volunteers on the ground. That's what cricket's all about. It's about building communities, and that's exactly what's happened over the last couple of years. We're joining communities, and that's what it is. That the federations now have got a bit more of a central project they're all aspiring to, and it's great to see these guys being able to play each other. And Obviously, the format is so dynamic. Everyone just loves playing this format. It's all action. I think the players enjoy it just as much as the spectators. Zybe, who gets drilled down the ground. This one's not coming back. Maximo! Well, that's the Raz we saw yesterday. He's only 5 off 8 before that, but he moves into double figures in style.
Well, he moves into a different zone as well. He scored more than 150 runs now in this championship. So he's right up there, and he probably will be right up there by the end of this Group B. That's the leading run scorers in the championship itself. And he goes for another one. This is big. And he's going to go over the field to there. Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Bada, Shaka, 6 carreras más.
Just in the slot, isn't it, from Zybe? And if he gets it wrong, he's the kind of pace that the batsman will fancy. Just a reminder, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel if you like what you're seeing, ECN European Cricket Network, because we have more cricket coming your way as well. Next one, just be 1 out to deep square. Of course, we have 5 matches on ECC a day. The final 2 will be streamed on our YouTube channel. That's from Cyprus. We have a Cyprus T10 going on at the moment. So stay tuned. I can see we're up to 245,000. I'd love for us to reach 250,000 before the end of the ECC. I think it'd be a great target. So tell your family and friends as well, if they're not watching, that they should be, because they're going to miss a lot of action.
Yeah, come on, spread the word. Let's put a smile on Maxi's face. Well, this will put a smile on the face of Austria, because this is big, this is huge. Well, Maxi, you're not there to patch this one, so somebody else is going to go have to get it. What a big one this was.
Yeah, I know all about how that feels. I was a sitting duck under there. Once you see you go above the roof, well, I actually heard it come down because it almost came down straight on me. But how about that? And Austria just shaking the loss off. I think that's what we have to do in this format. You know, having played short form cricket, sometimes there's games that just don't go your way. I think for Austria, that Netherlands game was one of them. Zybe once again gave some length to Hussain. He's moved to 33 off only 11 balls. And, well, a moral victory for Zybe in the end, but he does go for 19. That's the halfway point. It's 74 for 1. And just a reminder, we have more cricket coming up, and at the moment, looks like this game might not have that much longer in it, but at the top of the hour in Europe, or on the half hour in India, we will have the 4th match of the day, or the 5th match of the day actually, because you're watching the 4th right now. It's match 10, and it will be the Netherlands who are going to be on the rack. We'll have some teams for you shortly, and we'll get you the lineup and the toss result very shortly. But before we do, they're going back to Junaid Khan. Let's see if he can deliver a wicket for the Portuguese. Oh, a little bit of an edge. Imran Khan, or he goes straight under it. Probably won't cost them a run in the end. And it will just be 1, despite the nutmeg. And I know that a lot of people are enjoying watching the Dutch team execute their skills. You can see they are playing Romania. Netherlands 11, well, their captain, Sebastian Brandt, is on a great run with the tosses. He's won another one. He'll be batting first. They're 3-0. Romania, they'll have to chase. The only win they registered earlier today, but that was batting first. So smart work from the Dutch captain, I think. This is in the air, and this one's going to go all the way. Maximo! Didn't quite time it, but these small boundaries are pretty unforgiving. He gets an attempted Yorker, just overcooks it a little bit, and with that, Austria move into the 80s, and victory is in sight, Rico.
Yeah, and these two, well, very quickly have put on a 51 partnership. 51, you see there, of just 20 deliveries. That's just how destructive both these batsmen are.
These two had a great day yesterday, and they're carrying it on here. Short, and it's very, very high. It's Miguel Stoneman who takes the catch. Well, that's a great moment for the young man who's coming in. Hasn't had too many opportunities so far in the series for Portugal. Stoneman, you see there, he knew it was his from the moment it went up. We saw a fair bit of him playing for the Coimbra Knights in the ECS a couple of weeks ago, but that's a nice moment. A bit of a consolation wicket. Austria lose the second. It's 81 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch. And I know Mum and Dad watching will be happy. Give us a wave, Mum and Dad. The Stomans. And, nicely done.
It was almost a little ice cream cone. Almost popped out of the crocodile's jaws there for Stoneman. But does take the catch. And you would say the job is almost done. Iqbal Hussain, he goes for 39. Pretty sure that's the score he's got out for earlier in the series as well. But only 14 deliveries, 4 Maximo 3-4s, scoring at almost 3 a ball. It's been a great pace. It looks to me like Mirza Hassan is coming out.
Yeah, very happy team camp there. You see the coach, Marcel, and also Quinton Norris. They'll be very pleased with what they've seen so far from their team.
Once again, you see the rule in place where if the batsman's out caught, even though they cross, the new batsman has to go back and take the end that the departing batsman hit the ball from. So Hassan will be on strike. And he gets off the mark. He's pretty happy because he's had a little bit of a dry run with the bat. That takes them within 7 runs of victory. And yeah, Portugal, with this one, they're going to be 0-4 at the end of 2 days. It's a long way back. I mean, maybe they could take some solace from Norway, who didn't get a win in the first half of their group campaign either, but then rebounded to find some winning form. It's hit hard. It's almost taken the umpire out, but it will be a single. That takes it to 6 to win, so they can win the game now with 1 swing of the bat, the Austrians. Looking pretty relaxed there, and why not?
Yeah, why not indeed. It's been a difficult day. They had a very hard, tough first game against the Netherlands, but they had to respond and bounce back well after that, and they've done just that.
This is hit pretty hard as well by Hassan, but they'll just get 1 here. So Junaid, it's a good comeback over from him. It's damage has been done. It's the end of 6, and it's 84 for 2. Just 5 runs required off the final 4 overs.
Yeah, both 2 batsmen very happy with the way things are going. The captain, very impressed with his batting, I have to say. And seems to read the game pretty well as well. Ramsal Shigiwal. And Hassan, who's just gone out there to join him. A happy camp they're going to be, Vinny, and they'll certainly, after the work is done here in this match, I think they'll take the time to relax and maybe watch the next game. It will be one of interest to them. Netherlands taking on Romania as well. And, well, maybe they'll be allowed to have sample some of the Cerveza Victoria as well. Of course, our beer partner.
Have been experimenting with those at the end of the day. Full marks. Well, watch the out. This is another umpire killer. And, well, we've seen umpires going down left, right and centre today, and you can see why. As Hassan just blasts this one. It was a full force shot straight down the ground, his first boundary. And with that, the scores are tied, 88 apiece.
Yeah, welcome to the party. Amandeep Singh, his first ball gets smashed.
How's umpire Shub? He's dancing at shadows there, but this one will be the winning run, and Hassan does it with a little dab single, and Austria, they're going to do this with time to spare. They finish 89 off 6.2 overs, defeating Portugal 88, and in the end, well, what's that, 22 balls to spare. They did it in a canter, and they did it on the back of a very good start of the inning. See the Austrians, that's a good bounce back, and their coach, Quinton Norris, will be very happy. Red and white forever, you hear him saying it there. They're a very proud side, and they weren't happy with how they performed in the earlier game, but they've come back strongly against Portugal to register a win. And well, spare a thought for Portugal as well. They've got some more soul searching to do. They're a great bunch of guys. They haven't quite found their combination that's working for them yet. And with only 88 runs on the board, you knew it was going to be a mountain to climb for Portugal. Junaid, well, he disappeared, didn't he? Went for 19 in the second over. It wasn't his best bowling performance. I think he just bowled a little bit too short. Everyone was under attack. And what was that power play of 47? It was over half the runs required, Rico.
Yeah.
And look, despite losing Garaya as collateral damage, Francois Stoneman taking the catch. And you just knew that Portugal, they didn't have enough runs to play with.
Yeah, it was nice there for Portugal. They got both Stonemans in the scorebook. The wicketkeeper taking the catch. Also did some good hitting there towards the end for Portugal. And we also saw that Miguel Stoneman taking the catch as well. So, well, this one was one that had the umpire on the floor. Well, shouldn't have seen not for the first time.
I mean, that was miles above his head.
Wow.
Shoot, but I tell you what, Austria, they're back, and they're back with a vengeance. They're still eyeing off that top 2 spot for sure. And the Netherlands 11 that took them apart early in the day, we'll get to see them. They're undefeated. And Netherlands, they are getting better all the time, I think, especially with the bat, and they'll get a chance to bat first because their captain, Sebastian Rapp, has won the toss for match 10 and elected to have a hit. So Romania, they'll have to chase. I did like the form of Sami Ulla in the last game for Romania. He was man of the match, and he's a good T10 selection, I think. Also, their captain, Ramesh Sathisen, he's due for some runs as well, but it won't be easy against a Netherlands attack, which is really shown to be a force so far in this Group B. There's the scorecard, and Iqbal Hussain led the way again. I really like the way he's batted. He just scores his runs so quickly. Both the Stomans took a catch. Junaid Khan with 2 wickets, and Razman Shigarwal chipping in with 20 not out at the end. Mirza Hassan finishing it off with 7 of his own. So, 89 in 6.2 overs, 22 balls to spare will be the final margin. And Junaid Khan bowled an expensive first over, came back well in the second, and finished with 2 for 28. Only 9 came off his second over. And Nippo wasn't the worst either. He went for under par, I think, 19 off his 2 overs, but the other bowlers, they did get a little bit of treatment, didn't they? So there is the summary. That's the second last match of the day here in Cartama, Spain, although we do have more cricket coming to you from Cyprus tonight. If you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, you can find out more. But for now, we'll rejoin you in around about 35 minutes' time for the final match of the day. It will be the Netherlands 11 versus Romania to finish day 2 of Group B. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you're watching around the world. And we'll see you shortly for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to Cartama in Spain for the final match of day 2 of Group B action. We've got two teams that are coming off a win earlier in the day, so they will have some confidence going into match 10. It's the Netherlands 11 versus Romania in match 10. I know that both these teams would love to go home with a win on the bus. Let's go over to the match referee, Sir Rob Kemming from the Netherlands, who is going to adjudicate the coin toss.
Heads is called. It's still. So we're betting first. Thank you very much.
So it's Netherlands 11, their captain, Sebastian Brandt. He's been on an amazing run of coin toss wins. In fact, I think he hasn't lost one yet. And once again, he's elected to bat first. That means Romania will be chasing. Look, we did see Romania put in a good effort against the Netherlands yesterday. And they thought they bowled and they fielded particularly well. And they kept Netherlands 11 to a double-digit score, but they just couldn't chase it down. The bowling and the fielding of Netherlands 11, it was just too strong. So hopefully that's a script that Netherlands 11 are going for again. But Romania, they're a lot better after a win. I'm looking forward to seeing how Taranjit Singh in particular handles the bowling of the Netherlands 11 today, now that he's had a look at it. So Rico Full is in the box with me for the final match of the day. The news for match 10 in Group B is that the Netherlands 11 have won the toss and they'll be batting first. Over to you.
Bienvenidos a España. En Cartama, Málaga, durante un mes tenemos 15 equipos jugando para ser campeón de Europa. Yeah, that's right, and nice to see there, Pablo. Well, he's given it the, yep, we're going to get this one as well. And, well, we saw them perform really well, didn't we, Romania? They had to come out and perform in that match. Well, what a match it was. Match of the day so far against Hungary. And Romania, 134 for 8. Hungary restricted them to 129 for 6. That registered their first victory. And now they're up against what most people believe are the top team. Well, their stats so far show just that. Played 3 and won 3. Haven't lost any yet. Romania, they've got that 1 win out of their 3. And they'll be hoping to try and keep that going. Well, they're far more positive after that win under the belt than they have been. It's not going to be easy. Netherlands, well, they're going to do what they've done so well. Bat first, get the runs on the board, and then try and stop the opposition getting them. And the batting has improved, hasn't it? I mean, before the start of the day, I heard Michael McCann saying that's one area where they've not been at their best. Well, they went out there against Austria in that match that we thought was going to be closer than it was and posted 135 for 7. And then their good bowling attack restricted Austria just to 77 for 10, bowling them all out. So they certainly have proved their case as being one of the Estrella teams in this Group B. The umpires are out ready. Charles Croucher and Shub Navjot Singh as we get ready for this, the last match of today. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, where they say you need 5 a day. Well, that's exactly what we're giving you, your 5 a day. And that'll keep you healthy, won't it? Well, it keeps us healthy and it keeps us on our toes as well as we get ready to start this match. It's going to be Clayton Floyd. Good form he's been on. He's scored 47 in 3 innings so far. He always gives them a good start. And the bowler is going to be, well, this man, Damindra Manani. First ball. Nice. Right up there. Good bit of fielding. Dot ball. Yeah, but Damindra Manani, well, I was shouting for him to be the man of the match in that victory over Hungary, purely just because of his fielding. He took 3 sensational catches, and I believe that's what made all the difference there. That one's just dragged it down the leg side. So a good stop from the keeper, but it will still be a wide ball. Nadi Gotla, been impressed with his work as well. Romania, can they pull off what would be definitely a surprise victory? They can overcome the Netherlands here. Up in the air, doesn't time this at all, and it's, oh, he's put it down. Dear, oh dear, you've got to take those. That's a huge let off. And, well, I'm not going to tell you who the player is. You're going to work this out yourself. You dropped one in the earlier match, and that was a dolly. And, well, Gohar Manan, I will tell you, drops this one as well. Things just not going his way in the field. They can't hide him. Wherever they put him, the ball seems to follow him. But that one, maybe it was slightly more difficult than the one before. He had to try and backtrack and get in the right area. Catch goes down, and that's very disappointing for Dharmendra Manani. He's probably thinking, well, I'll take all the catches, all the bullets that come my way, and you can't take the dollies. Musa Ahmed has made a better start to his day today. Really been able to get going until that knock today. So he's moved up to 26 of the 3 innings that he's had so far, but he literally did doubly score with the knock that he played today, the 17. Firmly hit, and well, that's what happens when you drop a man of quality. He then rubs your face in it, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Lovely shot, timed beautifully, 6 runs. And, Romania, they need to try and put that behind them. Well, this is a bad sign because they've made a field change. The man has dropped it. Gaurav Anand has been moved out to fine leg, and you know that he's going to be in the action there as well. I guarantee it. And this one's hit cleanly, nobody there. This will be 4 more runs. This is a nice shot. Nice shot to play inside the power play when all the fielders are inside the 30-yard circle. It's a no-risk shot. 4 more runs. The Netherlands doing exactly what they did in their match earlier against Austria, scoring much more freely than they did in the first couple of games. Tries to catch it, but nobody there. The square leg is on the boundary, but we'll stop it. And single taken, and that will be the end of the first over. So 14 without loss, and it of course should have been 14 for one. Spirit of thought for the bowler. Manani did all the hard work, bowled pretty well. That's not a bad over at all. He'll be disappointed that he hasn't got his first wicket in this match. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're watching from around the world. A global cricket family, bienvenidos, especially to those watching from all different parts of Spain. I know the players there at La Manga are glued to their screens, also there in Alfaz, in Alfaz de Pi, supporting Alfaz, a big community of European cricketers in those parts, Levante as well. So nice to have you all on board. Shout out to Ujwa as well. Ujwa doing a good job in the Cyprus series in Limassol. Well, what a match. 2 matches we had from there yesterday. The Tigers versus the Eagles. That was exciting stuff. The Tigers just pipping the Eagles on both occasions. Of course, more of that to come tonight as well. I'm sure we'll give you all the information on this. This one's been hit away, and fielder, well, starts to accelerate to get as close as he can to it. Thinks about if he can maybe stop it, but, well, Susani nowhere near this. Just beats him as soon as the ball gets motoring on this outfield. And unless you're very close to it, you're not going to stop it. 4 more runs. 2 men back are square leg and long off. Short again, this one, and Pavel, well, he dives forward, and even, well, the strong build of Pavel couldn't stop this. And I think it was a chance, to be honest. I think it was a possibility for chance. Pavel still hasn't got up. Maybe needs a crane. Well, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. It's another one. Pavel's had a couple of these. Look, yeah, just dropping short. We saw him do wonderfully well in the previous match where he stopped it. And this time round, though he froze his body at it, not able to do the same. 4 runs. And this is a glorious shot, and it's straight all the way. Balle, 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 6 carreras. And a good time to bring in Mr. Maximo.
Good time to bring him in on a Maximo. And this is good straight hitting by Floyd. I don't think that one quite carried to Florent, had a good angle on that, and just tried to smother the bounce. It was an awkward bounce. I didn't mind him, at least attempting the catch, but he wasn't quite able to get forward enough. So Raj Kumar's gone for 14.
Slower delivery. Beats him outside the off.
Yeah, so good little slower ball there from Raj Kumar, who's a clever cricketer. I think what we're seeing, though, the Netherlands, they're looking more and more confident and more sure about their plans with the bat every time they get out there.
Yep. Well bowled. Good bowling. This is a good comeback from the bowler. Rajesh Kumar. And Rajesh Kumar and I would say Rajesh Kumar and all of the Romanian team are being well supported by a few people out there in the fan zone, an area that you know very well,
I do.
Vinny, and maybe you've been talking to them, and the two lovely ladies there, Dana and Denisa, supporting the Romanian team, especially their husbands, Ijaz Hussain and Rajesh Kumar. Well, they'll be happy with the way Rajesh finished that over. So give us a wave, ladies. Hope you're having fun.
What a good support. So they're the run rates a second ago. Romania just been conceding too many runs. They're conceding 140 per 10 overs, and that could spell trouble. And that's even with that performance last night against the Netherlands 11, where they actually held the Netherlands to a reasonable score. That game last night, yesterday, this game 3 actually was their second game. They held the Netherlands 11 to 96. But at the moment, that seems like a bit of a pipe dream, especially with this start. 28 off the first 2 overs. Musa. Oh, is this the game where he goes big?
And he's picked this beautifully, and this one is going to have to picked out off the overgrowth there. In goes the fielder. Watch out for the snake. Says Carreras.
Yeah, this is a top shot. Just a little bit too short, wasn't it? Samiula with the ball. Started with the dot. Wasn't so lucky the second time. Musa doesn't mind doing this. He gets deep in his crease. So he has just that extra fraction of a second to pick up the length. And if it's a little bit short, he'll just turn on it like that. Great shot.
This one's played away. They'll take the single. Yeah, one thing I've noticed with Musa Ahmed is you do not bowl short to him. You bowl short to him, and I think he plays those shots in his sleep. Well, that's a nice shot of 2 men that you know very well, Sukhwinder Singh and Ijaz Ahmed. They're also supporting the Romanian team. Hello, gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying the cricket.
Gripped in the contest at the moment, those two. They've come all the way from Romania, of course, to be part of the fan zone. I'm expecting a few more fans as well as this tournament goes on from all around the continent. Here's Samuel up, pressing for an early wicket. He's bowling to Floyd.
This has been smashed, and over it goes. Seis Carreras más manos arriba, Vitro. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. Seis Carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot. It wasn't really a bad ball, but well, got the treatment, didn't it? See you later. Half a dozen more.
A lovely shot. Beautiful timing. Remember, he's had a life, and he's there making the most of it. Raced on to 32 of just 12 deliveries. And this one gets past his off stump. This was a lazy looking shot. He practices, has a rehearsal of what he'd like to do, or maybe he'll get an opportunity to have a look at that and play the shot again.
How good's Clayton Floyd been? I mean, all-round skills, opening the batting. He knows his role. I think that was part of the issue with the Dutch team, just sounding out their roles, but I think he's got his nailed down.
Oh, well, he's nailed this as well. This has gone a long way, and that's going into the merchandising marquee there of the European Cricket Network. Yeah, he's going to buy a T-shirt and come back.
Well, luckily, the kids aren't in the kids zone playing at the moment. This one might have taken one of them out. This is a giant hit. Just goes with the angle. He just rolls on it. That's the end of the power play. End of 3 overs. Netherlands 47 for no loss. And well, Rico, if you're enjoying the cricket, which I know that we are here, we get to go back to the hotel and we get to watch the Fancode European Cricket T10 from Cyprus. You just mentioned that Ujwal and Nishay are over there doing a great job with the commentary. And it's the Black Caps versus the Cyprus Eagles tonight. There are 2 matches from Cyprus every night, more or less every night at the moment. It's a 22-day tournament. And today you'll get matches 11 and 12 starting at 4 p.m. GMT, which is 6 o'clock in Central Europe, and 9:30 p.m. in India. So first game will start just before the close of play here. But once we're done with the ECC, feel free to log on to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and check those out. Some really close finishes last night as well. That's what we're all about. Here's Taranjeet Singh, who's going to come in to bowl the 4th over. So power play's over. 5 outfielders are allowed from this point in time.
And
Nobody home.
Just guided away. I don't think he's got enough on it to go to the boundary. The batsmen do take 2. Pavan Florent gets there and gets the throw in. Well chased down. And we're going to see a little bit more of this, these cheeky little scoops. Taranjeet didn't have the best of time with the ball in that last match, but fortunately for him, the other bowlers held out and the fielders did eventually hold the catches and they got that victory. But he was devastating with the bat.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's a key player for Romania. When he fires, Romania fire.
That's nice, that's tidy. And Musa just respecting the bowling there of Singh. Just places out into that big open space there on the onside. Takes a single. They won't mind that, will they? If they're just taking the singles, that's no worries.
I haven't seen Musa bat deep into an innings yet. And he does some amazing things. I mean, he went from 82 to 100 on the last 3 balls of an innings in the ECS just about 3 weeks ago.
This one was just too short and just been helped on his way effortlessly. 6 more runs, and wasn't the best of deliveries from Taranjeet. And to a batsman who's seen the ball so well, this was always going to be runs.
He sees him coming, so I think he goes a little bit shorter, but it was the line. You see that it kind of go past that inside hip, so it just means that a batsman as good as Floyd, he can just turn on it, and the result's another boundary. So a bit of trouble at the old mill for the Netherlands at the moment. Not the Netherlands, actually. They're causing the trouble, but halfway through the 4th over, they're 56 without loss.
He's missed out on this one. This one goes through him. Tries to, rather than play a similar shot, tries to go down. It does go down on one knee. Trying to hit that in that vacant area over square leg. Misses out.
Yeah, well, it's all about trying to take chances. We've seen one fluffed already.
Oh, Gandhi ball, Ziggy. Gandhi ball, and it's been dispatched. And once again, it goes into that area. Well, he's bought a polo shirt, and maybe it's time to buy the tracksuit bottom to go with it. The Kookaburra doing some shopping in the merchandising tent.
Believe it or not, that's Floyd's 50, and has come up of only 17 balls, and he's brought it up in the 4th over with 6 sixes and 3 fours. Well, he's eyeing off 100. We haven't seen 100 yet in the ECC. Will this be the game? Certainly Floyd is looking good at the moment.
Place this one down towards long on. It'll take the single, but again, Taranjeet Singh, it's been another expensive over from him. 16 come off it, and the score moves on to 63 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good run rate, isn't it? Over 15 and over. So hope you're enjoying the action no matter where you are watching from around the world. It's the final game, and the weather has been kind to us in the end. We're a little bit worried about the forecast, but I think for the most part, the fact we're getting the whole complement of games is fantastic. That's a tough one. You got Floyd advancing, aren't you? You've got him advancing, and I don't think that was a bad idea. Taranjeet has just pulled his length back, but Floyd is just so quick. Maybe he needs to think of another tactic if the batsman advances. Maybe you shoot it wide, hope that you can get a stumping or something like that. Even if you give away a wide, it's probably worth it to get rid of Floyd at this stage as he goes bang again. And this one is going to be blasted over cover. Maximo! 6 more. Says Carreras Mas. This is Sathieson coming on with the ball. So another spin option. Well, he shows why there's next to no margin for error against these Dutch openers. They have been brutal. I think Floyd, he must be thinking about the 3 figures here, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look, all the runs he's got so far after being dropped, of course. Don't forget that. They're being with ease. One thing I've noticed is anything that's short is on it. Anything pitched up, he'll just take the single. That's what you've got to do. Look, short ball, he's onto it, in the gap. 6 more, as easy as that. I mean, he's just making batting look easy. He's hitting 60s for fun here. That's what he's doing. And this definitely is shaka time in this last match of today.
Well, hitting 6s is fun. That's why. And yeah, it's tough because then if you do toss it up, if you pitch it up, he's so strong off the front foot, isn't he? And he can drive you straight down the ground. So he's having a bit of fun out there. Why not? And Sathieson, well, he's going to talk to the captain. Taranjeet Singh's just having a word saying, well, I tried this and this, and this didn't work. So good luck.
2 balls for 6. And this one, he does the swap, the change from right to left. Connects it pretty well. pretty close to the man who was at point.
Yeah, I mean, gets away with it. I mean, if he hits in the middle, he probably gets 4, but still think it's a big risk. Sometimes I think when batsmen are batting so well, we saw it with Garnet Tar in the ECS in Capella, sometimes almost like they're getting bored. They want to play all the shots. And so at the moment, I think Floyd has to change his game too much. Musa, well, he's only faced 6 balls in the first 4.5 overs, but he won't be too fast. He's got one of the best seats in the house.
Well, now it's time for him to get going. It was a full toss on the leg side, and the fielder acrobatically tries to keep it inside the field of play, not able to do so. And it's 6 more, and now it's time for Musa Ahmed to get in the act as well.
Well, tell you what, who was that down there? Ijaz Hussain. He almost jumped out of the bushes to try and stop this one. He took a non-conventional route. I think even if he touches it, it would have been 6 because he took off from outside the field of play. But regardless, he's just getting a head start because he had to go find it. So Musa getting a full toss. He knew exactly what to do with it.
Got away with this one. And, good bit of fielding. Pick up and throw. But, wasn't the best of deliveries on the legs, and that one really did deserve to go to the boundary. Captain gets lucky.
Good bit of fielding, all right, from Samuela. Who can stop the Floyd train? It's been going at express pace, over 3 a ball.
Ooh, wow. That one. Better length, better delivery, and now asking the question of the wicketkeeper.
A little bit cheeky.
Had he got luck? And, let's have a look at this.
It's a bit cheeky. You know the play's over, but I don't blame Savik Nadagodla one bit. Don't know if you don't ask. It does take us to the end of the 5th over. 83 for no loss. The Dutch 11 are at the halfway point. Well, a huge score on the cards. This is the kind of innings where if it keeps going this way in 1 or 2 overs, surely we see Pavel get a bowl. I mean, it can't do much worse,
well,
can he?
I honestly thought he was going to get his opportunity in the last match. I didn't think they had anything to lose, but they went against that option. But he's got to be in the team for his bowling, so he's got to get a chance sooner or later.
The slow bowler. He's a kind of bowler. I can guarantee you that the Netherlands will be so frightened of getting out to him. That's why he takes wickets. So may or may not see that in the second half of this match. Here's Ijaz Hussain.
Got to get down for a single to Taranjit Singh. Hussain, you know, he's going to be one of the key batsmen, him and, well, both that combination, bowler and fielder there. Whatever the runs are, and obviously they'll be keen to keep him as slow as they can, but at this moment in time, it looks like this is going to be a huge run chase. No wickets down, 84 the score. Edge, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well, Pavel gives it chase, but can't do anything about it. That race is away.
Yeah, well, Pavel, he's always going to give you 100% effort, and he never gave up on this ball. But that probably wasn't the most convincing stroke from Clayton Floyd, but he's earned it. And with that, he moves up to 68. You see a bit of fun between the batsmen. He's saying, get out of here.
Good comeback from the bowler, and it's good to see that Ijaz Hussain, despite being luckless, that edge going for 4, he's not giving it up, just changes the pace, gets a slow delivery in. Oh, that's a full toss down the leg. Be interesting to see the height on this as well. It's been given as a wide, and looked pretty high as well. Let's have a look here. Oh, just borderline, I think. It's away, like I say, does get
Just
away
below.
with it.
Yeah.
I've seen him given.
Still a wide though.
In the air now, will this be an opportunity? Was it going to go over? No, it clears the flags. 6 more, 6 carreras más. And well, that shot there just didn't look like he got enough oomph on it, but it's just timing as well. And he's just racing it away. So I'll be watching a batsman on his way to maybe making the first ever, so history in the making, Dream11 European Cricket Championship century. Doesn't quite get this out the middle of the bat. They take one and think about the two. The throw does eventually come in.
It's good fielding. I mean, I thought there probably was two there, but Floyd is being 20% more careful, I think. He's 75 off 26 balls. And he's really taken to this format with some gusto, hasn't he? The Dutch all-rounder. Musa to face the last ball, the sixth.
He wants two. I heard the shout of two, and they're going to go for it. Well, Clayton Floyd is coming back, regardless of what Musa Ahmed thinks about it, and they do take the two. That is the end of the over. So 98 the score with 6 overs down.
Yeah, that was clever strike manipulation by Floyd. He knew exactly how many balls were left in the over. He said, yep, there's two there. And he suddenly was Usain Bolt. He touched and went. So they get there for two. I mean, only 2 wides in the innings from Romania. I mean, I'm trying to think about their bowling effort. I mean, I wouldn't say they bowled very, very badly. I mean, I think the issue is there's just such a small margin for error against these Dutch opening batsmen. Yeah. They haven't found a way through them.
Firmly hit and good fielding. Gets a good throw in there. Musa Ahmed wants to get back on strike. And the fielder says, oh, no, you don't. It's a bit of cricket here.
Yeah.
See, gets the ball down onto the stumps as well. Good work.
Yes, yeah, Thiessen coming back to bowl a second over. His first one did go for 20.
And this one's going to be 6 more. That's going to be added on to that. Bolle, says Carreras Mas. And he's rocking and rolling here now. And, well, hitting boundaries for fun.
This was whacked, wasn't it, Rico? He really gave this something. I mean, he's had so much of the strike as well. That's why he's up in the 80s.
And the chase on for the field. I don't think he's going to get there. 4 more. So follows up the straight hit for 6 with that one down the leg side. Once it gets past that man, that fine leg, nobody's going to stop it. So keep an eye on that score there from Clayton Floyd. It's going up and going up rapidly. It's going up in boundaries. 85. And there's a big swing and asking the question here. And if you ask me, I don't think his foot's lifted off the ground, but let's have a look on the replay. Here we go. Goes for the shot, and well, he had to slide it back. It doesn't lift up, but it does drag out. And have a look at this, and yeah, I think he's made it. Just
Makes it.
Good work there once more from our crew of Spring Productions. Look at these cameras around the ground, and you see there Shub Navjot Singh saying no, not out.
It's a close call though, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can see why they go to the third umpire there. Makes sense.
Cannot take a trick though, Romania, can they, at the moment? It's another one that was only millimetres in that one.
This one's up in the air, but it goes all the way over the boundary. Shaka time. And well, he's having some fun, isn't he? He gets himself into the 90s.
Well, he's eyeing off the highest individual score from Rasmus Shigwal. That was 96 that he scored on the opening innings of the whole tournament. He goes to 91.
Full toss, and where's this one going? And it's agonisingly over Taranjit Singh. Well, agonising, of course, for the Romanian guys, but not for Clayton Floyd. It's a full toss. There wasn't pace on the ball. He had to give it a little bit of extra, and just enough. You look at that. Well, he couldn't go further back, could he?
Ran out of room. All right, he's on 97.
And he goes for it big. Bolle, says Carreras, and that brings up his 103 of just 32 balls. You've seen it here, you've seen it live. History in the making. The first ever ton, the first ever Centurion. Clayton Floyd, take a bow. Well, he's the first man to do it in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Vinny, what a knock.
Well, unbelievable, and that's an historic moment. The first ever T10 international century, and it belongs to Clayton Floyd. And didn't he do it in style? His 13th six, also 5 fours, so 98 of those runs out of the 103. They've come in boundaries what a fantastic performance. Also, it's the end of the over, 127 for no loss. And no ball called. This might be a situation where there weren't enough people in the circle.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what they're calling it for. And, well, the misery gets piled on more to Romania. So free hit coming up here. And it's coming up to...
It's all going wrong, isn't it?
A man who's already got 103.
Surely we see Pavel get the ninth. I think it all happens in the ninth. I'd like to see Florin get a bowl. A runaway freight train this innings. Still 3 overs left. Free hit coming up.
And, well, he's taking full advantage of it. This one's going to go over as well. 6 more. And, well, at that bat, everything that he's timed, everything that he's caught on the middle off has gone sailing to the boundary. But look, spare a thought, rewind. Remember when he was dropped? Remember that time? That straightforward catch? Well, you know, and he did give a chance, as this one's going to be a wide, and it was Gora Manan had the opportunity to take him early, put him down, and ever since then, he has absolutely punished him.
Well, we might have all of our viewers storm the stadium here, saying, you've got to get Florin on. There's a lot of chat about it.
Oh, this is huge. This is big. The biggest one so far. And that one's gone beyond the kids' play area. What a lovely shot. Just times this to perfection. And that's a very happy camp. Vinny, I said this morning, didn't I? I said, though Netherlands haven't quite clicked with the bat, you just know they're going to get better and better. I said we're going to see some big scores for them. I think it was Michael who was in the box with me at the time, and I said I can see one of their guys going on and score big, and that's exactly what we've seen here. And Clayton Floyd, what a knock, and he's still going strong. Well, at this rate, I think he's eyeing up a 150.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, that high score we've seen on ECN, 156 in a T10, could be in jeopardy here.
Oh, he's got an edge, and he goes. Well, Maxi, you put the curse on him. A nice catch taken for Nettie Gottler. They finally get him, and he has to go. But after he has absolutely stunned us with some magnificent hitting. What a knock it's been. It's been masterclass, and it's been a pleasure to watch the first ever century being made in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Sensational. Really, really good innings. It comes to an end, and eventually he gave an opportunity. Nettie Gottler takes a good catch. And what an innings that is by Clayton Floyd. He scores 115 of 35 deliveries with 15 maximos. 5 fours in there as well, scoring at 328. That is a real special moment for a very talented cricketer. And with that, the opening stand is broken at 142 for 1. What a fantastic moment in the tournament. Our first ever T10 international century.
Yeah, that's just amazing. So good to see. I tell you who had the best seat in the house, Musa Ahmed. He saw most of that from the other end. He's still there, by the way, 22 off 11 balls.
Still a quarter of the innings left. I mean, we did say 195 scored on the opening innings of yesterday's play. Let's see what the captain can do. Sebastian Brandt comes out at number 3.
Well, he's going big straight away. This could be an opportunity. He's got a lot of ground to cover the fielder. And in the end, just dropping short of him.
Yeah, this is one. Everyone's pushed back, of course. There's no one kind of in the circle at mid-off. And that's unfortunate. It could have quite easily have been 2 in 2. So credit to Ijaz Hussain. He's fighting back. He had the fielding indiscretion, no ball to deal with at the start of the over.
Just adjusting the field here now to the left-hander, Musa Ahmed. 2 men back on the leg side. 2 straight.
Around the wicket to Musa Ahmed.
He's gone big, and that one is going to be another one that goes the other side of the boundary fence. A big hit, and now is the ideal time for Musa Ahmed to, well, up the tempo himself, go into a higher gear, and he starts with a lovely shot. That's nicely hit.
That's what happens when you don't hit your Yorker, when you just miss short. On this surface, you're going to see a bit of kind of powerful driving. Some driving range length there, and Musa drives straight through it. Hasn't had much of the strike, only 12 balls out of the 47.
This one beats him. But, just trying to hit this one over the top there, the offside end of the over. Oh, he does get a wicket, doesn't he? Jazz was saying, and that's one thing I remember saying about him before. He never gave up. He kept trying all the time. Well, what we got coming up tomorrow, Vinny?
Yeah, well, we're going to see a rematch of match 7 in the morning, Austria versus Netherlands 11. A few people around here, they're tipping Austria, just going around the ground. I know it's hard to tip against the Netherlands at the moment, kind of form they're in, but yeah, Austria, see if they have a bit of plan. We'll see Romania against Hungary. It's going to be an important game as well. Romania taking on Portugal. These are all games that can shape the standings, and we know that the bottom team will be out of the tournament. And it does look like we're going to have a change of bowling. And it might be Pavel Florin having a bowl. Well, there you go. We've had the call put out there by the cricketing world. So it looks like we will get Pavel bowling at a very difficult situation there. 149 for 1. This is his first ball in international T10 cricket. Of course, he does have 15 T20 international wickets in 16 matches. And let's just see how he goes. And he looks happy to get involved in the game. And he's not the kind of guy that'll take a backward step. He's going to come around the wicket. He's going to be bowling to a very nervous Sebastian Brandt.
Well, yeah. I mean, Brandt's only just gone in there. Just faced one ball so far. He got a single from it.
It's a real sense of tension around the ground now. Pavel about to unleash his grenades on the ECC.
And batsman using his feet and finds the gap. He didn't hit that true, it's got to be said. But it goes to the boundary nonetheless. 2 men out there, right through the middle of them.
It's just unfortunate for Pavel because this was a catchable kind of length. You see, there's the grenade, he lobs it in, but it bisects the fielders. And certainly, I do think he can't really do a lot worse than the other bowlers. Been carnage. I mean, the cheapest over in this innings gone for 14. The worst gone for 29. And that one, like I say, if that's hit at a fielder, that's a catching opportunity.
First ball goes for 4. Pavel, you won't mind that.
If he gets a wicket, just wait for the celebration. Everyone's just yelling now from the crowd. They're loving what they're seeing. This is what makes cricket so special. Dutch are loving this as well.
That. I think he's celebrating the fact that the ball doesn't go to the boundary. Pavel Florin, we'll just have a look at him here. This is special. Look at this. He's celebrating like he's taking a wicket. Watch.
Yeah, well, see what? It's nerve-wracking. And you feel like you want to run at him, and you can see that was...
I wouldn't run at him.
That was Sebastian Brandt's
It's a big man. I wouldn't run at him.
All right, here we go. We got Pavel Florin to Musa Ahmed. It all happens in the 9th, Rico.
There's the grenade. Musa's got time to rock back, and he's rocked back, and he's hit this sweetly. He goes all the way over. 6 runs, and he's moosed it. Oh, Musa Ahmed gets hold of this. A nice shot. Didn't really charge at him. He just waited. He knew it was going to be short. Rocks back and puts it over 6 runs.
Musa's got a different approach to Brandt. See, this is the kind of length that Brandt was getting on the full, which he can, but Musa likes to bat deep in his crease. So I think Pavel's got to adjust his length slightly. He's got to get it a bit fuller. He has worked on his accuracy a lot over the last couple of years. Can he come up with a wicket in international T10 cricket?
Ooh, well, I think... Was that called a wide?
Called a wide. I mean,
Yeah.
made an adjustment there, and I like this. This is what I'm talking about with his accuracy. And I mean, you could argue it's not a wide because he has about a week to go and hit it, but I think technically that is a wide. Musa plays and misses though.
Yeah.
Put that one in the book. Uh-oh.
And it's going to be 6 more. It was very similar to the one that Musa Ahmed played there before. This time doesn't get as much height on it, but enough power. He goes all the way, 6 more, and that's sensible batting from Musa. He's not giving it away. He's not coming down the track. He knows the bat, and this is the thing. He knows the bounce on this pitch, and it does bounce up nicely from this end. Could be very different if Pavel was bowling from the other end, of
All
course.
right. And Musa, you know, I'm a big fan of you, but I am hoping that you get out because I do want to see a celebration. He's got 2 to come here. Pavel Florin.
And there's another one, and this has been smashed even bigger. Bolle, bolle, bolle. 6 queridas más, manos arriba, árbitro. Eso es 6 más, and now Musa Ahmed, he gets, well, a shot away from getting a 50 himself.
Brat's pretty happy to be at the other end at the moment. But yeah, Moose has got the tactics. Once again, it's just a little bit too short. I think if you're going to err, you err full and hope that you catch the batsman off balance.
What about this score, Vinny? Keep an eye on the score as well. 173 for one. Highest score so far we've had in this championship is 195. This one's been really flying it up and hit up in the air, and no batsman out there, no fielder out there, I should say. It goes over the fielder, and as soon as it does that, there's going to be 4 more runs. And that's the end of the Florian experiment. It was worth a try, you have to say, but he goes for 28, and that score moves up to 177 for one.
22 off the over. But to be honest, the over before that went for 22 as well, and the over before that went for 29. So, in the end, hold on, get my sums wrong. It was 28. Sorry,
the boundary.
Forgot to carry the 6.
Yeah.
But still, you'd say it's not the worst over in the innings. And so, what he did do, there were 2 balls that were probably catchable if the outfielders were there.
Yeah, the first and the last.
The first and the last in between. I think there's just a couple of deliveries, but also, it's his first bowl in the tournament. It's got to be hard to come out after being cold. 50 for Musa Ahmed as well. Well batted to him. 17 balls, including 6 sixes and a 4. Here's Saini to bowl the last.
Well, Ahmed very keen to get back on strike. Yeah, बहुत बताया. Musa Ahmed ने अपनी 50 बना ली है. पहला partnership बनाई सी 142 रन दी अपने centurion दे नाल. Clayton Floyd पहला बंदा जिन्हें European Cricket Championship ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀ century ਬਣਾਈ ਹੈ. ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ Clayton Floyd ਨੂੰ.
195, the highest score of the series. That might be possible to knock over. Even the 200, the highest score we've seen this year, potentially, on ECN.
Good shot, and the fielder gets round, makes a stop, gets the throw in, keeps it to 1. Well, it's been a while since you've said that, just a single.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of boundaries galore.
Going back to Florin's over, I'm really happy that he got a bowl. I mean, he really puts a lot into his cricket and he wants to contribute. He hasn't had a chance yet in the tournament. And well, hopefully it's not the last time we see him bowl this week.
Gandhi ball, Tiggy. It was short, it was horrible, and he's been punished. And it's 6 more, 6 carreras más. Qué guay ese partido, Ese es un partido genial, qué grande. Otra golpe grande también. 6 carreras más.
There's a slow ball that went wrong, and it just sat up and said, please hit me. On this surface, very predictable bounce. And they're up in the 180s. Could they hit the magical 200?
Oh, I was just about to say a very rare dot ball that has been called a wide by the umpire. Took his time to call it. And had to think about it, and in the end decides this is a wide. So that one will have to be bowled again. The score goes up by 1.
Oh dear. Oh, hopefully he's all right. That's a nasty one. And there's no intent there from Saini. Just gets the Yorker wrong. It was an overcorrection, and it gets Brat on the back arm. And, well, that's a nasty moment. It'll be a no ball. Free hit coming up, but yeah, certainly, that's a nasty one to take. You don't have any padding there.
Yeah, I mean, that's hit him right on the shoulder, isn't it? Just above the armpit. Cracked him hard. The bowler straight away there to apologise. But not for the first time today. We've seen a nasty-looking beamer from a quicker bowler. And Bright, he seems to be okay. And he'll be looking to take some of that pain and frustration out on this delivery.
He said, you hit me. Now I plan to hit you. So 3 to come, free hit.
Slice is in the air, could be a catch, should be taken and has been taken. But remember, this was a free hit, so it doesn't count. It's just going to be a single.
And just the 1. So what does that make it? 188. 2 sixes with the magical 200. Also, potentially could be the highest score of the series. If they get 9, I suppose. Or it'd be 8, actually, to beat it. Musa Ahmed only faced 18 balls in the innings. Significantly less than half. And he goes again, and this one's going to be 6 more. Maximo! Saini just not making the adjustment to the left-hander. This one was outside his pads. And Musa, it's not often that you play an innings like 57 off 19 balls. He's going at 3 a ball, and it's very much overshadowed by Clayton Floyd in this innings, but still, Musa, this will bring him a lot of confidence, I think, going into the second half of the group matches and then, of course, finals on Friday.
Yeah, this is going for 6, isn't it? The way this innings has gone, this is going for 6, and the magical 200 is coming up.
Yeah, well, 2 to beat the high score in the ECC. And 6 to equal the highest score this year on ECN. And there is the 6. And, well, that brings up the magical 200. Maximo and Rico, can you believe it? You saw the 200 back in Malta when we had it, and we've seen it equalled here. What an innings from the Netherlands 11. 200 for 1 off their 10 overs.
Oh, absolutely amazing. And listen, the day started off by Michael McCann. Well, Michael McCann, Mr. Harry Potter, saying that the Netherlands, well, they haven't been best at their batting. In fact, I think he maybe was saying that it's one area that they certainly need to improve on. Well, we all saw it, didn't we, when we saw them play the first 2 games? Well, haven't they improved? 135 they scored in that match when they absolutely annihilated Austria. And in this one, they've gone on and put on 200 on the board, just losing 1 wicket. And we've seen a century being made. Well, Pavel, he was up for it. And even though he got onto the attack, even he couldn't stop this. This was just real carnage. This was hitting at its best.
Yeah, well, Manon dropped the chance, and if you do have small children, maybe shield their eyes now, because there's some violence in these highlights, and it was the Romanians that were copying it. After that early chance, it was the openers of Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed, particularly Floyd, who had the bulk of the strike. The left-hander was absolutely relentless on the Romanian bowling. And, well, then Maxi, we know he's a male model in his spare time. It's, at the moment, it was his teammates putting on the show, in particular Floyd, who ended up striking 115 off 35 balls. A massive 15 sixes from Floyd. 24 sixes in the innings in total. And, well, a bit of hijinks. Well, it's easy to have fun when you're putting on a century plus opening stand. And they were loving it. And there were a couple of mishits that just got over the fielders as well. That was the one that Taranjit got reasonably close to. Ultimately, Sathisen, well, he came on. He went for a bunch of runs as well. Ended up going 49 off his 2 overs. That was 1 less than the record as well. And that was the moment, wasn't it, where Floyd brought up a memorable century, Rico, the first in T10 international cricket.
Oh, it was outstanding. It really was. And, you know, we say that this is all about making players' dreams come true. And that's exactly what's happened here. Dream come true for him. And also, well, the team as well, posting 200. That's remarkable. But what a moment it was for him. And today he'll be remembering for the rest of his life.
Yeah, and then Pavel came on. They tried him in the 9th. It was a late switch. And then this one, well, if you can't get him out, knock him out. And Saini almost lights out for Sebastian Bratt. You can bet that he'll store that one up away. We'll see him with the ball, I'm sure, in the second innings of this game. And then the Dutch camp, well, they're very, very happy with their performance. Look, and they scored only 95 against the same team last night. They've better than doubled it on the way to the magical 200. Equals the highest score we've seen this year on ECN. Second only all-time to the 222 posted by VSA Rotterdam in the ECL final in 2019. But what an innings, and it was the openers leading the way, Rico.
Yeah, what an innings it was. Clayton Floyd, well, we've already given him our congratulations for one more time. Sensational knock. It was just a pleasure to watch. The 100 coming off, just 32 deliveries. And the bowlers, well, as Vinny would say, put your children away. Don't let them see this, because there were some horror stories there. A lot of bowlers used, well, 8 in total, but nobody was able to do, well, couldn't stop the run. I mean, they even went to the Pavel Florin as well, and he went for 20 out of ease. But look, the one solitary wicket was taken by the man, Ijaz Hussain. And you got to really say well done to Ijaz, because his 2 went for 37, but he tried, he never stopped trying, tried varying the pace, tried the slower balls. He didn't give up, and he was worthy of getting a wicket. And at least he can turn around and say, well, yeah, Clayton Floyd, he did get a century, but I was the man that got him out.
Well, the other game where a team scored 200 was the Super Kings in Malta. They bowled the other team out for 6. So hopefully Romania can do better than that here in match 10. Join us in just a few minutes. The Romanian reply is on the way, chasing a massive 201 for victory in the final match of the day on day 2 of Group B. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sander, along with Rico Ford. We'll see you shortly for more action, fun and entertainment. You're watching the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcasting partners joining us for this telecast. See you soon for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Spain for the last innings of the ECC today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and all of our broadcasting partners around the world. It's great to have your company, and what a show we had put on to you today. In particular, what a show it was in the first innings of match 10. The Netherlands 11 hitting the highest score of this ECC so far in just over a week's play. They struck the magical 200 off their 10 overs, losing only 1 wicket along the way. That of a man that made a century, the first ever century in T10I cricket. Clayton Floyd making 115, including 15 sixes. Musa Ahmed played a good innings as well, 63 not out of 20 balls. But fair to say he was overshadowed by the heroics of Clayton Floyd. Now we're going to see the Netherlands come out and try and put on a show with the ball. Taranjit Singh will be opening the batting for Romania, and he'll be out there with his captain Ramesh Satheesan. Well, it's a good opportunity for Romania, I think, just to, in a sense, pretend they're batting first, because I think this 201, it's already past the point of no return, so I can't see them doing that in any universe, but it does give an opportunity to test themselves against the good bowling and the good fielding of the Netherlands. And maybe if they can perform well with the bat here, put a good 100+ score on the board in response, it can give them a bit of confidence going into their remaining group matches, and they still will have 4 of them after today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me is Rico Full. Rico, Romania, hopefully they can put up a bit of a fight against this very strong Dutch outfit.
Yeah, it's very, very important the way they go about this. I mean, nobody, I don't think, would be expecting them to pull this off, but it's the way they go about it. It's the character that they show here now with the bat. And I think you're right. I think go about it like you're batting first, and just to get all the basic principles right, try to get a decent score on the board and take away any positives that you can from it.
It's Kingma to open the bowling.
Played out, takes the single. There's the throw, and this one I think is taken by Taranjit Singh. It's right on him, so they're saying, right, we won all now.
Well, he thought he might wear one from Kingma, who doesn't mind digging one in short, especially early in his over.
Taranjit taking this on the elbow, but he seems to be okay.
You don't expect to get one from the fielder, do you?
The amazing thing about that innings, Vinny, there were runs scored in sixes, 144.
Yeah.
128 in fours. See this delivery. Oh, that's the short one, and that will be the one for the over. It might even be a wide if it was all the way over the head. The umpires.
Say that again. So 144 in sixes,
144
28 in fours.
Yeah, so 172 were scored just in boundaries.
Wow.
8 extras, 180. So 20 runs only came by the forms. That is just incredible.
Wow.
That's amazing.
It was certainly an impressive innings, wasn't it? And coincidentally, we've got the highest score, identical 200 in ECS and ECC cricket.
Mm-hmm. Well, this one, will they judge this one? Well, it obviously hasn't gone over the shoulder, because otherwise that would have been a wide delivery.
Yeah, well, I think he already did his one for the over. I think with Kingma, though, he rises on you, so you can still bowl a short ball that. See, that's a pretty good short ball, but it's not above the shoulder.
Yeah.
It still pushes you back. I mean, that's at your heart. So it's certainly makes you think. So I think it's a bit of a myth that all the other balls have to be pitched up if you bowl one over the shoulder. You can bowl it short, just can't be over the shoulder.
And that's a great catch, and the first wicket goes. And that was quick, that was pacey, and a fantastic catch taken by the wicket-keeper. And another one goes, so Asad Zulfikar hasn't he been good behind the stumps. This one, we'll see it again, both feet off the air. He's flying high as he takes this. Great catch.
He's got springs in his boots, Zulfikar. I really like his keeping. This one is rising, but he times his jump perfectly. You definitely have to get everything right if you're going to hold on to those, but excellent piece of bowling, and finished off with some class wicket keeping from Asad Zulfikar. So no luck for the Romanian skipper Satheesan. He's got to go for a duck. The score is 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, great bit of bowling. You could see he wasn't going to pitch anything up, was he? He wasn't interested in pitching it up short of a length and getting the ball to talk. getting the pace going through, and then I think a shot in frustration there from the batsman, the captain, catching the edge. And the man doing all the catching there was the wicket-keeper, Assad. And he's been good, Zulfikar. Great catch, both feet off the air. Well, that'd be a nice shot if our European Cricket Network camera lady managed to catch that one. Diana, I'm sure she's always hiding somewhere around the ground, snapping away.
She's always in the right spot, though.
You're never safe with Diana.
She's always finding the good vantage points, Diana. Periawa, the new batsman. I like Periawa here at number 3. I think he's one of the Romanians that does have a good technique, and the kind of technique that might be able to stand up to this kind of bowling from Kingma. So I think that's a good decision. He's been in good form as well. Siva gets his opportunity in the top order.
Yeah, just places away for the single.
So again, I think probably 2 of the more technically correct batsmen at the crease at the moment. So let's see how they handle this bowling. A few little bugs around, a bit of an annoyance. Kingma looking for a second wicket. Last ball of his over.
Gets enough on this to the delightful cheers off the camp there. The Romanian camp, they're liking this. And, well, that's what they need to do, don't they? They need to encourage the batsmen out there. They need to make some noise and make the batsmen feel at home and feel welcome. Nice shot.
Yeah, really good shot.
At the end of the first over. 8 for 1.
Yeah, so it's a nice shot by Taranjit Singh. And I'm really happy that he got that one away. I mean, he's a confidence player. It wasn't actually that short, but he picked it up nicely. 6 for 1 actually the score. Just confirming that last one was given 4 correctly. And Siva Periawa will be on strike for the second over. And I'd be very surprised if there's anyone but Ryan Klein bowling. There he is. And Klein certainly had some success earlier in the day, didn't he, Rico? And
Yeah, he bowled really well. I mean, look, his first 2 deliveries actually was a 6, and then the next one was a no ball 6. So 13 was, well, technically off just 1 ball, and then the next 5 were dot balls, and then also took a wicket there, and then he came back and just got better and better.
Took 3 for 8 after that, because he finished with 3 for 21. Here he is. Good shot. And they're going to have a ping at Siva, but he's going to be home. One thing I like about the Romanians here, they've got nothing to lose in this chase. You know, they're going to test themselves, and that's what this opportunity is all about for them. The chance to play against the kind of bowling they just wouldn't get the opportunity to face in Romania, and you get to test yourself as a cricketer. So put the actual score away. This is all about testing your skills against some of the best players in Europe.
Taranjit taking him on, having a go, missing out on this one. And don't forget, guys, Taranjit Singh out there, we all know about his brilliance. He's was the MVP, wasn't he?
Yeah, in Romania.
ECS, and he played and scored a T10 100 as well. So,
well, actually, he got 99.
Did he get 90? Oh, yeah, of course, I remember got 99. I thought you were going to find that other run from somewhere. Well, while we're looking at that, this one goes all the way over. This is an amazing shot, and this is 6 out on the offside. What a shot this is. 6 runs.
Slow ball from Klein, I think. It's just his little cutter, I think. And just takes kind of 10% of the pace off, and Taranjit commits to the shot.
Maybe the short one again. It is short, but he gets enough on it. 4 runs. And it's another minor victory here for the batsman. And they're liking it.
I like this from the bench as well. A lot of chat. I mean, it's great. There's little personal battles going on now. And I think, you know, good batting performance here. They can take a lot into the second half of their tournament. You know, they've got a bit of a fight on their hands. I think just to make the 4, because I think Portugal are going to come at some point as well.
Oh, this is being picked up beautifully, and he's sending this over to his dugout, saying, here you go. This is the ball that I'm hitting all over the park at the moment. And aren't they pumped? Aren't they loving this? Taranjit Singh. Well, मैं क्या ऐसी सवेरे Taranjit अपना परोंठे तक खा के आया. Oh, हाले परोंठे हजम नहीं होए. Well, another big 6. He's loving this.
This one was the best of the lot. That's a one-way ticket to Pound Town right there. And Klein, he's saying, well, what happened here? meant to be all over these guys. He's gone for 17. Last ball of his over coming up.
And he's got a good bit of bat on this as well. And, well, I thought it was going to be a great stop there from the fielder, Victor Lubas. He seemed to have got to it, and then it seemed to have, well, it was too spicy to hold on to. Have a look at this.
Got a fair hand on it, didn't he? This will be a great shot of it. And just knocks into his knee and then bounces over the line. So magical finish to the over. And to give you an idea of the task, well, that's pretty much what they need every over. It's 21 off that one, 27 for 1 after 2. Just a reminder, we have more cricket on ECN on our YouTube channel tonight. Just look up European Cricket Network and you can see Cyprus Eagles versus the Black Caps in that Vanco European Cricket T10. That game just getting underway now, so you can feel free to turn over anytime. And 2 matches a night from Cyprus, so 7 matches every day on ECN at the moment. And news from the toss, the Black Caps have won the toss. They'll be bowling first, and the Eagles will be batting, and their innings probably just commenced. So hello to Ujwal and Nishay over there, who are in the commentary box. Here's Kingma to come back and bowl his second.
And this one's, I think, it's going to have to, if this hits, he's going to be in trouble. And it doesn't miss by much, but this was, again, another quick delivery, another short one from Kingma. Well, where's he caught this?
Well, that one's takes him upstairs. I think it's another one on the shoulder, and then Taranjit makes him run. So that's one way to forget about the pain. You make him do 22 yards. It's, they do get through in the end. So you see Kingma, there's a lot of raps about him. Genuine pace bowler. 6-1 internationals to his name for the Netherlands. And yeah, what a test this will be. So this is the battle I'm waiting for. Taranjit is on 25 off only 7, facing up to Viv Kingma.
And he goes for the pitched up delivery. I think that was supposed to be the surprise. I think Taranjit is probably preparing himself for the short one, and Kingma goes for the full one.
These are the battles you'll remember. I mean, for these Romanians playing domestically, they would have faced nothing like Kingma, certainly not for a long time. And so these are the experiences to remember. If you can nail the top shot, it'll stay with you for life. Never mind the result, obviously. It's just too many to chase, but let's see if Siva can get one away against the Dutch paceman.
Oh, and this one has caught something. I'm not sure if this is bat. Let's see what the signal's going to be.
Big buys, straight off the head.
Yeah, I was going to say, it certainly didn't sound like bat. 4 leg buys. Well, Siva Kuma, they're definitely targeting with the short delivery. Let's have a look at this.
That should be the one over the shoulder because it hit him in the chops. But luckily, he's got the helmet on. Kingma, he's the bloodlust is real with him. And he's gone upstairs on Siva. We can't bowl another one above his shoulders. Well, he shouldn't anyway.
And Siva Kuma gets a good bit of bat on this. And listen to the roar. You'd think they'd hit the winning runs. And I think it just goes, well, it's got called a no ball as well. So,
kidding me.
It's 6 carreras. Well, I'm sure there's the no ball signal there. I mean, he held it long enough, did Charles Croucher. So let's have a look. Is this going to be a signal for a free hit? Yes, it is.
Oh,
so it was a no ball. It was hit big for 6, 7 runs off it. Wow. How about this? Well, that's not going to make Kingma very happy. Look at them out there. I'm loving it. This is what I like. This is European cricketers having some fun.
That's what it's all about. So you've been hit in the face. You've hit a 6. Now Kingma's going to go around the wicket for the free hit. How much padding are you allowed? And, right now, let's see what the approach is from Periawa.
You can't reach this one, and it stays inside the line, so it'll be a dot ball.
I really like Periawa as a cricketer. He's real plucky, and I watched him a lot in that Romanian series. We also saw him in the European Cricket League playing for Cluj. That one was called a wide, I think, so I think it's another free hit coming up.
Was it called a wide?
I think so. I think I saw the free hit signal coming up again, unless I'm...
No, I think he's just signalling that he's coming back over the wicket.
Oh, is that right? Okay, so I stand corrected. That was just a one-ball ploy from Kingma, so this won't be a free hit. Periawa, he's got one more highlight in him. 2 to come for Kingma.
Slow delivery, this one. The umpire's thinking about it, and he does call the wide. And Kingma not happy about it.
He's making enemies.
All his own way, is he?
He's making enemies everywhere. I mean, it's one of those ones, if it gets any of that blue line at all, even 1% of the ball as it goes past the popping crease, then it'll get called. Well, I think Seaver's probably saying, well, that's fine. I mean, don't get him any more angry. He's already almost rearranged my face. And then I made him angrier when I hit him out of the park. So still 2 to come for Viv Kigma.
And no ball called is in the air. It will not be out, and that's the no ball. So it'll be a run, no ball, another free hit, and it's going to be Taranjeet Singh. And they've just got the word up there. They went all quiet for a moment, and then all of a sudden they thought, hang on a minute, that's a no ball, it's a free hit. Taranjeet Singh will be up for this, won't he?
Yeah, he certainly will. He spent his one over the shoulder. And so Kigma, real entertaining over. I mean, we never know when it'll end, to be honest, the way it's going at the moment. And they can change the field because the batsman did change. That's why he's just going to make the change. And this is the kind of field that kind of tells me he's going to bowl a slower ball, unless it's a bluff, because the deep backward squares come up in the circle, the long off goes back. Deep mid-wicket also in place. So another free hit coming up.
Just didn't get hold of this one, but yeah, it was slightly slower to Taranjeet, and gets the single, and that will end. Well, no, it won't. I think there's still one to come, isn't there?
Let me just get my abacus out. I think that's 17 off this over. And so we get to see one more of the Kigma versus Periawa battle. I tell you what, I've seen a few. Ali versus Foreman, and David versus Goliath. I think it's probably fair to call it that way. Tell you what, if Seaver nails a 6, I reckon Romania might act like they've just won the trophy. Here's the last ball of the power play.
Nicely played, and no run there, says Taranjeet, and that's the end of the over. Well, one man is not very happy the way that went with Viv Kigma, as he takes a slow walk back.
He's going to have 10 deep breaths, I think. But, he'll go back and he said, did overstep there. 44 for 1 after 3. End of the power play. And I think that's a bit of a word. But, I mean, I didn't see anything too bad there. The wide call, I mean, you might argue that's borderline, but that's the way the umpires are interpreting it, Rico. You know, if it gets any of that blue line, and there's an argument whether it did or if it didn't, I guess. But you're flirting with danger if you're going to go out there.
What a power play. Now look, 44 for 1. And it was, when the Netherlands were there, 47. So there you go. There's 3 runs in it at the moment. Quite amazing. Spin in the attack. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, so you see that DeMay just gets it to move back a bit. So he doesn't really turn too many. He just kind of slides them in. It's a clever bowler. That one was just a little bit too wide. Didn't come back enough.
This one's played away. Chase on for the fielder. It gets a slide in. Slide and throw. 1 run.
Well, this is why even these matches, and look, this will be a one-sided match. I'm no doubt about it. But I mean, it's so entertaining to watch. I mean, I'm gripped with this battle at the moment between these 2 batsmen and the Dutch bowlers.
Nicely hit. But again, the fielder will do the fielding and does. Good shot for 1.
That's a nice shot. Could be the fielding as well by Lobbers down there. He fumbled one before.
What a moment this is for these 2 Romanian batsmen. Even the sun has come out to watch them as well. And this is hit up in the air, and this could be out. It should be out, and it is. He's come a long way as the wicket keeper. And in the end, Zulfikar takes the catch, and the first wicket goes. And is that Taranjeet Singh?
This is all about the bounce, Rico. It actually gets big on Taranjeet. Look, bounces more than he thought. I saw it live. And once again, I'd like to see the wicketkeeper taking control of the situation. Gets a good look at this. You see, he looks straight up, sees it there, says, out of my way. I'm the man with the gloves. And I've got a lot of time for Asad Zulfikar with the gloves. So his second wicket falls and breaks an entertaining partnership between those 2. That was worth 46 runs. And halfway through the 4th over, it's 47 for 2.
Yeah, Taranjeet Singh, well batted, sir. 28 scored of his 11 balls. And remember scoring that marvellous half-century in that victory that is so desperately needed earlier against Hungary. 59 he scored there. So he's back to what we know he can do. But yeah, you're right. I think that one is the bounce that got him. And that's what got it up in the air, but still took good work from the wicketkeeper to claim the catch. So Julian Delay in the wickets once more. And this has got a thick edge. Won't go to the boundary. Some more work to do for Edman. Gets the throw in.
Just speaking to some of the batsmen from the other teams that have faced the Netherlands, I think the biggest difference that they notice is this Netherlands starve them of the kind of balls they want to hit.
Yeah.
You know, they feel like they're just picking on the scraps. They don't get too many. I mean, you look at the bowling of Tomei, and we'll probably see Floyd at some point as well. This one, a bit of extra bounce. But, you know, I think there's, in their home countries, I think the bowling, they get 1 or 2 bad balls and over, they're just not getting. See that Gohar Manan is out there at the other end now. This is more work for Lubbers, isn't it?
Well, may have to look at this again.
It's a triple chase.
Not sure about his legs here. The replay will show us better. Was he able to keep those? I mean, if he has done, that's amazing work from him.
I think he's done it, but I mean, we'll definitely have a look at it. But I feel like he realised he's sliding over the line. And I think they're probably going to have a quick check of this. And yeah, I felt like he just got rid of it in time. Regardless,
yeah, I think
it's a very, very good over.
Yeah, the third umpires will have a look. But I think as he was sliding along the ground, he's managed to he's managed to keep his legs up in the air and not touch the rope. And then also when he flicks it back, he's made sure it hasn't gone on to
playing with himself, wasn't he? He's gone,
bit of work,
he's gone triple chase, 50 for 2 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you, along with Rico Fall. Thanks so much for joining us again. It's been a great day of cricket. And we've seen the Netherlands, we said they'd improve during the series. They certainly have. And you wonder if this continues, where they'll be at the end of the week. Remember, 2 of these teams in Group B will make it through to the 4th and final championship week. And hopefully you can join us on this journey as the sun comes out in the Costa del Sol. It's a beautiful part of the country, and I know that we're very excited to be there. We're glad that you're here with us. Yeah. Here is Niels Edman with the ball.
Well bowled. Yes, and hope you've enjoyed what has been a historic day here at the Cartama Oval. Seeing a century being made by Clayton Floyd. What a fantastic knock it was from him. His 100 came up in just 32 deliveries. And then the 200 was posted as well, which is always a magical moment. And this is a magical shot. Says Carreras. Well, the man who dropped him early on in the innings, well, Manan, he knows he's got plenty of runs to score to make up for that error. Well, if he keeps hitting sixes like this, well, they may just let him off.
Yeah, and we saw Manan get some big runs in the Romanian ECS just a couple of months ago. And this was a big shot over to the marquees. It was right where he wanted it. About Siva Periawa at the other end. It has to be the most entertaining 13 off 11 I've ever seen. He's just hit the 1-6, was a memorable one. I feel like you should get the runs if it comes off your face as well. Like, they've got 4 leg byes there, so we'll give him credit for those. But he's at the other end now. And Edman, who we did see bowling the last game, I think we saw Manan struggling to balls outside the off stump earlier in this series. Again, step up in the bowling he's facing. Let's see how he handles it.
Slow delivery. And will be a single. We'll just change up at the pace there from the bowler from Edman.
Yeah, clever change up. And well, Periawa showing he's made some tough stuff. And that would have rattled him for sure. That one that got him in the grill. He's come back well.
Shots will catch it, and it will be. So, well, after taking a bruising, but standing firm for his team and playing some nice shots as well, in the end he falls to, well, trying to hit it over the top there and go over long on, but just gives an easy catch in the end, doesn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, he does. Doesn't quite get all of it. So, well, he was roaring while he was there, but he ends with a whimper. And it's Gorley that takes the catch. Count it long on. And so Seaver becomes the third remaining wicket to fall, 57 for 3. And, well, only the 1-6 in there was a memorable one after getting littered. And I'm sure he'll get a big ovation from his teammates as we see Nadigotla come into the crease at number 5.
Nadigotla, I think he's done well behind the stumps, liked his work. He's taken 1 or 2 very good catches as well. And he can hit the ball big too. But I think the key thing here is that these batsmen, as they're coming together there, so Manan out there now, Nadigotla, they also think about where they want to finish at the end of these innings. They made a good start. Look, the 50s up, we're approaching the halfway point. I think even if they can take this score to 120, even 130 against this bowling attack in the Netherlands, that will be, I think, a very good achievement for them, and that certainly will be one that gives them a good positive outlook for the matches they've got to come. Oh, would you believe it? That is absolutely sensational. What a catch this is. Well, they've given us something to remember, haven't they, the Netherlands today? We've seen it all. We've seen the batting, we've seen the bowling, and now we've seen an absolute sensational catch. How about this? He had no right to get there, did he? No right at all, but he does. And how about that? That is just fantastic. Out of this world. That's a different level.
World class is what it is. Sensational work. And that's Musa Ahmed coming off half century, and he does it right in front of his bench as well. Oh, he's got walking stick 77 on his back. Oh, he wasn't walking, he was running, and time to dive perfectly. Nadigotla, well, he can't believe his luck. He goes first ball to a sensational catch. It's 57 for 4, and just like that, Neil Zetman is on a hat trick.
That's sensational. What a great catch that was. And well, we've talked about Netherlands in the field. We've talked about their bowling, and their fielding is something that has also got better. I think the first time we saw them, the bowling was good. There was several drop catches which surprised us. How about that for a catch? Unbelievable. Really was. So, hat-trick ball.
What do you think? You got a feeling about it?
2 for 7 so far. It's Samuela. No, I think Samuela will play this away. Well,
kind of.
Just play it away, sort of.
Didn't go away too far.
It was an interesting delivery though, wasn't it? You thought he'd attack the stumps, but ends up bowling this pretty short.
Slower ball, I think, and totally missed time. Maybe hoping for a bit of a pop-up catch, but still takes us to the end of the 5th over. Romania are 57 for 4.
57 for 4. Keep going like this, they'll get to the 110 mark. And even that would be, I think, a very good achievement against this very strong Netherlands team. And it will give them hope and give them belief in the remaining matches they've got. But they do know that if Portugal start getting a few victories together, then things are going to get tight and complicated. So they do know that they've got to finish well in the remaining games that they've got coming up.
Here's Tomei, fresh off his good first over. He took 1 for 6, bowling his second.
And straight to the man, and how's this? Takes the catch, takes his second, and he makes it look easy, doesn't he? Well, when you thought, see him take the other one, this one, but look, he's got to be wary of the boundary here. So let's have a look. He takes it, he goes back.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
fine.
good. And let's have a look where he takes this. He's in the air. That's wonderful stuff.
He's having
class,
fun.
isn't it?
He's having fun with this now. And yeah, clever bit of fancy footwork. Tell you what, you might see that on the dance floor later, the way he's going. Musa, well, he's thrilled about that. So Munan's got to go. And well, this is starting to unravel now. Romania lose the 5th. It's 57 for 5. But how about the catch from Musa Ahmed? I mean, the key here is just the awareness of when he has to jump. You see here, he has a look and he thinks, okay. And he just throws it enough, doesn't throw it away. He throws this a comfortable kind of height that he can step back. He's got 1 step, 2 steps out, and then, well.
I'll tell you who's got a good shot of that. Oh, Diana, easier photographer, so watch out for those shots. But look, Musa Ahmed, we've seen him take 2 stunning catches. That one was world class, and that's the way to do it if you're watching. And I know that youngsters around the world will be practicing that when they're in the garden or in the park tomorrow. and beautifully done. And like you said, it's just quality. And I was just talking to when I was a bit surprised with some of the catches they did put down on day one. But, well, they've got used to the conditions, they've got used to the ball, and now they're putting off the amazing catches. And talking about amazing, well, Pavel Florin has been sent out with the bat, and he's been promoted up the order. So this is interesting.
Yeah, right.
Pavel, it's what's he got in store for us here?
Well, he hasn't got a run so far in the series. He faced 2 balls. He got a leg by off one of them. Let's see how he handles Tomei. Oh, if Pavel hits a Maximo, I might run down there myself. Here we go. This one just gets past him, beaten for pace. It's a good opportunity for him, though, to test his skills. You know, he's been working so hard on his cricket. So he gets promotion to number 7. Once again, see the extra bounce. It's causing some problems for the big Pav. He's so popular amongst the cricket world. It's all to do with his attitude about you know, taking up the game. He's just going for a little lap around the stumps, having to think about it. Tried that cut shot twice. And he gets a run here. So, well, now they might think about 2. Yeah, that'll be his highest score on ECN if he does. And well, how about that? And I'm sure all the spectators around the world will be thrilled to see Pav. And he gave himself some room. Wasn't an easy shot. And a rare misfield results in a second run.
Yeah, I think it was about Pavel Florin. Thought, oh, that's Pavel Florin who's hit this. And then he goes for his traditional shot.
Pity you can't have more fielders backwards, because that's where he aims a lot of them. And let's just see. Tomei might attack the stumps here, because Pavel does seem to give himself a bit of room.
Tomei to Florin. Shorter, and it's nicely played against by Florin. Just plays it out on the offside.
Looking the goods here. Rico, as we get to the end of the 6th over, Romania 60 for 5.
Yeah, 60 for 5, and it's been a flurry of wickets. As a result of that, they're once again at a point where from here on in, they're going to struggle to get to the 100. At one point we were saying that get to the 120. That'll be a good, respectable score against what we all know. And if you didn't know, you know now, a very strong Netherlands team, and very strong in the field as well.
Musa Ahmed's going to have a bowl. Geez, the conditions are nice now. Sun's come out. It's a very balmy evening. Pavel will get a wide here. So this game's being played in pretty good spirit. I know there's some fiery contests at the start of this innings, but when Pavel's there, everyone settles down a little bit. It's good batting, bat on ball. Gets one here. So it's good batting.
It's an interesting one for you.
Okay.
Player of the match. I mean, everybody's talking, of course, I'm talking non-stop about Clayton Floyd.
World's shortest conversation.
Usa Ahmed did score 63. As this one's hit pretty well, and this would go all the way for 6 runs. Well, that's not going to help. He scores too much straight in. But look, he scored 63. He's also taken 2 world-class catches. If he takes a wicket or 2 here, it's not going to. It's going to be a difficult one to make, right?
Yeah, I mean, true.
And this one's hit firmly, and that's gone. Smashes into Stronger Together. Banner was Stronger Together. Netherlands certainly have been stronger together. Well, Romania, they're trying to finish stronger together. This is the big hit. 2 and 2. Well, the experiment. Musa Ahmed, well, he's probably earned the right to get a ball. He may not get a second.
Samuela, I've liked what I've seen from him today. He's had a good day, and they're going to put a deep mid-wicket in place now. That is where he likes to go. Big gap over the offside. They only have the long off back there.
And he's taking the fielder on again, but this time the catch has been held, and he's just checking. And yes, the umpire say, yeah, it was taken cleanly. And good work once more. This time, Boris Gourley, he takes his second catch of the day. And once again, dipping quite low. That's good technique, isn't it? All about technique, all about balance, and all about cushioning the blow when you hit the ground. Good catch.
Helps your argument anyway about Musa for man of the match, but I still don't think it'll ever go to anyone but Floyd. But Musa's had a very good game. Even if he picks up 5, it's when you get him as well in this game. I mean, still got a bare pulse, but it's on life support. Romania are 74 for 6.
Another one goes. Samuela, the man you like. I must admit, I like the way he plays his cricket as well. He made 12 runs there of just 4 deliveries. And he was out there to have a go, and then have a go he did. But it was Ahmed taking a wicket. So that's his figure. He's got 2 more balls to come in this over. He may put an argument in to get a second. We shall see. So, Sahini. Wasu Sahini. What a day he's had as well. In that first match against Hungary, everything was going on, wasn't it? And he had to keep his cool, which he did. Ahmed, this Sahini. Places away nicely, thinks about the single and decide not to go for it. You see the non-striker there, Pavel Florin say, it went straight to him, there's no point running there. And then he says, well, if you're not going to run, I'm just going to hit him big, I'm going to hit him for 6. And that's exactly what he does. Nicely hit, and more smiles on the faces of the Romanian bench. Nice shot this, he waits for it, and then thumps it down the ground. 6 more.
Yeah, great shot. Really good shot. It's nice to see this, isn't it? I mean, they've got a reasonable score on the board already. They're 80 for 6 off 7 overs. And just a reminder, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, and how could you not be, there's plenty more cricket coming your way from the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Tomorrow we have 5 more matches, starting with a doozy between Austria and the Netherlands 11, rematch of the match we saw earlier today. Also we'll see Romania in action. They'll play Hungary in the second match of the day and Portugal in the final match of the day. So I'll see those as 2 winnable matches. So make sure you join us tomorrow from 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India tomorrow morning for more ECC action.
And nice shot on Pavel. Once again goes out onto the offside. Gets himself a single. Moves on to 5. Gets to the non-striker's end. And probably says to Wasu Sahini, well, the way you hit the last one, just carry on doing just that. Edmund is the bowler. He's picked up 2 wickets so far for 8 runs. It's nicely played, but straight to the fielder. No run there. And a big shout out also to the European Cricket Network team that worked so hard behind the scenes. Mehta Dal, Paul Fletcher, Barry Eaton, Roger Fino, Daniel Weston, Shahad Brumbat, Shazad, Diana, of course, our photographer, all doing a fantastic job. Well done, boys and girls. Outstanding. It's played out to 3rd, and there's the shy one. Look, if this hits, well, Pavel's gone. He wasn't the quickest running there, and the fielder knows it as well. Clayton Floyd it is. Well, I suppose he's got good reason to be just a little bit tired. But there you go. Look, he missed that run out. He can't get run out of the match.
I love the effort, though, from the big Pav. So popular. I mean, love to see him hit a boundary. At the moment, he's just worked his way into this innings, hasn't he? 2 and 3 singles.
Plays and misses at this one. Of course, the one man I missed out. I was saying thank yous to the European Cricket Network team. Man is doing an outstanding job in the score box as well. Oh, you know who I mean. Marzi Wolfie.
Wolf.
Wolfie, you're safe up there, don't worry. Well, that was an interesting one. Well, that was a dancing shot. He did the spin, but missed the ball. And this has been. Just getting a bit confused. Maybe
it's a double knee reverse sweep, and you won't find that anywhere in the book. Well, teammates are enjoying it. You just try that. Get down on both knees and reverse sweep a fast bowler. It's not as easy as it looks, and it didn't look very easy.
Well, Papa was just saying, I'm ready, come, I don't mind. What's he trying to do here now?
He's got all the tricks, though, but I tell you what, just may need a wider bat, because I like what he's thinking, but yeah, see Pavel. He's gonna give you entertainment.
But it's one thing thinking it, but you got to execute it as well, haven't you? Otherwise, it doesn't look so good. And Pavel, I think you probably find that. Sayani is saying to him, look, mate, you're looking good, but look, just get back onto ball. As the over comes to an end, and the score 82 for 6 after 8.
Stayed with him for about 3 overs, but then we're losing the patient now. That worm shouldn't be able to go downwards. It certainly looked like it was heading that way. It's 2 overs to go in the day, and we'll do our best to maybe have a word with Clayton Floyd at the end of the game. The first ever T10 international centurion. Wouldn't that be fantastic to have a word with him? So stay with us after the game for some highlights and maybe a word from the Dutch opening batsman. Musa gets the second over.
Well, he's fighting here to try and get a couple more wickets and maybe try and persuade those that make the decision of player of the match. And this one, it won't help his cause. He bowls the wide. But it's been a good performance from him as well, it has to be said. Better delivery. It will be a single. And that means that we're going to have a few exciting deliveries to come here now. And Pavel Florin against Musa Ahmed. Ahmed will probably be thinking, I've just got to bowl it full and straight. That's certainly what I would be thinking, full straight, and let him move around, Pavel, and do his showmanship. But if I bowl it straight, I'm probably going to hit the stumps. Let's have a look. Here we go. It's a bit short, and I think that's caught a bit of glove here. So let's just have a look. Decision from the umpire. Yeah, that's given us runs. So this will go down. I suppose it has to go down as a chance. Have a look. I mean, it's
not really. I mean, it's taken such a big deflection.
Did it pretty well, isn't he?
I don't think it's a black mark on the keeper.
Single. So Pavel will come back on strike. So it's one big we've seen from Vasu Sahini. Other than that, it's all been very much tiki-taka. The boom-booms have gone a bit flat at the moment. Pavel, and I think he's going to be gone here, and gets himself out of the crease, sort of lunges at the shot, and then lunges to try and get back into the crease here, by which time the bails have already come off, and I think the big man knows it as well. So he has entertained us. He's given us a few thrills, but now he has to go back, and we're going to see another Romanian batsman come out to the middle.
There we are, but nice to see him fighting hard, and he did make 6 in the end. But you could see it certainly wasn't easy. Good to see him making 6 runs in the innings. A very popular cricketer. He'll be replaced by Dharmendra Manani. But Florin becomes yet another Romanian to fall, and in the 9th over, it's 86 for 7.
Another wicket there. Roman, who's having a very good day himself. Scored some runs with the bat. Healthy runs as well. 63 of 20 balls taken. 2 outstanding world-class catches. And then taking 2 wickets as well. And Musa Ahmed, good day from him. And of course was involved in a 142 partnership as well with Clayton Floyd. But when Floyd had got to his 100, he was only on 22. It's played away for a single, attacking the non-striker's end. So Dharmendra Manani gets himself off the mark. Played away on the onside towards square leg. Easily fielded. In comes the throw.
So it does take us to the end of the 9th over. It's 88 for 7. So getting to the last over of the day, just a reminder of what's coming up. We do have more cricket on ECN tonight. We have 2 matches from Cyprus. The first one's already underway. And after this, we have a short highlights clip of the innings, and I'm going to have a word with Clayton Floyd. So that's something exciting. And we always have a bit of a daily wrap-up of some of the highlights of the whole day, and it has been an exciting day of cricketing action, hasn't it, as Group B continues to take shape. I mean, Romania, they're going to go down here probably by a ton plus, but they did have an important win, didn't they, earlier in the day against a Hungarian team. So I think, a successful day. At least they get some points on the board. It's Portugal. I think they're going to be a little bit worried as we go to the last over. And Ryan Klein's going to bowl it.
Decide not to take the single, and then they do eventually. It was struck pretty well. I'm surprised he didn't want to go straight away. I think he just maybe wanted to have the strike a bit and perhaps go for a few big shots.
Yeah,
but
Vastisani.
gets to the other end, so it's going to be the Mindra Anani.
Yeah, Vasu's an interesting case as well. Seen him before for Cluj in the ECL.
Klein, he was took a bit of punishment, didn't he, in that his first over. 21 he went for. He certainly wasn't expecting that. And I think the batsman, quite wisely here, calling for a helmet. And I like to see that. The spin is now not on. And although Klein isn't the quickest of the Netherlands bowlers, he certainly can get a fair bit of pace gain, and he certainly can get a good bit of bounce as well. So yeah, good call. I'm liking this from the batsman, Mindra. Well, maybe tonight, let me and Vinny maybe we'll share a few albondigas. Albondigas in salsa de almendros. Albondigas is well, meatballs, and the Spanish, especially here in Andalusia, certainly know how to make some nice meatballs. It's well bowled, full and straight, and I know that Vinny be quite excited to have some meatballs with a bit of that lovely Spanish bread to soak up the salsa.
So much good food.
Well, maybe, what do you fancy? Meatballs? I think meatballs going to be a nice bottle of Spanish wine as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
There you go, you got a date, you're on.
His client
on the pads once more, asking the question, and well, a direct hit would be interesting, and everything. First of all, the OBW appeal, a leg bye is given, so it's got to be possibly missing the leg here.
Missing for me.
Yeah, that's missing leg, so good call here. But a bit slow, I think. A long day from by Shub as well.
Where's he walking to?
And then
he got woken up.
Well, maybe he's getting a bit wary of these throws as well. He's been in the line of fire a bit as well. Short, hit pretty hard. In fact, hit very hard. Seis Guerreras. Shaba, Shaba. That's a nice time to hit this one out of the house. Shaka Lagia.
What a shot. Picked up length very quickly. Got plenty of bat on it. I love Vastisani. I love his approach to the game. He's always smiling. He's always trying hard, whether it's with the ball or with the bat.
It'd be good to get the 100 up, wouldn't it? That would be a good result here. Get that 100 up. Pretty full. Wow. Well, there you go. Bunch up. Well, no wonder he's trying to stay out of the way of the ball. But still, it goes through. With this one, look, I wouldn't be putting my foot in the way of this. I mean, that could have been nasty. But, well.
Yeah, quick toe check after that. Count, you still got 10. But anyway, this will be the last ball of the day.
Shub giving the backward 6 there. Didn't go for 6, Shub. Wakey, wakey. Shake it off.
Stay with us. We do have some more.
Here's the hit. Fielder coming across. Diving forward. Doesn't take the catch. And that will be a single, and that I think also should be the end of this match. So they don't quite get to the 100, but it's been a good, hard-fought battle from the Romanian players. They were always going to be up against it. They made a really positive and spiritual start, especially when Viv Kingman took the first wicket straight away earlier on. But then look, there was fighting stuff from Taranjit Singh and also from Siva Kumar. But, well, once their wickets were gone, it was always going to be hard work. I mean, they did try hard, they battled hard, and they showed plenty of fight, they showed plenty of determination, but Netherlands, Vinny, were just a class above them, weren't they?
Sure did, yeah, but we are going to have an interview with Clayton Floyd, the first ever T10 Centurion, just after the highlights of this innings. But, yeah, what a day for the Netherlands 11, and certainly think that's been a very successful one for them. So we knew that they were going to be a force, and they have announced it with a massive 200 score. And, well, it was going to be an impossible chase. We had one last week, but I think that when it came down to it, we wanted to see some contest, and we certainly did, as Kingma fired up in the power play.
Well, fired up, wasn't he? He was really banging them in. but every so often they were banged away from the bat as well, which he didn't like. It was a long over because a couple of balls and a no ball from it as well. Well, at this moment in time, look, take nothing away from him. After that first over with he got 6. The second one, well, the score went to 27 for 1. Then from there, it went to 44 for 1, and they were right up with it. But then it was the introduction once again of spin. That's something that the Netherlands do so well. And it was Dilmay that came on. And as soon as he came on, those wickets were taken. This one, up in the air it went. But the catch, well taken. Good work. And we like the work also from Asad Zulfikar. Well, he took that catch, but we took another outstanding one as well. But this one was sent out of here. This was big. And this was Taranjeet Singh. And while he was there, and while he was being supported by Periwar, anything could have happened. Then there was the catch in again. And this one, well, Musa Ahmed, he took 2 sensational ones. This one was outstanding, running along the boundary. And this one goes outside and then jumps it back in. It was just world class. The catching was superb from the Netherlands. It really was. And the fielding was outstanding as well. And this was the downfall of Pat Florin. He went out there, he did entertain us for a bit and tried to play some spicy shots. And we'll just have a look at the scorecards that will be coming up. And here we go. So Taranjeet Singh, he did lead the way once more for his team. 28 of 11 deliveries. But really nobody else there able to give him too much support. I mean, Sivakumar Periyalwar, well, his last 3 words of his name, WAR war. Well, he was in the war, wasn't he? I think he's going to have all sorts of bruises, but he stuck it out there for his team. But then I like that Vasu Sanini there towards the end. A good knock from him. Bowling figures, well, Viv Kingma, he opened it up. He bowled his 2 straight away, the first and the third. He went for 19, picking up 1 wicket. Right line, well, he went very expensively in his first over, though his second one was better. But again, it's the spin, wasn't it, from Julian de May that did the damage. 2 wickets just for 9 of his 2 overs. Well supported by Etman. He bowled really well as well. Musa Ahmed, well, he was expensive, but he did pick up 2 wickets as well. And, well, I know you're all waiting for this. The man who scored the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship 100, Clayton Floyd and Mini Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, is having a few words with him.
Thanks very much, Rico. Well, I am here with the man of the moment, Clayton Floyd from the Netherlands 11, the first ever T10 international century, 115 runs off 35 balls with 15 maximos and 5 fours. What an innings. Well, haven't seen power like that for a long time on ECN. Clayton, congratulations first on your victory, but also, how did it feel to be the first ever T10 centurion?
Well, yeah, I still don't really believe it. Just happy I could hit a few at the middle, but yeah, can't believe it.
Now, I know that you would have played a lot of short-form cricket, but probably not a lot of T10. Is this your first experience with T10, and how's it been for you adjusting to this format?
Well, this was the 3rd game, I think, that I've ever played of T10, and I absolutely love it. It's intense, it's fast, it can change in 1 ball. Love it. Yeah.
Now, I know against Romania last night, you guys only scored 95, actually as an entire team, and today to score that magical 200. What was talked about overnight, and how did you approach your innings a little bit differently as a team today with the bat?
We just went out with a bit more positivity and just wanted to play our shots and just show what we could do. The first game, we just wanted to get used to the pitch, see what's happening, and today we just backed ourselves.
And as a team, what's it been like, obviously, being a bit of an A team, just gelling as a team? And how's the experience been for you this week? Because certainly is a beautiful part of the world. I'm sure you guys are loving being part of the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, we're absolutely loving the opportunity, and we hope that we can just make it to the next round, to the final week. Absolutely love just chilling in the pool and the beach. Happy days. Yeah.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me. Now, with your bowling, I think you have got a bit of a spin twin, a bit of synergy with DeMay, both left-arm spinners. How do you enjoy bowling with him? And what's your approach, especially when a batsman maybe looks to go after you? How quick do you have to think on your feet when you're bowling in those middle overs?
Yeah, you have to think very quick, but bowling with Julian is it's quite good because he's got a lot of experience and he gets a lot of bounce out of the pitch. And yeah, we are the same bowler, but we're also different, so it does make it a bit difficult for the batsman.
Now, a big opening partnership of 143 with Musa Ahmed, but it looked like you guys were having so much fun out there. What were you saying to each other? Because we saw you certainly having a few lighter moments out there when you were batting.
Yeah, he actually got me because I edged one down here for a 4, and I just jogged, and then he said, yeah, watch, you got to run, and I had a look, and he tricked me. But yeah, Musa's lovely to bat with. He makes you think, and he keeps you calm. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, good luck for the rest of the week. I'm sure you're looking forward to it. And is there anything else that you've learned today you think that you'll take into the rest of the week as you head towards what looks like a certain appointment on Group B Finals Day on Friday, and hopefully a spot for you guys in week 4, the championship week?
No, I think as long as we keep backing ourselves with the bat, and fielding's been good. And I think what worked well today with the ball was when we used our change-ups, and we got a bit hit when we bowled one pace the same over. So I think change-ups will be important.
Well, thank you so much. It's been great to have you have a word to us at the end of the day. I know it's been a long day. All the best, and best of luck for the rest of the week in this week 2 of this ECC tournament.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Well, there he was, and what a day he had. And well, Clayton, I'm sure we haven't seen the last of him either. He was dynamic at the top of the order. And well, we have so many highlights every day, 5 matches every day in this ECC. And well, we're going to leave you with some of them. But on behalf of all of the team at European Cricket, Finny Sander here, Mr. Maxwell, on behalf of Rico Full and Michael McCann, hope you have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.